Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Welcome back to the virtual Le Mans France. We are turning things back on, getting back into broadcast mode and back into race mode at a very, wait for it, soggy Le Mans. It is soaked, absolutely soaked. We'll get right into things here. Let's flip the B-roll off and get right into the sim. It's myself, Andrew Cardinale IV, leading the way with Zach Lindgren alongside to start off closing coverage of the 2025 Majors 24, and it is absolutely pouring. Before we cover anything else, because this is ever changing, I want to get right down to it, Zach. I want to get right to the radar and kind of talk about the fact that it is actually trending down. You can see as this radar animation plays, it's trending a little bit away from the racetrack. It was yellow, nearly orange, and in fact, an orange pocket swung right to the south of the circuit. It's still pretty wet out there, very rainy, and this is trending down. So just imagine what these gyros were going through 15 minutes ago.
And I mean, they do get a little bit of a break, maybe some light rain. Like you could see that light blue coming in from the left side there. But right after that, again, another downpour coming in. So these guys are going to have to be dealing with, like you say, a very soggy, a very wet track. And there is no signs of it stopping at any time soon. So the battle is before these guys as of right now.
Just adjusted the radar a little bit so you can see kind of the bottom there where the orange has gone just south of the racetrack by a handful of miles. Really the whole field, I think, thanking Zeus for that, as this has been billed as Zeus Revenge. But let's get right into everything else. Of course, track map, we'll take a brief look at it here. As we know Le Mans at this point, we have the Le Mans 24, or 2.4 rather, 3 weeks ago. The 24 obviously kicking off yesterday morning. We're familiar at this point, but in case you're maybe not necessarily familiar with this Le Mans circuit, maybe you've got family in the race and you aren't necessarily racing inclined, that's okay. We're going to take you through it. The lap starts down towards the bottom left where that white arrow sits alongside the racetrack and pit lane. You can follow that blue line, that's the racing surface. That goes through turn 1, a bend uphill towards the Dunlop chicane. That's 2 and 3, then down into turn 4 through 7, otherwise known as the S's, to take you towards Tetra Rouge. And in the wet, those are very treacherous because it's just very narrow racing line, relatively mid to high speed corners, relying on downforce. Really, the chicane is the slowest part in the opening portion of the lap. That's otherwise everything is relying heavily on downforce, especially through Tetra Rouge at turn number 8. That fires you on to the oh so long Mulsanne straight through the Daytona and Michelin chicanes at turns 11 and 12, around the bend at 13, down to Mulsanne corner at 14 and 15. Then another bit of a run, decent run, a little bit longer than I think the longest stint now that doesn't have a chicane on the Mulsanne straight, all the way down to Indianapolis. A very tricky flick into Indianapolis at turn 18. Turn 19 is truly Indianapolis. Then Arnage at turn 20. That is maybe the slowest spot on the racetrack. It's a flat 90-degree corner, and you've got to take it very gingerly in the dry or the wet. Then you're back on power up to the Porsche curves through 21, 22, and into 23 through 26. Those are the Porsche curves. That is the biggest test of downforce and mechanical grip on this racetrack. Very narrow barriers, in fact safer barrier like you see in NASCAR races. Safer barrier on one side through that section of racetrack. It's very tight, very easy to make a mistake. We saw it multiple times throughout the overnight. Then through the Corvette curves at 27 through 29 into the Ford chicanes to wrap up the lap. Really, it's an argument between Arnage and the Ford chicanes as to what's slower, but otherwise those are the two slowest spots on the racetrack. Dunlop chicane right behind them. So very high-speed circuit. A couple of stop and goes, if you will, along the way, Zach, but that's kind of a run through Le Mans. If you are unfamiliar, initiated to Le Mans and the almost cult following that follows. But let's get into major schedule. We'll go to the major schedule here. I won't touch on points just yet. This is a kind of standalone event. The major series takes place through the course of 2025, but Zach, this particular event stands out from the rest. Non-points, 620 entries of 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers apiece. This is the big hoorah for the majors all year long, and it shows.
Yeah, and I mean, nothing to take away from the tracks and the cars that the major series has thrown at these guys, but like you said, the prestige that this track holds, the history that this track holds, it just outweighs almost anything, almost closely compared to would probably be Daytona at that point, but even then, Le Mans, arguably one of the oldest tracks to really be on any kind of road course circuit, or as far as an endurance race in and of itself, this one holds so much weight, so much value. That's why we had over 650 entries into this race. So through all the trials and tribulations, this one is circled on pretty much every single driver's calendar. This one was circled for admins, broadcasters alike. So the weight that this one brings is substantial and kind of stands above all other tracks and all other races that the majors throws at these guys.
And if this excites you, if this kind of event excites you, while it won't be necessarily to this scale and this level of prestige, the rest of the major series does carry on through the remainder of 2025. Next racing at Homestead Miami Speedway for the Grand Prix of Miami in the Americas region. Now, there will be slightly different rounds depending on which region you end up running in, slightly different racetracks for a couple of these races. I believe the Grand Prix of Miami is different across the different regions, but the Americas region will be racing at Homestead Miami Speedway, and then the Americas region will also run the super late model. Other regions will run different cars at New Smyrna Speedway for the World Series. Then I believe the final 4 rounds are pretty consistent across regions: Petite Le Mans, Southern 500, Bathurst 500, and the Japanese Grand Prix. That said, I think that's about all of it for the extras, kind of getting into things. We are coming right up to the 6 hour to go mark, Zach. Let's get straight into traditional race coverage for a moment and kind of establish where things are at. Duncan Dudes Racing, when we left off, had dominated and led the entire race to the point in time that we shut things down. They no longer lead. Through a couple of safety cars, through multiple deluges, through all of the rain and chaos this speedway provides, Duncan Dudes at some point lost the lead and has handed it over to Team BRT. So Basic Ollie, Tom Griggs, and all the teammates over there have taken over this race, and they're not looking back. They have nearly a full lap on Duncan Dudes, and if you asked me 12 hours ago if I thought that was possible, I would have said no.
I mean, we kind of documented it in the first type of stint for this race. We saw the 16 have a little bit of trouble, caught the curves right there in the final chicanes and went off track. They kind of had to get off strategy, but I mean, that's just a factor of what happens here at Le Mans. You just got to keep trudging through it, and you'll end up in a position like this where you are out front, especially with downpour of rain, safety cars, whatever it may be. These guys are back out in front over a well-documented Duncan Dudes team that we had talked about for a long while as far as leading the charge, leading the way. So it's good to see that these guys have recovered since, and hopefully they can hold position for the next 6 hours.
So you see the gap from Griggs back to Grange, and a little bit of an excursion there for Griggs leading the race in the number 16, but clearly a large, healthy lead to nurse through these final 6 hours of racing. Anything can still happen, though. While there is that massive lead right now, they can easily throw Patrick Thompson back behind the wheel of that 74 car at Duncan Dudes and try and fly back through and get back up to this number 16 car. Anything can still happen. We don't know exactly what these teams are going to try and swing at one another. What I can tell you, Zach, is, you and I both remarked before this broadcast restarted at the decimation of the hypercar field. We have, 8 cars left running in hypercar. We started this race with 21. We've lost 13 cars along the way in hypercar. That's one category alone. The decimation in hypercar has been almost historic, I would say. I've never seen one class take so many losses in an endurance race like this without it being something like the old server issues we used to have when dynamic lighting first became a thing on iRacing. This is really, really significant to see 13 out of 21 retire by the time we have 6 hours to go in a 24-hour race, because, again, as I just mentioned, 6 hours to go, a lot can happen here, Zach. I mean, this is really, really significant for split number 2.
I think you just kind of hit the nail right on the head as far as what we're dealing with, just because these cars, especially the GTPs, they're so edgy when it comes to dry, and then you throw in something like this into the equation, like the rain, as we see a car go way off of there. It's just a matter of how well you can survive even that much more of edginess. You're on the edge of grip, you're on the edge of mechanical grip, as we see the 214 rejoin the track. That's just some of the things that these guys have to deal with, and that's some of the things that the hypercars have had to deal with since, and it's just been, it's like you said, decimated. It's completely taken out the field.
The teams that do remain in Hypercar are, as previously mentioned in the race lead, BRT, Tom Griggs behind the wheel. We'll cycle through each of these teams here with the team name there on the bottom of your screen, the driver info on the bottom right. Duncan Dudes, you've got Luke Grange behind the wheel in position number 2. Benjamin Cara out of France for Delta V Racing 111. That is a Porsche, so 2 BMWs leading, a Porsche now in 3rd, down to a BMW in 4th. Ricardo Groppi still hanging in there is that number 28, North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. It looks like maybe their livery changing a little bit. I wonder if maybe we need to reload trading paints at some point, because that's not what I recall. Yeah, you can see the spec map outlines there, so we'll try to refresh that here in a moment. But if your livery changing a point, because that's not what I recall. Yeah, you can see the moment. But Fury Simsport Red runs in the 5th spot, and don't tell me. You're kidding me! Come on, come back. Come back to me. Come back to me. Don't die. Don't crash. Come on. Don't crash.
Come on, baby. Come on.
I think iRacing's going to crash. I think we're going to drop iRacing for a second. This should not be happening with 34 cars. Yeah, iRacing crashed. Okay. I can... Yep, there goes iRacing. Okay. I can reload. That's fine. Well, that's the beauty of it. 6 hours to go, and pushing the limits still with the deluge of water. So we will reset a little bit. Hate to see it. We will get back into the sim here. I guess, Zach, if you want to take us quickly through, we'll recap still what's going on in Hypercar. If you could take us through the rest of the standings there, I'll worry about the rest of it.
Yeah, not a problem here. Yeah, I mean, like Andrew had mentioned, with the rain and everything that has completely come through, it's completely decimated the field. Right now, as it stands running, BRT, Duncan Dudes, like we had previously mentioned, Delta V Racing also out there, but they are a lap behind the leader. And then everything just kind of trundles out from there. North Sim Racing, 2 laps behind leader. Fury Sim Sport, sitting P5, 4 laps behind the leader. DG Racing, 9 laps. Satellite Racing, 10 laps. And that's really... Aerokinetic Red is also still out there, 12 laps behind, but they're kind of intermingled as far as the LMP2 field is concerned as well. They're kind of intermingled position-wise that way. But like Andrew alluded to, the GTP class has been decimated, but we also noted before the race started that the LMP2 class had also been decimated as well. Hello Twitch leads the LMP2 class. Composite Performance behind them in position, 1 lap behind them. Then you have Aztec Racing 2 laps behind them. Focus Racing, Samantha Tan Racing, World of Racing, 3 laps behind leader of LMP2. And we also kind of documented them being the leaders of the LMP2. They have, it seems, either the rain or some other circumstances taking them out of the lead. Still 3 laps behind leader in LMP2, but and a lot of racing still to go through, but 3 laps behind is a very large hill to get over when it comes to Le Mans. Continuing on with that, 3 Oceans Racing and NGC, 13 and 14 3 and 4 laps behind leader of LMP2 respectively. And as we kind of go down the list a little bit more, Andrew and I had kind of talked about it while Andrew gets everything rebooted and re-going again. the GT3 class is still relatively close together and still running. That's probably it is the strongest class out there on the track right now, with all the cars continued running pretty much from first all the way down to what looks to be 15th in class, is all within 10 laps of each other, first and second on the same lap. That is Evolution Racing and Hyperion Racing, first and second respectively in the GT3 class. Third and fourth would be Walk Racing and Orion Team Race Team number 444, a lap behind them. Orbit Drop, Arctic Simpson on the same lap as third and fourth. So these guys are really, really close, and that's something that we're going to have to take a look at and keep an eye on as this race progresses and gets closer to the end. We are within that 6-hour gap, that 6-hour limit. So, I mean, like Andrew had alluded to, a lot of racing still to go through and a lot of time still left up there. But as of right now, it's kind of taken the race itself has taken its shape. It's kind of taken form, but there's still a lot of hurdles to get through. Taking a look at the radar again while Andrew is still getting everything set up. Not really much as far as that. We do have another brick of rain coming in, a little bit darker green, and what that means is that just heavier rain coming into the frame. They were in a lighter zone of rain. Some sunshine even throughout parts of the track are now starting to get cloudy yet again and starting to fill up with rain. So any kind of puddle, any kind of dry line that may have been trying to form is going to now shrink the dry line, and the puddles are going to grow. And this is just something that these guys have dealt with for pretty much majority of the race since I had stepped away 2 hours into the race. So, I mean, for these guys to continue to be out here racing is just a testament of their ability on the rain, and that's not taking away anything from the guys that have decided to retire, some of the teams that have decided to retire. It's just the way that it has fallen that way so far. So that's also something that we're going to have to take a look at. Some notable teams that we were looking at that have unfortunately taken it either behind the wall or just kind of laying in wake right now just because of the rain. We did talk to the team of Unlucky Luck Racing before I had gotten off. They have unfortunately dropped to the bottom of the racing, to the bottom of the results. It seems like they have maybe taken it behind the wall, called it a night, called it a day, and it's unfortunate for those guys because they were really looking forward to the rain. They were a part of really the first team that we decided to interview, and they seemed very optimistic about the rain. They seemed optimistic about their chances. It's just a shame to see them go. But as we take a look back up here to the top, BRT still holding a strong lead, but Dunkin' Dudes has slowly climbed into it. At one point, they were more than 4 minutes behind Team BRT. They are now within 3.5 minutes of BRT, or Dunkin' Dudes are behind BRT, excuse me. So a little bit of time starting to be gained back for the Dunkin' Dudes. We don't know exactly what happened to them in order to lose the lead, but these guys have started to claw their way back. Besides that, not a lot of change has happened as far as any kind of results, any kind of position changes. Still GT3 class, like I said, within 5 to 6 laps of each other, and all of them seem to still be running. Jumping on board with Core Motorsports right now, they're in pits as of right now, but they are again within 10 laps of the leader, so a lot can change for the GT3 class. But as we continue on, again, that rain is starting to come in, and it's going to get a lot worse for these guys. They did have a little bit of a break, as we had mentioned, that soft rain, the light blue. Again, that just means that the rain isn't coming down a lot. There is still rain on the track, but there wasn't a lot coming down, a mist, if you will, but they are starting to get into the heavier stuff. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that once Andrew gets back.
We are nearly there. I'm waiting for a few things to just kind of finish initializing on the sim. Letting it stabilize here as we are... Let's go ahead and roll out of B-roll. And we'll take it slowly. I'm a little surprised that with 34 cars we had that happen, but it is what it is, and we move on and roll with the punches. That is live television. I gotta say, it's still just so interesting to me that we have just 34 cars left, but significantly, I mean, 19 of them, I believe, are GT3 at this point. Props to the entire GT3 category. I gotta say, like, we still have a very compelling race as we take a look at Evolution Racing Team. As there goes the 73 in the background, DG Racing around out of Indianapolis. Philip Kundigen behind the wheel, and that neon Ferrari has had some troubles over the course of the race, around out of again behind the he has one of them, but he'll get back rolling. The team has been out front. Oh dear. Well,
I think it's just a product of the rain. Everything that it's trying to go through right now is...
Yeah, but it wasn't doing this last night. Yeah, there it goes. Oh. Well. I guess, Zach, I'll leave it to you to narrate best, as I diagnosed a couple things. I'm not really... I apologize. This was not happening last night. The parts that are in this PC, this should not be happening, so... We will... again, roll with the punches. I'll try and reset, and I'll probably be in the sim for a couple of moments, tinkering with things to try and turn a couple things down. I have to imagine it's so many reflections that it's not liking what's happening. Hate to see it.
Yeah, well, we're sorry, folks, that this keeps happening, but I mean, it's just like Andrew said, it's just a real world situation where something in his computer isn't agreeing with iRacing or vice versa, but we'll try to keep you guys best informed as much as possible. As I had previously mentioned, Dunkin' Dudes was climbing into the lead of BRT. They have knocked off another 5 seconds off of Team BRT. They are now within that 3.5 minute mark. Before talking, or when we were talking about it earlier, it was at 3 minutes 35 seconds. They are now within 3.5 minutes, so they are slowly gaining on Team BRT. Now it's just going to be a matter of, again, how this car is going to handle when this heavy rain starts to come in. With all these cars out here on track, they might be drying it off just the tiniest of bits. But with this heavier rain getting ready to come in, it's going to re-slick the track, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as that heavy rain hits. We have seen a lot of cars, or I'm seeing a lot of cars, if they don't enter the corner just right and they'll take an off track, they'll maybe take a slowdown, which I think is a really, really smart move, especially with the GTP class. There's no need to try to overcomplicate things, overdrive your car to try to get back into position. That's a really quick way to lose your car, especially in this rain when you lose grip going into a corner. There's no need to try to get back onto the track. A lot of guys right now are kind of, if they overshoot the corner, they're just going to take the slowdown. They're going to take the corner cut and just kind of use that time up to pretty much save their car, so to say. So a lot of guys being smart with track limits, or maybe not all of track limits, but they're being smart with the track that they have at their disposal right now. Again, just kind of looking through the fields of said cars, not a lot of movement up on the leaderboard. Hello Twitch still leading for the LMP2 class. Composite Performance 11 still P2, a lap behind them. Aztec Racing now 2 laps behind, so they have dropped yet another lap. Maybe it's for a pit stop, maybe it's for another situation, but they have fallen off another lap, which puts them into the clutches of Focus Racing now on the same lap as them for 3rd and 4th position for the LMP2 class. Coming down here to the GT3s, I'm going to jump on the Evolution Racing Team number 99. Kind of stuck in a little bit of GT3 class, their own class traffic. trying to get around as of right now, but nothing really close to them inside. As for a position change, I'm going to jump on with Hyperion Racing 2, the closest competitor to Evolution Racing Team for the GT3. Yeah, they're about a whole straight, maybe half a track behind as of right now, so we could possibly be... So I don't get to see exactly the overall to each leader to each position. I only get to see what the iRacing gives me, and it's from the overall leader, which is the GTP class Team BRT. So we'll have to keep an eye on that once Andrew gets back. But now we do have 3 cars on the same lap for GT3, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Walk Racing Federation, Orion Race Team, and Orbit Drop Bear Saturn. They are all on the same lap. 1 lap behind the leader of GT3, but they are all on the same lap as it looks like now. Andrew, how are we looking right now?
I'm going to give it the old college try. Discord's not giving me a problem, but there it goes. Oh, man, we're having fun. iRacing, boy.
Well, then we'll just keep going with what we're doing, like we were talking about. This is just one of those first world problems. This is really also maybe some problems that real teams have as well, trying to get a car back out there, not really cooperating with them. Situations may arise, but I do appreciate the fact that you are trying to get it going. Looks like iRacing is going to get going, maybe just the cars themselves, maybe just having itself a little bit of a stutter. But as he tries to work on those issues, try to get them lined out, like I was talking about, Walk Racing Federation, Orion Race Team, and Orbit Drop Bear Saturn all on the same lap in the GT3 class, and it looks like they are decently close to each other. Walk Racing Federation, Orion Race Team, maybe not on the same straightaway, so to say, but they are within a last quarter of a track to each other right now. If I come back here to Orbit Drop Bear Racing, they're about another half track behind Orion. So with them being on the same lap, there are positions to be gained, so that's something to look forward to as the race progresses. It seems like every time I throw it back to you, Andrew, something happens with iRacing, so I'm going to soft give this to you and make sure that everything's running as of right now, and hopefully iRacing holds when when you do take it back over.
Yeah, we're giving it one more old college try here. So you see Walk Racing is just about exactly 1 lap down to your GT3 leader, because Evolution Racing there is in the foreground. So Walk Racing Federation is going to be working on that, of course, trying to unlap themselves, because if they can just unlap themselves, if they catch a safety car in these final few hours, that could flip their race right back around, and they could have a great chance to get back in this one and battle for the win. As we could have 3, maybe even 4 cars, because Orion Race Team is not far back. If they get their pace going right, we could have 3 or 4 cars still in this GT3 win battle. It's interesting because Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, what was kind of the team to beat for a while in GT3, they've fallen off ever so slightly. Taylor Oakes in the car now from New Zealand. I don't want to say they've fallen off, Zach, but they are just a little behind, because they were our team of the day in the opening portion of our broadcast. You can see they are struggling with the conditions there. That car is just floating around.
We had talked with one of the GT3 teams, I forget the name at the time, but they said that this car was probably the best in the rain, but the hardest to handle in the rain. So right now, the Orbit Drop Bear team, I think they're still in a decently good position. I don't want to take anything away from anybody else, but I think they're still in a decently good position. They are a lap behind the leader, sure, for the GT3 class, but they are on the same lap as their position battles in front of them as of right now. So again, still a lot of racing to be had. Right now it's just a matter of taking care of that car, and who knows, maybe it falls their way with coming down towards the end of this race.
And one thing we haven't really shown yet is the actual weather conditions for this event as things stand. So we've shown the radar, we haven't really shown the weather graphic. We have actually tracked down what was happening with the humidity. So I'll start there, bottom right. That was showing just 1% the entire time yesterday, from the time we went live, and I've realized why. ATVO, I don't know if it's the way the iRacing API spits this information out, or the way ATVO receives it or processes it, I don't know. But basically, 1% in this way, 1.0 would be 100% humidity. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So not 0.94% would be 94% humidity. So basically 1 would be the full absolute unit of humidity, and it's point whatever percentage, you know, that's, I guess, the tolerance from 0 to 1 in between. So it's almost like cents versus a dollar, I guess. So that 0.94%, it's a little weird to look at, but it shows you 94% humidity, which makes me wonder what the humidity actually was when we went green, because, again, the graphic here on our screen was showing 1%, but I'm sure you were sitting there on your sim, Zach, going, this says a whole different number. You know, it was probably some high number. Now we know, and that format issue has been taken care of. So I'm glad I dove into that and figured that out in the wee hours of this Sunday morning. But otherwise, 75 degrees in the air, 76 on track. You can tell it's taken a little bit of warmth as the sun has come up and put a little bit of warmth back out in the atmosphere, and the winds are picking back up as well. They were pretty calm when nighttime fell and everybody plunged into darkness. It was down to 2 miles per hour, 1 mile per hour at times. It's still out of the south for the most part, but now southwest, and picking back up to about 10 miles per hour. I will take my first real look around at some of these cars as we've exited the night, run a few hours of morning now for these teams, and get going through the back end of this race. Here's Hello Twitch. As Alexei Solk, you know, I was gonna try and sound that one out. I'll leave it to somebody who knows better than I do. But Alexei behind the wheel of the number 911 machine in LMP2 composite performance, about a minute 40 back. And there's Brandon Walker. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility, depending on which way this race swings and the weather swings, as it looks like we have a break in the rain coming probably 20 to 30 minutes out, if even that, maybe even 15 to 20. Once that break in the rain hits, it'll take about 45 minutes to dry this track to usable conditions, to use slick tires. Once that hits, who knows? Composite performance could be off to the races. We could have ourselves a fight again in LMP2, and for that matter as well, that could change things entirely down in GT3, and still could change things in Hypercar. The top 3 in Hypercar aren't terribly far apart. A few minutes apiece, less than a lap. It's not all the doom and gloom that some teams were kind of making it out to be at one point. Something happened. Something big happened to Duncan Dudes. I don't know what it was, but something big happened to that 74 car to completely change this race. And, you know, I was fully prepared when we signed off last night to say, you know, this is their race in the morning, 2 or 3 laps between first to second. Now it's kind of, can Goliath catch back up to, not quite David. I wouldn't call BRT David at all, but still, it's Goliath trying to catch back up, I suppose.
Yeah, and they have jumped into that lead a decent bit while we were having our technical difficulties. They were at 3.5 minutes behind. They're now within 3 minutes and 19 seconds, so they have chopped into that bit a little bit more. And I think you kind of touched on it a little bit there, Andrew. There is a break in the weather as of right now, and within the next 15 minutes. I was looking at the weather info that iRacing gives us. They're going to be under 100% worth of rain for the next 15 minutes, but after that, the 15 minutes after that, so we're within about 30 minutes now. It says 0%, and it's going to stay that way for about another hour. Then they get hit with another, say about an hour worth of rain, and then after that, it looks to be 0%. So if cars like the Duncan Dudes is kind of relying on a dry track, on a drier track, then they've got their race in front of them, really. If they're relying on faster speeds, faster pace, their race is right there in front of them. As soon as this track does start to dry up, as soon as this rain does go away, they might be able to gain a little bit of time within that break that I mentioned, about that hour break that they're going to have without rain. So there is going to be with that break that might shake things up a little bit more, and then the rain does come back in, which shakes it up yet again. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel for some of these guys as far as rain goes. They just got to tough it out as of right now.
I think another element to this story for Duncan Dudes is, how they played their cards in the beginning of the race. They seemed to put Patrick Thompson behind the wheel for a significant and overwhelming portion of those first 8 hours that we covered, and he led the entire way. They threw in, I forget the name now, but their kind of number 2 driver, it seemed like, and they were both very consistently faster than the rest of the field. Patrick Thompson's I rating, I believe, is about 9,000. Luke Grange, behind the wheel currently, about 4,000. That is a stark difference. I think part of why we're seeing the 74 behind right now, I'm sure something still happened to them to put them behind initially, but I think part of it comes down to how they played their drivers. Can they get Patrick Thompson back in the car? Because Patrick was great in the rain. He pulled away from the field in the rain. But will they be able to use him again and still make fair share? That's my wonder at this point. How they've played their cards and making fair share and all of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Basic Ollie back behind the wheel at BRT for another stint. And these guys, they do sometimes run 4 hours. We probably have 1, maybe 2 driver changes left in Hypercar at this point. It's going to be interesting to see who actually climbs aboard these machines to the end of this race, because this is, trying to cross the T's and dot the I's, as you said at one point in the opening portion. This is that time to make sure that everybody's got enough laps, and you can still get your fastest driver in for as many laps as possible. It's always a very fine line to walk, and that might make the difference.
I think you bring up a good point, Andrew. We always talk about the race strategy during the race, the battle within the battle, so to say, on the racetrack. But I mean, picking your driver lineup is half the battle. You obviously want to try to get your fast guy in first. You want to try to get some sort of leverage on the track, and we saw it with the Duncan Dudes. They were able to pull away to a very, very large lead, and I think that's probably one of the things that they were more focused on, is trying to have some sort of time to give up should they need to. Obviously they have, but it's kind of fallen away from them. So the strategy of when to put in drivers and when to utilize said drivers really is really up in the air as well, because you could have an Excel sheet, a spreadsheet for when drivers get in, when drivers hop out, but that's could be ever changing as the race progresses. So it's going to be interesting to see if these guys do throw themselves, or if they do put like you had mentioned, some of their guys back into where they are maybe a bit more comfortable in the rain or whatever it may be.
I will say one group that I'm pretty impressed by to stick in this race despite whatever has happened to them is Satellite Racing Galaxy, as well as DG Racing, Fury Simsport, Aerodynamics Rev. Like, the back end of this hypercar class has done a fantastic job of maintaining where they're at, staying in the race. I know there was a caution period literally as soon as we signed off the broadcast last night, and then another one a couple of hours ago. Maybe even one more in between there. So these guys have had a few stoppages, if you will, a few curveballs thrown their way, but they've stayed in this race, and I'll always give a tip of the cap to teams and drivers that stay in despite pretty poor odds. They want to stay in the race, want to fight for all they can, get whatever position they can, and just keep racing. I mean, it's a 24-hour race, right? You're never going to know who's going to win until the final few laps, usually. And maybe that's a stretch, because you can have a good idea, maybe an hour out, 2 hours out, but until you actually get to those final few laps. Literally anything can still happen. A GT3 loops it in a weird spot, or an LMP2 maybe doesn't let you buy right away. Like, anything can still happen. I hate to even speak this into existence possibly, but hardware failures, we just had a few. It's possible. Like, until you get there, you just don't know what's going to happen. You've got to stick with it.
I think watching on board of the 64, the Satellite Racing Galaxy team, I think this just goes to show that you pretty much said it, why you shouldn't ever really give up when it comes to this. If you do have a problem early in a race, hell, even in the middle of a race, it just goes to show that whatever it is, you can't overcome just because you don't know exactly what's going to happen. You don't know if, like Andrew said, the guys in front of you catch somebody at the wrong times, a slower car slips up, a slower car doesn't give way the way that they have been all race. There's just so many variables, so many different scenarios that could happen that could elevate you position-wise, track-wise. There's just so many different things. So I think the Satellite Racing Galaxy group is a living, breathing testament to why you should never give up, to stay in the race no matter the odds. And you never know, we could be talking about them come towards the end of the race. So again, it's one of those situations where you don't know, we don't know. And like you said, we may have an idea with two hours left, an hour left, but that's still never a guarantee. So we see the 190 car get back out on track here. This is an LMP2 come out from what looked like the Mulsanne curve right there.
So I didn't realize, because of one of the hiccups we had this entire time, we've been commentating, and it's been in replay on the broadcast machine. It's keep in mind, it's 3 a.m. here, 3:35 a.m. now. I've got about 45 minutes of sleep in me since we were last live. So, yes, we just had a moment there for Aztec Racing. I was looking through timing and scoring, trying to find the closest margin at this point in time, and this is the one that spoke to me. Not because of the margin, but because of the speed. The 190 actually dropped down to 0 miles per hour, and this is why. They were off in the barriers. Let's go back and see how they got there. This is into Mulsanne corner. And I'd imagine, yeah, just a little bit of skidding, some lockup. Again, really wet out there. It's very easy, even with full wet tires. I mean, these aren't inters. These are not intermediates. These are full wets. Even with these full wets, it's very easy to lock up in these prototypes, especially they're lighter cars. They don't have all the nose weight dropping down like a GT3 car does to force that contact patch down into the asphalt. So it's very, very easy to lock up and carry on like that.
And one of the things that Aztec did there when they came back out on track is they brought gravel with them. And now, if you thought only dealing with rain was bad, imagine dealing with rain and gravel underneath your tires, especially out of a corner where you have to track out all the way to the dirt. But I think Aztec did a good job there, noticing that the car didn't have grip going into the Mulsanne curve right there, noticing that the car didn't have, a little bit of a skid under braking, and was able to identify and try to minimize any kind of damage. And I think that's what a lot of teams need to focus on here, is if there is going to be a situation or something that arises to the point where you might be skidding off, to minimize any kind of damage, minimize any kind of mistake in said skid, to make sure that your car stays running alive and well. But one thing that I did want to kind of point to, Andrew, is we're on board here with Thiago Rodriguez, the number 33 team for the LMP2, sitting 4th in class right now, is that the GT3 class is still relatively close. Now, 2nd place through 3rd, or through 4th, it was 5th at one point, but through 4th now, all on the same lap. So these guys are still relatively close as we ride on board with the 43.
Yeah, jumping on with Hyperion here, Derek Heiberger, they are 2 minutes out of the lead, and if you look backwards as they skid a little bit there through Mulsanne, it's again about 2 minutes back. This is now looking back to Catalan Mule and Walk Racing Federation. It's, I'd say, what, 2/3 of a lap between each car right now.
Yeah, I'd
So-
say so.
And that theme kind of continues through a lot of the field, not exactly from third to fourth. From third to fourth, it ends up being there's third place, 17 seconds from third back to fourth, and Mike Dam and Orion Race Team. So the third and fourth battle is a little closer, but then you look at Orion back to Arctic Sim Sport, and again, 2 minutes, about 2/3, 3/4 of a lap, thereabouts. The closest margin for position on the racetrack as a whole is actually going to come within GT3. It's going to be Orbit Drop Bear chasing Arctic Sim Sport. So this is for 5th position. 6th chasing 5th. Here's a look at 6th place Connor Nixon back behind the wheel. And this is a largely Australian team as well. This is midday getting to evening for them in their part of the world. They're actually going to be driving pretty late into Sunday night and then have work Monday morning, I'm sure. So this is kind of starting to really wear on them. Nixon out of Australia here. This is starting to wear on them in a whole different way than it is for us here in the States.
Well, and like you said, that it just goes to show the dedication that some of these guys have put into what, I mean, let's call a spade here, really a hobby, but I mean, some of these guys have put in their heart and soul. Andrew, you and I kind of talked about it after the 2.4 about how much time and dedication that the admins put into the major series. Well, we hadn't really talked about the drivers, all the practice laps, all the time and effort put into a setup, into practice, everything that they put in, just coming in to show what these drivers had to go through. Not only that, but just the time of day, like you said, Sunday night into a Monday morning. Now, I hope some of those guys took at least Monday off so they can at least rest up a little bit so they can get through the rest of the week relatively unscathed. But I mean, it just goes to show that these guys are putting in their heart and soul into what iRacing is and what the majors is. That's why this series is so a little bit of a wiggle there from them, but that's why the series is what it is, the prestige of it. It's everybody wants to win this. Everybody wants to give their best effort. So I think we're seeing it here for these guys.
Handful of LMP2 pit stops occurring as we get our first pit cycle since coming back live. Hello Twitch has just pitted. They are on their out lap and behind the wheel now. Anton Tokbulatov. I believe that is a driver change there for Anton, and out of the country of Georgia. I was actually, so there's a new system here on iRacing. It's replacing clubs. It's the flag system. Basically, any driver can claim whichever country they'd like that iRacing is available in. In this case, I think most of the field has chosen pretty accurate to where they live. In this case, Anton choosing Georgia. We tried to prioritize in setting this up. So we've only had a week or so to actually set this up and get these graphics made, and really it was the last 12 hours before the broadcast started yesterday. That said, try to prioritize the most common countries and ones that we would for sure see. Tried to go through and add a few more this morning before coming back live. This was one of them that I saw we had a Georgian in the field. Wanted to make sure we added that. And that was a scary little stutter. We also have, of course, United States. That's pretty common. Netherlands is in there. Focus Racing out of Portugal. Want to make sure we had them included. Let's see. Keep going down. We've got iRacing chosen, and this is a default. So this is maybe where you can step in, Zach, and see if we've got one to add. Where is Thomas Mora from on the results page?
As far as the results go, apologies if I stutter here a little bit. So right now, Tomas Amaral Mora, if I butchered that name, I apologize. He is currently racing out of Andorra. The rest of his teammates are out of Portugal, but he is currently holding out of Andorra.
There you go. So one we haven't made yet, one that we'll try and add to the repertoire moving forward. Down into here we go. Hayden Veld, another great example. What does Hayden have claimed?
Let's see, the 99. Hayden, he is currently held out of Niger. The rest of his team, Australia. Actually, Benjamin Cora, a part of his team, is held out of France, so that's kind of a home race for him. But Hayden Veld right now held out of Niger. So we have, plenty of representative countries here with China, Germany, U.S., the U.K., Netherlands, Andorra. There's so many different nationalities, so many different, like I said, nationalities being held for this race. It just goes to show the outreach that iRacing has had, the outreach that the motorsports industry has had to all of these countries, the love of motorsports for these guys.
BRT has just boxed, and that took them, well, a whole lot closer to Duncan Dudes, about a minute and 20 seconds closer, which matches up with the amount of time they spent on the pit lane thereabouts. A minute and 11 seconds of the pit lane, of course, slowing down and speeding up will add a few extra. So, that gap has come down ever so slightly. You see a minute and 38 seconds now back to Grange and Duncan Dudes. Now, I'll respond directly to Alex Crusoe out in the YouTube chat. I see our mic levels peaking right about the same when we're both talking directly into the mic. But there are times I think Zach and I both have a fixed mic, so we might be looking at other monitors. For example, I'm kind of moving my head around, talking different directions. He might do the same, where the voice will trail off a little bit. So there might be a little bit of fluctuation there, but at peak, they're both peaking very similarly. So I'll try and monitor and chase audio if I have to, but at least at peak level, we should be peaking around the same. And of course, we have different mics, so they might be condensed a little bit differently. Without going into full EQ mode, I mean, that's kind of neither here nor there at this point, but I'll monitor it because it is something we want to have right. But I at least see them peaking around the same spot. Here's Satellite Racing in, Duncan Dudes as well. So a pit cycle now for Hypercar. And it would be a good idea, I think, to jump in actually with this team. They've just boxed. Brandon Wilson climbing aboard for Aerokinetics Red. What do you say we jump on board with them for a little bit?
I like that idea.
Let's jump in. I'll send you down first, make sure they're good with it.
Let me see here. Oh, they had a big off there. Sorry.
So while he checks in with Aerokinetics Red, Brandon Wilson, I think Diogo did some of their heavy lifting. Diogo El Sa, rather. He's the only driver from that team we've not seen aboard the car. But we also had a couple of teams kind of drop out. Unlucky Luck is maybe the biggest of those bunch that completely dropped out of the race and of Discord that we no longer have to talk with. So we'll be living maybe a little bit longer with Brandon Wilson in Aerokinetics Red, waiting on confirmation that we can head down.
All right, well, jumped in there. I apologize if I cut off anything. Yep, they're good to go, Andrew, whenever you feel set.
Well, let's drop down.
All right.
Hit everything. Yeah. Oh wait, never mind. They're here.
Well, good morning. It's been certainly an interesting overnight from what we've seen. I'm gonna go right to asking you guys if you're okay with it. Kind of how your race recap has been in the time that we've been away.
Wet.
Yeah. Very
I'm fucking done with wet.
Very wet.
Sorry for the language.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Let's
they're
just
talking about.
say-
I've been sleeping, so it's been great for me.
Check
Yeah,
your
Brandon
bed if
over
you didn't
here
have any wet
just,
dreams.
Yeah, Brandon just woke up from 6 hours of beauty sleep. Just an FYI, I've been here since the start of the race, and it is now 4 a.m. And I just finished another double, and it has been non-stop rain. Oh my god. Diago is on the verge of insanity. Just poured himself a cup of coffee.
It's not doing anything. I don't know what to do.
But we're
I
P8. I don't know who expected that. We kind of did, but didn't. Um, so it's definitely a bonus there of losing sleepovers that we're gonna at least finish in the top 10 after coming back from P like 20th or 21st.
Absolutely. The perseverance, I think, speaks for itself to stay in the race when so many teams have dropped out. I guess I'm curious, you don't have to theorize too much if you don't want to, but, if you'd like to, any theories as to why we saw so many teams drop out? Was there maybe an incident that we missed during one of the safety cars? I know checking up for safety cars has been a big deal in the rain, so any theories or any causes that we miss as to why so many of your hypercar counterparts have dropped out?
Now, there's
I think
definitely
it
a
was
lot.
different conditions, to be
Well,
honest.
yeah, in addition, DWR, they crashed and got like 45 minutes of repairs or something I heard through the chat. So I think they called it. And BRT took the lead roughly, like 4 hours ago, I think. Duncan Dude swapped drivers. I don't know who they swapped in, but I was actually the fastest car on the track and was battling with Duncan Dudes. I got around him, kind of pulled a gap, and then I made a mistake. He got back by me. I got back by him, and then coming into the Dunlop kink here, he came through the right and kept going right, and the car kind of broke as he was turning right because it was still wet, and he just went right into the barrier on the right side of the track. So it just kind of slid out right into the barrier right in front of me. And then that basically is how BRT ended up in the lead, and they've been holding it since. And then Duncan Dudes, they've been on a pretty good push. But yeah, everybody else I'm not too sure. It kind of just slowly happened, I mean, I've been here, but I mean, like I said, it's 3:50 a.m. I've just been doing my laps, but I mean, everybody's slowly ticking off. And then I think we had that safety car incident that took a few people out. And really, it's just not giving up. A lot of people give up way too easily, in my opinion. And I think that's kind of how we're doing so good is, we're just taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people have kind of given up or had circumstances that kind of ruined their race, and they decided that they didn't want to do it anymore. And we've been able to move up because, I mean, you guys went off. We were, P14, between P14 to 17 area, if I recall. And we are now P8, so we've definitely been doing a lot of work and still pushing every time we're in the car. We're not really kind of chill. I mean, we are kind of now as we come towards the closing bit of the last 5 hours, but again, P7 is only a lap away. So, that's always something we're looking at. So always kind of looking on that next position and pushing, which I think is definitely where we're benefiting a lot, as we're not really looking on stability, even though we should be. We're still eyeing up that next position.
And of course, in the dry, you guys have a huge leg up on LMP2, but in the wet, it's a big equalizer between your two classes, so it's harder for you to climb through the LMP2s that you're mired within. You still have two LMP2 cars to pass. How challenging has that been trying to go toe-to-toe with them? Obviously, they don't want to slow down, right? They're going for their own positions, and you're trying to get through them, so what is that like?
Not horrible. Guys have been pretty respectful, so kudos to everybody on track. I haven't had many incident problems, actually any at all. Everybody's been driving their race good, nobody's been all over the place. I say that, and then who was it who was in here earlier who watched me almost get killed by that LMP2? But no, everybody's been really good this race. I've had a lot of fun. The racing here has been super clean, and this is my first majors event in general and 24-hour majors, so I'm definitely very pleased with how everything's been ran and how smooth it's going. And yeah, but traffic's actually not been horrible, especially now that the fields have lightened up from incidents and things like that. When the safety car does hit the GTD field, that first lap around, when you get them all kind of slotted in place with P1 all the way to like P12, kind of tail to tail, nose to nose, That does get a little sketchy, especially if it's wet. But apart from that, not too many issues with lappers that I've had. I mean, Diago might say differently.
I mean, in terms of meatballs, we already did 15 minutes of repairs for no apparent reason. The first time I clashed with an LMP2 to my, I think it was my rear, and it gave us a meatball, and there was no damage on the car, not even visual, and it was a 7-minute repair. And then before switching with Brandon, the same thing happened, and another 7 minutes
Hang
with
on,
no
Diago.
damage basically.
Brandon, FYI, P6 killed himself in his towing, so keep a decent pace because he is going to be about 3 laps ahead. So if you keep a decent pace, we're probably going to get that position.
10-4.
But yeah, so again, things just kind of playing in our favor here, which is kind of what we've really been working on. I wonder what happened to this guy. Oh, you're watching.
Yeah, we'll take a look back and review what happened here to DG Racing.
Yep, car feels good right now. Feels good to push. I like the rain.
Okay. Yeah.
I know you guys are sick of it by now.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I love the rain. Like I said, it's just
It was
when
just too much. It was the
when it's
different
4
conditions every
a.m.
single time.
Yeah, when it's 4 a.m. and the rain is rain, and then Diago won't get in, so now I'm forced to stay in. I'm just kidding. Kind of.
We already told you to go to sleep. You have 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just take them.
Well, they're here now, and I feel wide awake all of a sudden. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, looking at that replay, that's actually happened to me a few times. It just come in, that slick line is still a little slick, and there's a big puddle in the dip, and it hits the white paint strip on the left side, and just locks, micro locks. There's nothing you can really do about that. Kinda unfortunate for him though. But I've gotten lucky a few times with that. And the best thing you can really do in that scenario is try not to keep locking and get off the paint as quick as possible. And contrary to popular belief, I yank the car to the right and try to go through the gravel sideways so that either the gravel will slow me down quicker, or 2, I hit the wall sideways, which limits my front end damage. Especially if the gravel's wet, it will help slow you down a lot. So it will be your best friend if you're trying to avoid a wall after going out of the paint.
So a big hit there for Pascal behind the wheel of the DG Racing 73. I guess I'll turn it over to Zach here in a second, but I have one more question for you guys at the present time. More so, I guess, for Brandon, since he's in the car currently. Of course, rain just ended. Watching the radar, it just finally passed overhead, and we got some clearer skies for a little bit. How does the track feel? I know it's about 45 minutes, so about a stint length until you can really switch over to the slicks, but how does the track feel currently as we begin? Got some clearer skies for a little bit. How 5 minutes, so about how does the track feel as we begin that drawing?
I'm happy. Pretty comfortable. The car move around a bit. It's fun to drive.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking at the weather radar. With how wet the track is right now, there's a chance.
Oh no.
Did Brandon die? No, we're good.
Slightly.
Looking at the, we're fine. Before you go though, looking at the conditions, this might be one of those staying on wets the whole time. It is pretty wet out there, and the rain will start within the next hour. So unless it gets dry enough, I mean, you're gonna be on slicks for not even a stint, and then back to wets. So this is gonna be a tricky one on switching over, because you're gonna switch over at probably around, I would say, the 11:30 mark, and then half an hour, which is probably about half a stint, you have to be back on wets for the rain at 12. So we'll see if some people try to just stay out on wets the whole time, or if that'll be interesting actually. So we'll see. That could cause some drama.
Yeah, I think that was going to be my next question to you is what kind of strategy do you want to pull here with having no rain or coming from rain into no rain, going back into rain and then no rain out of it? If that was going to be if that was going to be the call to go to slicks, maybe not even go a full stint, but Brandon, how we looking on repairs, brother?
Only 2 minutes optional. That was
Okay.
it. Not too bad of a hit.
Yeah, you guys always get to see Brandon's good side.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we had-
he's been up.
That was just a little bit too much overconfidence, I think.
We also then
I think
had
he's still waking
iRacing
up.
crash while going back to your onboard. So we'll be reloading here. We'll keep listening in. By all means, you guys keep going. On my side, I'll be loading back in and getting back to a picture here in a second.
Quick question: did it freeze and then crash?
Yes.
That's been happening to me. I don't know what that's gonna be something, because I've never had that happen with anything, and it's happened to me like twice. Once when I was in the car you saw earlier, and then when I'm spectating, it just happens. Like no sign of anything. The game will just freeze, and then I can't click nothing. I can't close it. I just have to wait, and then it just crashes. So
Well, then
I don't know.
that might be a little bit of a sigh of relief for Andrew if somebody else is having those same kind of issues. So
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, I frankly, I don't mean to brag or anything, but this computer should be able to handle it. It handled
Oh, trust me.
several hours, last night after our initial issue, and we turned the graphics back a little bit and figured out the CPU overload. Frankly, it handled 5.5 hours fine. This should not be happening. So there's something going on with
Be the new
iRacing.
graphical update. Yeah.
Yeah, something with some kind of programming. I don't know if it's a memory leak, or I know that was mentioned in the Majors Discord, but something is going on that there's freezes and crashes happening that should not be happening.
Yeah. It's just weird because even leading up to this, I've done a lot of practice and I hadn't have it happened at all. It just only happened here during this race, which of course is like, pretty important. And of course it decides it wants to happen now.
I mean, through all that, it seems like you guys have been doing a good job of recovery for it. So, well, I wanted to give you a little bit of ish, Tyler. I mean, you said you came in when the rain started and you jumped out when the rain ended. I guess you just wanted to stick with the rain stints, or what?
Well, yeah, Diago ain't really feeling the rain, so I said, "Frick it, I'll hop in during the rain." Cause I honestly don't mind the rain either. I haven't done a lot of rain practice. I don't know how. I just kind of am good in the rain all of a sudden, so I'm actually not really bad in the rain here. So whenever there's rain, me and Diago usually swap out. It's just to benefit him, and I don't mind the rain. I mean, I kind of mind it mentally, but I mean, it's not like I'm not drastically slow, so we're not really gonna be losing much by it. Apart from just mental strength.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to these cars, especially on cold tires coming out onto a track like this, how we kind of documented it before. When it comes to cold tires, wet track, how far do you think you could take it as far like percentage wise?
I almost would say it sometimes depends on the wetness. On a pretty soaked track, honestly, it's almost sketchier than like a normal on cold. Like you have to be very gentle. It's actually kind of hard. I would say probably about like 60%. I'd say like if the track is kind of you could push a little bit harder than you can on like slicks, in my opinion, in wets in like a decently wet condition. But if it's too wet, like let's just say like an orange on the forecast, I mean like flooded, then yeah, you usually gotta take it pretty easy that first lap, because you're just gonna be kind of hydroplaning everywhere until you're able to get some pressure and everything to the tires, start like pushing through that water barrier. But yeah, probably about 60%. Sounds about right. So not too slow.
Yeah, I mean, which makes sense. I mean, you don't hydroplaning through a track like this is not the most ideal, but I think you bring up a good point as far as getting the pressures up. When it comes to a track like this where going down the straights, you do have a lot of straight time on this track. How long does it usually take to feel like your tires have come up to temp, especially on cold tires on a wet track like this?
Probably a lap, I would say. And that's the same thing with slicks on a normal track. Is about a lap. Track's pretty long and has decent curves, where if you don't over scuff the tires, by lap 2 you're pushing pretty good. So yeah, about a lap. I mean, it depends. If it's not like a super slick setting like it is now, then maybe half a lap by the Porsche curbs. Around that time, you can kind of start to get into the tires a little bit, especially if you it really just depends on how good you take care of them on the lap 2. If you kind of spin all a bunch or your rear's all over the place and you're burning up the tires coming out of the pit lane and all through the Dunlopin area, then you're gonna kind of have really hot tires, which are gonna kind of mess it all up. But if you do like Brandon does, which is a very good tire taking care of her, made that all up, and apart from when he has incidents and you're able to take care of the tires, then yeah, he's usually pretty good on pace by his second lap. Usually he's pretty much on pace, or fastest, so relatively quick.
Okay, yeah, because we were kind of talking about it like a few weeks ago on the 2.4 about how it takes a little while for these tires to come up, so that's actually really good information to know.
Yeah.
Well, for the time being, I think we're just going to kind of step away, let y'all do your thing, get your bearing here for what looks to be a really quick drying track. So we'll kind of step away, let you guys do what you're going to do, and if we have anything else, we'll come back to you.
Yeah. Before you go, speaking of outlap tires, I have recently gotten into some top split races, and what I've noticed is top split guys are so quicker. Like you can run the pace of somebody who's in top split and everything, but they're just on that pace so quick, it's actually crazy. Like those guys will be on pace by like lap 2 or 3, pushing like the top times that you see on like a P1 Docs post, for example, or something. I mean, they're on that pace so quick, whereas like me, for example, you know, I'm still slow. I mean, I've been driving this car for half a year now. I started it around Daytona. I didn't get to race the 24-hour, unfortunately. I got to do Sebring, but you know, I've been doing this car for a little while now, especially with the new season 2 update with the new tire model. I mean, shoot, I think it takes me maybe 4 to 5 laps. I mean, not that I'm horrendously slow, but I mean, it's just being off by like that 2 to 1 second, or 1 to 2 seconds early on, and they just build that gap. They can just maintain it because they're just so consistent, which is just so key. Just that consistency. If you just don't make mistakes and you're able to run a pace on the dime every lap, you pretty much have it in the bag.
I think you bring up a good point with that as well, just the consistent pace. I mean, it's really impressive what the top split guys do. I've never had the graces of being around a top split guy, but I know I'd get my butt whooped if I was. So, I mean, that's really good information to know. But like you said, the consistency that it takes to not only build up a lead, but to hold said lead in a condition like this is extremely key. So,
yeah.
But I mean, for what we're seeing here, Brandon looks like he's doing a really good job of being consistent with it. So, but yeah, no.
He also just got up from 6 hours of sleep, so I hope
yeah,
he's being pretty consistent.
Well rested.
Yeah, well rested. That's why he crashed earlier. He was still kind of waking up, you know.
Well, yeah, you know, he's just kind of testing the boundaries a little bit, understanding what the car needed.
I will not lie though. The spotty weather almost has a pattern that's become kind of predictable. It kind of goes about 2 hours on, 2 hours off, where I feel like personally I've kind of found like a rhythm in it, and we've kind of been able to kind of more or less kind of get a flow going with the ever-changing weather. As it, not that it's predictable, but like, I mean, every 2 hours it rains. So as soon as the rain stops, the next 2 hours it rains. The rain stops, next 2 hours it rains. Now, from what I'm seeing, when it rains at 12 to 12:45, it's mostly gonna stop raining. I don't see any precipitation after that, so it'll start to get pretty hot track temps, which I'm actually curious to see how that goes. I feel like a lot of people would actually rather have that wet to dry, so that at least when it starts to get that dry again, you can keep pushing rather than that hot, you know, slippery track, which is what La Hyperpole was like in the beginning of the race.
Yeah, so, which kind of brings me to another point. What would, like, obviously we've been in rain for pretty much the entirety of this event. With the dry getting ready to come on, do you want to see dry? Like, what do you think as far as, do you want to see dry, or do you kind of want to stay wet? Do you feel like you guys are, which one do you guys feel the most comfortable in, I guess?
Sounds crazy. We would prefer the wet. As much as you've just heard us kind of complain about it, we seem to be one of the faster cars in the wet, which I'm even surprised about with my driving. I had no expectations for myself in the wet, and then all of a sudden, you know, lap time wise, like earlier, you know, when I was battling with the leader, when I was unlapping myself, I was fastest car on track by a second. I mean, for 5 laps in a row, leader crashed, and then, you know, I started to make a couple mistakes here and there as, you know, I started to get a little tired. But I mean, I've almost surprised myself with this race a little more than I was expecting, pace wise and everything wise. I really feel like we almost could be in a podium position if we didn't have that unfortunate event with the LMP2 early on, which kind of threw us all off, and I think it kind of got to us a little more than any of us were expecting, especially since, you know, we kind of all had like a plan in mind and nobody was expecting that, and it kind of threw us all off, and it took us a minute to get our bounds, about 4 hours. But once we got our bounds, you know, we kind of decided we were going to set our heads down and push. And P10, we were discussing it. But, you know, at the time, it almost seemed a bit optimistic, especially how things are going. And then all of a sudden, everything just kind of fell into place, and we were P8. I mean, you guys got off, went to sleep. I was actually not knowing you guys were going to end your stream and go to sleep, so I went to peek in the stream to see if you guys were watching anything, and I realized you were off. So I've been waiting to kind of almost meet y'all in the morning after you guys got off with us. About 8 positions gained now throughout the night, so
Glad to finally meet up with y'all. So I mean, another position's right on the cusp to come into P7 for you guys. So I mean, we did kind of talk about it a little bit earlier too, about how it doesn't seem beneficial to throw in the towel.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem beneficial to throw in the towel, just because you never know what the race could bring and what you could pick up. So I mean,
Yeah. Here's the other thing. It's a once a year thing. It's a pretty big event, you know. Why? Like, you know, everybody planned for it, you know, didn't go your way, but like, you know, what, you just gonna, and that's even how I, like, even if we weren't in PA, that's how I would still look at it. I mean, I think right about now is when we would be like, okay, you know, if Brandon didn't get on, I think me and Diago were about to be like, I think we're gonna have to park and get some sleep, because we're both getting tired and it's starting to become unfun. But Brandon got on now, kind of on time, scheduled where we needed him, and kind of changed things, so now we can keep going. But it was getting to that point where if we were going to keep 2 manning, I think we would have had to put it in the pit lane for a couple hours of sleep, because me and him were both getting there. But again, it's a once a year thing. It's a big event. I mean, second, you also pay for it, so, you know, not that that makes a big difference, as I think a lot of the teams do split with each other. But it's just the main thing. It's Le Mans 24. It's once a year. You know, you started, it goes great. Something happens, it ends crappy. You know, at least you get to do it. You know, I really don't see the point in not finishing it. Like, you don't lose anything apart from time that you were already gonna waste, even if you were good, for example, doing good, that you're now gonna not, quote unquote, waste because you're in a bad position. When you just gotta enjoy it, man. Like I said, it's just once a year. I mean, if this was every week, then okay, I could see that. If it was just like another IMSA series race, but you know, it's a once a year thing that, you know, we're lucky to have since it's an unofficial. But I mean, shoot, I don't know. I think I would still commit even if we weren't doing this good to the end, you know, just to say we did it and just to finish, you know. You can just say you finished, and I can go to bed at night and know I crossed the line.
I absolutely agree with that, especially when it's such a big event as this. It's Le Mans, you know, iRacing doesn't put it on anymore, so to have a chance to still have a full-fledged race like this at Le Mans through a different series is still big. So no, I'd completely agree with that.
Yeah, and you know, I've popped in with our teammates on track. We haven't talked much. You know, they're kind of doing their thing, we're doing ours. But you know, I pop in and out. I mean, even they had a pretty unlucky moment. They ended up falling back a little bit, and they were debating on quitting. And I was like, man, I pretty much told them what I told you. I was like, it's a once-a-year thing, you know. You might as well finish. You know, you're not going to lose anything from not. You know, you already were going to finish it if you were doing good. So, you know, you might as well just finish it. You know, it's not like you're really going to be kind of impeding on time that you weren't kind of already planning on racing with. So you might as well finish it and just say you did it, you know. And who knows, you know. Like, look at us. I mean, we're a prime example of don't quit, you know. I mean, we had every reason to quit. We were P5, taken out, dead last, crashed again, towed, free. I mean, I think we were like, if I had to bet, we were probably the first GTP team, maybe, I haven't looked and seen everything that happened in the beginning, to actually use our free repair. I mean, we used that fast repair pretty much lapped like 40 something. We used that. I mean, we used it pretty quick. And then we crashed again, trying to switch over to dries too soon. I mean, it's just been a learning process, and once we kind of figured it out around that 4-hour mark in, we've just been able to crank out laps and just not give up, man. Like, there's really no reason to give up is the thing. Like, you could say, oh, it's over, I'm kind of just spinning laps. That's a hard one to argue, because, you know, I've been there before, especially during Nürburgring in like a lower split when like there's not a lot of traffic. But here there's traffic, and again, it's Le Mans. You know, how do you not just finish it? You know.
No, I completely agree with that. Well, like I said, I'm gonna step away for a little bit. We'll let you guys just communicate. I mean, go back to as you were. If this is the time for y'all to get off, then hey, I would not hate that at all if you guys have been up through majority of the race. So, but like I said, I'll let you guys get back to it, and we'll join back in once we're in.
I gotta wait for my iRacing to crash because it just did that thing where it froze while I'm spectating. So I'm gonna wait for it to close itself.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of Andrew's issue, it's happening to me right now. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But like I said before, it wasn't happening during any of my testing, so it's a bit odd that it's happening during the race. I don't know if it's something to do with the race servers or what, but I would be curious though, Zach, on these last two safety cars when they're gonna throw them out, because we are coming down to that last hour, and we still have 2 safety cars in the bag, as I believe we get what, 5 in split 2.
I believe so. That actually, I believe so. I'm gonna have to ask Andrew once he gets back, but that sounds.
Yeah, you'd have to check
correct.
that, but it's either 5 or 4, so we either have 1 or 2 more because we've only done 3, so that will definitely change up things a little bit, especially with the lead going on. That will, if the safety car comes out, Duncan Dudes is going to be all over BRT, and that will be a battle for the lead, which will be very interesting to see what happens. Everybody else is about a lap apart, so there's nobody else apart from us. Oh, never mind. Did P8 crash? Did they crash again? Okay, we're P7. My game still hasn't crashed, by the way.
Well,
I'm so I went to go click to go spectate what happened to the people we were trying to catch, and so it looks like DG Racing, they had another incident, as we are now P7. So not too sure what happened there, but I don't know if they just pitted, if they had an incident.
let's see, I'm going back on my end to see if I can catch anything.
Yeah, I have Brandon deafened just because, you know, it's a little wet still. Keep him focused.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I
Yeah.
respect that.
If you have questions for him, I'll indefinite him. But you know, just when we're just chatting away, you know, just keep him
Yeah.
deafened.
So he can focus in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him, but yeah. So. Yeah. I have no clue. Like I'm still frozen on I think Mulsanne. Yeah, I'm frozen on Mulsanne right now, so I got no clue what's happening. But all my telemetry and everything's working, which is how I noticed they were in the pit lane for 6 minutes, unless that's wrong. But we are past them
Well, I guess
somehow.
that
There it
leads
goes.
me.
Finally crashed.
That leads me to another question as far as what do you prefer, like when it comes down to a race like this where it's hectic for the first 12 hours and then for 6 hours in between, somewhere in between there, it really comes down because everybody's kind of starts to disperse or whatnot. Do you prefer the hectic or do you prefer the everybody just kind of dispersed?
Yeah. So here's the problem. It depends on your pace, really. See, the top splits. I say splits plural. Everybody's usually around the same pace. I mean, if you look at the lap times, we're maybe a second apart in some of the laps. Other than that, maybe a few tenths, hundredths. So when everything's kind of close and hectic, it's almost better because, you know, the passing's more available. When everybody's spread out like we are now, you have to do it requires a lot more consistency because, I mean, that's the biggest thing is consistency, especially when you're spread out if you're trying to catch. Like if we want to catch Satellite Racing Galaxy here, it's going to require a lot of consistency. They're not slow. We're a little bit faster every lap, but we're not fast enough where we can keep making mistakes every lap and just kind of not really focus. We need to keep our focus up because it's possible. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I think it's what, two laps it says on my telemetry. If we, like, I think we have it. I mean, we have about 4 hours left, about 2 laps to make up, still at least 1 or 2 safety cars left, another bit of rain. I think we have. I think it's possible we get P6, but again, it's just with how spread out we are, we have to keep it consistent. You know, if you make a small mistake now, that gap just goes right back into being open, you know? And all we're doing now is just trying to tick away at that gap so that in like 2 hours, that gap is close enough where we can make a pass. When it's hectic and close, you know, everybody's like half a second apart, you can balls to the wall and, you know, you could go off the track, get back on and still be in the fight. I mean, these late battles when everybody's spread apart, it's really just down to who has the grit to push the same lap time every lap, no mistakes, and pretty much just keep it on pace. And it's tough, especially depending on, especially in a 24-hour race, depending on sleep schedules and timing, who's being overworked, underworked, and things like that. I think we've done pretty good for a 3-man, to be honest. You know, we spread it out good enough. Suddenly I feel wide awake. But, you know, we're coming to these closing hours. I think Brandon is going to be doing a triple here since he just woke up. And the plan is to have Iago finish with a double or at best a single. And if I need to, I finish with a single, and I'm not going to make him do a triple. But that's pretty much our plan. So if anybody wants to steal that, you know, go ahead. But you need Brandon in the car, which you don't have, so that's kind of the key. But yeah, I think the reason we're doing so good is because all 3 of us are very good in the rain. Surprisingly for me, like I said, I expected to be the weakest link in the rain, and surprisingly, I'm not. Not that anybody, I'm on pace with both these guys. Brandon's a bit better being on pace longer. I'm on pace, but I tend to slowly fade off the pace in the rain. After a little while, I think I definitely overpushed the wet tires a bit, just because I'm a bit more aggressive. But I think that's also how I'm faster in the rain. I'm just more aggressive, and I tend to just send it more in the rain, where everybody's kind of more tippy-toed careful, as I used to be. But, you know, it's just, with this wire crunch, you know, the mindset's a bit different. We're kind of just pushing. We're not really worried about, because, I mean, at the end of the day, if we make a mistake, it's because we're pushing, you know? Right. I'd rather we crash out now and end up finishing P7 than not try to push it all and never see if we could catch P6, you know? I mean, I would rather not crash out at all, but, you know, P6 is there. It's possible. I mean, we just made it back from at least 6 laps down. This is only 2 laps. This is like a child's play for what we've been working with all race. This is like the best we've got. But again, you know, everybody's so good and consistent here that it's gonna take, like I said, it's gonna take that consistency, which is a word you'll hear me repeat a lot, because that's really what it comes down to in the top 10 and these top splits. It's just that consistency. I mean, right off the bat, I mean, these guys don't make mistakes. As soon as they exit the pit lane, they do that out lap, and then boom, lap 1, they're maybe a second or 2 off, and then lap 3, boom, they're on that pace, and they stay on that pace till they pit. So it's definitely fun to learn, man, because like I said, I found 3 seconds this week just practicing with Brandon and Eli, and just learning, reading telemetry, and just taking a bunch of learning I can from the aerokinetic team, as I am new to this team. And yeah, so split 2 definitely kind of felt like I'm being thrown into the shark pit, but to be honest, I kind of surprised with myself. I feel like we definitely could have seen a podium if things kind of went more our way at the beginning. But I mean, a top 10 with how things went, I think is very respectable for us. And I think all 3 of us, if I speak for all 3 of us, I think we're all pretty happy with how this goes, even if we finish in this position now.
I think if everything still stays the same, I think I don't want to say that a podium is not out of reach for y'all. I mean, you guys are P7, so just 4 more positions and you'll be in a podium spot. And I mean, we saw it with DG Racing there, where anything could happen. Just a little bit of a slip up, a mishap, a tired driver might just overstep his bounds by just a little bit, and you could, like you said, just not giving up and having that chance of jumping into that spot. But you did kind of bring up a good point, and Andrew and I kind of talked about it a little earlier in the broadcast of how setting up drivers as far as getting the correct drivers in at the correct time. And we kind of mentioned how setting a race beforehand, as far as getting the drivers in at certain times, that's always fluctuating and that's always ever evolving. Has that been correct amongst you guys, or it's been kind of stuck to plan so far?
We originally had 4, and then one of our teammates, he just wasn't able to get the pace. No problem with that, and he said he just wasn't comfortable, and he decided to switch out. No problem. So we ended up switching around and redoing our schedule, and we have all this scheduled the week of. You know, this isn't really last minute. We've been going through our timesheets, setting our laps, and then filling in the data we need to fill out our stint sheets. So the original stint sheet, which is completely off, but I can just kind of pull it up really quick. I can give you a difference on exactly what's changed, so you can really see the difference. And the ideal would be staying on the original stint sheet, but of course, like we mentioned and what you guys have seen, you know, we got really unlucky with some incidents at the beginning, which is really kind of what threw us off. Is we changed the stint sheet around a lot, you know. So Brandon was supposed to do a triple, then I was supposed to get in. Brandon, me. What ended up happening is Brandon did his triple, I got in, we crashed because of the LMP2. I pitted since I did about half a stint. Brandon got in. Brandon crashed. So he went back out, did his double, and then we didn't know, like, we've been doing rain practice, but we haven't really been doing crossover practice, which is probably where this killed us. And we decided to go to dries way earlier than we needed to. A lot of it was due to our overlays showing that the leaders were on dries, which we found out was wrong. So now we visually check. Lesson learned. And he crashed, unfortunately, again, which never really his fault.
To pit, see what they're putting on for tires, because it might be time for dries in like 5 laps.
Give me 1 second, I'll get back to you on that, Zach. Yeah, let me take a look for you, Brandon.
Why are you so awake?
Dude, I'm chatting away right now. I'm like PR man, dude. Freaking Daniel's gonna have to hire me over here. Diago, Q check, dude. My game is still crashed.
I can.
Just pop into whoever's pitting.
So Fury Sim Sport is currently on.
It is looking a bit dry. Looking at this
No,
screen share.
they're still on wet.
Yeah. It is gonna
I
get.
still have 5 laps left. So.
Dude, you might go right back into the rain. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you're ever gonna get back on dries.
Rain coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might as well just finish those 5 laps and there's rain.
Time is it in game? Yeah, rain's gonna hit in 20 minutes.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so best case scenario is try to start. Yeah, just try to take it easy on the tires. Watch the pressures. If
I'm
it
gonna
starts to get too
new
dry, yeah. Yeah, but what I mean is just try to stay on the. Okay. Live on stream, guys. Brandon Wilson in the flesh.
Hey, car's still clean.
Not so clean.
Hey, we've been doing that all race, and you know, it happens. We were just pushing. Honestly, I find it fun to push. That's the other thing. It's guys who like, oh, just take it easy. That's boring. You know, if there's nothing to lose like we are now, I don't see why you don't just give it everything you have, and if you crash, you crash. But you know, you were pushing. Yeah, looking at this radar. Here's the other thing: is we're still waiting on a possible safety car. So if they pull that safety car out too before this next rain hits, then yeah, you could maybe pop on new sauce and just kind of idle around on the wet line, and with the safety car, because it stays on the right side of the track. So that's the wet line usually in most corners. So, but if we're not planning on a safety,
it's gonna drive
yeah. So if we're not planning on a safety car, then it's looking like it looks about 20 minutes. Rain's gonna hit.
P2
So
is
if
pitting, so see what they put on.
I'll take
I mean,
a
we're
gander.
gonna put on wets anyway, I guess.
I'm back in, so I'll take a look. He's lifting. He's on mediums.
Oh,
So yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's smart, it might be. If it becomes undrivable, I've always said, like, whether it's for repairs or anything, just do what you need so you can be fast. There's no sense in trying to.
How long is the rain gonna stay when we get here?
I think it's gonna be like before, like a normal stint, about a stint of rain. Roughly, yeah. So 12 to 12:45, so about a stint of rain. But yeah, so Duncan dudes, they're on softs now, or dries. And they usually have decent strat.
Yeah.
Zach brought up a point yesterday for the same race. Still hard to wrap my head around, but yeah. I would say for strategies, we kind of have our own in a sense of who's pitting for what. But we always look at the other cars for reference. You know, it doesn't hurt. You know, you pop up to Duncan Dudes, BRT, those guys who are up in the front, and you just pop in, take a look, you know. See, okay, you know, we're coming into the pit lane. They are in the pit lane. Did they switch? No. You know, how do you feel on the track with the driver? Okay, you know, it feels like maybe you could switch, maybe you couldn't. Let's not switch, you know, it just doesn't seem like, you know, that's the smart option. And I don't think it hurts to do that. I think it's, you're just using your, I mean, you're able to do it. If you don't do it, I think you're just handicapping yourself for no reason. If you're just trying to guess what everybody's doing when you could look, I think it's just kind of pointless. I think it's helped us a little bit. But, you know, it's kind of self-explanatory. I think what we have down is when to pit for wets. It's usually the switchover part I feel like a lot of people struggle with. I'm gonna deafen you, Brandon.
Yeah.
It's usually the going from wets to dries that people struggle with, because that's usually the deadly part. Is if you switch too early, you'll have what happened to us, where now you're on slicks, where you're just basically spinning, trying to go in a straight line.
Right.
And if you wait too long, you're not gonna overpressure and overheat your wets, which are gonna cause them to feel like you're driving with ice tires, which is definitely a better option than the first one. Inevitably you want neither. So that's usually where it kind of that's usually where it takes the kind of knowing the car enough, doing enough crossover practice to know what it feels like when you need to switch. So we've done enough time in the rain, but like I said to you before, I definitely think we could have done more switchover practice. But I mean, our main goal was really try to get split 2, so we were all really just focused on pre-quali. as you know, that was really kind of our important goal of the week, and we hit it, and I think all of us are excited and happy with that. But you know, so I definitely think looking at this, and the other thing is spray does also kind of give it away. If you have like no, like right now I could see getting away with slicks. The spray is very low, it's very minimal, especially through the corners from what I'm seeing. If he hits a wet line, then it does poof up, but the main line he's on, the dry line, it's either none or a little bit, and that's usually when you know as well, kind of when the switch over is when that spray is very small. For what I believe, as it's just a pattern I see, when the spray is about where it is now, it's usually when it's about time to switch over.
Yeah, usually trying to look for those visual cues to try to give you an idea of when to switch over.
Which is a big thing in the rain. The rain is really visual cues, you know, seeing the dry line visually, seeing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of rain driving comes from visually seeing it. You know, it's like, especially the line. It's just visually seeing a line where it's really wet and where it's dry, and you know where to put your car. Now, the big thing here is if we decide to stay on the wets, because Brandon has about 3 laps of fuel, technically 4, but 3.9, so he'll have 3 more total laps. He's going to have to keep the car on the wetter line of the track to keep the tires kind of cool, so that they don't explode. Not that they will, but you know what I mean. They're gonna get really hot if he pushes them how he's going to push them without going onto the wet line to cool them off. He won't lose his time much going on the wet line. It's just going to be turning, really, is where we're going to lose in straight speed. As actually, it might be faster on the straights if they're really high pressure. They won't sink as much, you know, because they're going to be very close to exploding. But thank God Irising doesn't have it exploding yet. Wait till that comes in. But yeah.
Forward to that, dang.
Oh my God, dude! Just you wait till that punctures and things like that. Oh my God. Nope.
You actually got to start dodging debris and everything, making sure you don't run it over.
Yeah. It's gonna be a slight tricky one here because it's gonna be close. I mean, he's gonna pit and then pretty much pit immediately if he pits. Like, he'll either do an out lap and 1 lap on dries and then pit, or he's gonna kind of stay on these wets and just run them out, which might slow us down a little bit, but not as much as doing 2 pit stops back to back. So I'm just gonna let him decide. You know, I just give my input on what I see, because that's what I'm kind of here for, and then I kind of see what others do. I tell him, and then, you know, he kind of comes up with what he wants to do in his gut, as, you know, he's the one on the track. You know, I could look at the track and say, mate, it's dry, but, you know, when he's out there, the car's all over the place, you know, like, it's really driver preference on when you really, especially with the crossover. Some guys can handle, like, driving slicks on wets a little early. Now, what we did was way too early, unrealistic. Like, nobody would be able to do what we did. We went, like, dumb early. I mean, we went back, pitted on wets, and we were on wets for another stint. Like, that's how early we went. But we didn't know any better, you know, like, we're still learning. But some guys can drive on slicks for like an extra lap when it starts to rain. We're playing it more safe with that, so as soon as we get rain on the track, we pit. Whether that be halfway through a lap, at the beginning of a lap, we pit, then the next lap, or if coming into the end of a lap we get rain, we pit. You know, it doesn't hurt. But it's just switch over, in my opinion, that kills people more than it is the actual going from, I say switch over, I'm about to talk to switch over. It's going from wet to dry. That's the tricky part compared to going from dry to wet. Because going dry to wet, as soon as you see the rain start to hit the track, you switch. And then when you go out, the track will start to get wet, and then you start doing your laps. It's really going on knowing when the track is dry enough for the slicks is the tricky part, which definitely takes some skill. As you see Brandon going into the wet line to cool the tires off. That's usually the part that takes skill. And just knowing your car. That's really the big thing. It's just knowing your car. You know, having enough seat time to really understand when it is that it's going to be because of wetness that the car is unstable, versus when it's the high tire pressure because you should be switching over.
I think it, like you said, it's such a fine line to make sure that it really to keep the car in one piece. Like you said, it's just such a fine line, but
Definitely.
I think it's from the looks of it, it might fall right into what you guys need as far as keeping wets on, where you don't change over to slicks. It looks like it might just fall into what you guys need.
Yeah, because it's about 10 minutes now. It's about 3 laps. So 2 laps plus a pit, and he has exactly 2 laps. So when we pit, we're pretty much going to be going straight in the rain. So this will work out, I think, a little bit better for us. So our strat here is just going to be staying on the wets, essentially, kind of what we discussed earlier, looking at the radar. Pretty much staying on the wets, yeah. So the sun's out, but I don't know. I honestly thought it'd dry up a lot quicker. But we are expecting light fog after the rain, so I don't know if the sun's gonna peek a little bit away. That would almost be ideal, because the colder the track, the harder you can push the car and tires, because the temps stay lower. It's usually the hot tracks that are actually a little bit tricky, because you know the tires are very hot now and the pressures are high, and you have to really when it's hot, you have to really take care of the tires, because the tires will spin so much easier, the pressures are a lot hotter. So that's when tire care comes into place, is when the track temps are hot, like the beginning of the race is when it was really important. With the rain at the 2-hour intervals, it plays into the favor of being able to push when you do get on dries, because the track is still cold. And then by the time it starts to get to that point where it starts to dry up enough where there's really no more wet line, boom, rain hits. So it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of been a slight pattern, which has been nice. Not with the rain itself, it hasn't. You know, we've had some pretty heavy rain, spotty rain, but when that rain hits, has been on an every 2-hour-ish interval since it started that first time. So, but yeah, but back to what we were talking to earlier about the stints. So, what we ended up changing up was a lot, actually. I ended up doing a triple a couple hours ago, and I was only supposed to do a double in order to get us back on schedule, because we actually ended up an hour, I believe, ahead of our schedule. So when I was in the car at, for example, 4 o'clock on the stint sheet, I was supposed to be in at 5. So I ended up doing a double in order to kind of bring that back, as when Brandon had that incident on the dries that second time, we had got 14 minutes of repairs, and he had gone up to eat lunch, so I had hopped in. So I had actually taken over one of his stints where he was supposed to be in for a double. So it kind of threw things off slightly, but we were able to kind of get it back on track.
It's definitely
kind
dry
of
conditions now. When's the rain supposed
about
to
to get
hit?
it back on track. Yeah, you have about 20 minutes till this rain hits. It's getting close. So if you do pit, you're gonna be on slicks for like 2 laps, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's really, it's really up to you. If you think that if it's just unstable, or you really think you're not gonna be able to keep a good pace enough, or you're just losing way too much, then go ahead and pit and do whatever you're comfortable with. But if you think you can just kind of aid the tires to a pit stop, then yeah. I think if you pit this lap, or you have one more lap, I don't know, it's gonna be close. Yeah, there's 10 minutes left. Yeah, you'll get rain next lap, or next lap and a half. You'll start getting rain, so you'll do about if you take good care of the new wets when you go out in the dry, because it'll be like this for like the first lap. You should be good, because after you pit, yeah, you should be good. Just take care of those wets when you come out of the pit lane, because you'll be on a dry track like this for about a lap, and then you'll go into catching rain in about a lap and a half after you come out of the pit lane.
Alright.
So if you were to pit for dries, you'd pretty much do your out lap, and then either do 1 lap and then pit, or pretty much pit after your out lap. So it'd almost be pointless. You'd just be wasting a pit stop time.
Okay.
But yeah, so you're pitting this lap. No, one more lap. I believe. Yep. We got a lap and a half field, so one more lap. Just curious, Zach, how come you guys didn't leave the live stream on overnight? Just kind of go AFK and just leave it on, watching just from TV spectator mode.
I think that's gonna be, once Andrew gets back, that's gonna be more of a him question. I think. I don't want to speak for Andrew as far as why we decided to break it up. I think that it was more so an agreement with him and what the majors had decided. So I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not
I don't want to get in that. I was
sure.
just curious if you just did it because you guys were just catching sleep and, you know, you were having that crash issue, so you just didn't want that to happen and be live streaming a blank screen for
Well, I know
6
at one
hours.
point- I know at one point Andrew did have that happen, and I think that was more towards the back half of the first 6 hours. But yeah, as far as why we hadn't gone through the whole thing, I think that's essentially what they had agreed upon. So, like I said, I can't really speak for what was agreed upon and what wasn't. But yeah, I think that
No,
is-
I don't need to get into it. I just didn't know if it was. I had just said it was for sleep because just looking at it, it looked common sense. Like, hey, you know, yeah, they're just gonna sleep. But I was just like, I wonder why they didn't just leave it on. Because I seen Top Split live stream. They had, I believe, left it on, but they had like a timer that said live commentating in like 2 hours.
Got
But
you.
then I got in the car, so I was just curious.
Well, one of the things that I did kind of want to ask you though, because you kind of alluded to it, was keeping an eye on competitors, even with, you know, the deficit that you face to the competitors. Is there like a certain one that you kind of keep an eye on, or do you obviously you have the targets in front of you? Do you keep an eye on all of them? What's the idea on that one?
I wouldn't say we keep an eye on it. You know, like I haven't watched satellite racing at all this whole race. I think maybe I've peaked because I believe they had damage one time. But it's more or less those front guys on what they're doing. And it just kind of gives us an idea of like, okay, you know, they're pitting here for dries. So, you know, okay, when we need to pit, let's switch to dries. Or if we need to pit now, we switch to dries because we need to pit. As far as watching competitors, we haven't really, I would say, watched our competitors. I would say we have kind of looked at, you know, the strategy of like the top 3 to see what tires they're using, but that's pretty much as far as we go. Unless Diago, who I guess deafened because he's probably drinking something or not at his computer. I haven't, as far as me. You know, I'm a bit of a competitive person, so, you know, when I'm on the track, sometimes my map doesn't load everybody in, so, you know, I'll ask, hey, where's P6 at? And, you know, he'll go and look and be like, hey, he's here. Okay, so then I have an idea of where he's at, and then, you know, a few laps later, say, hey, you know, where is he at again? See if I'm gaining or losing. But that's pretty much as far as I could think of watching competitors, apart from, you know, just checking what tire they pit for when we go to pit.
And I mean, that makes sense, because I mean, it becomes like a dog chasing the rabbit type of ordeal where you have some sort of target for you to push instead of just being out on track just logging laps. So that makes sense. I didn't know if you had any kind of like specific kind of watch on certain types of
A lot of it's timing. Just using the relative and looking at the standings chart is just watching that time and looking at our lap times on every lap and just trying to go faster than the guy ahead. Whether it's by 100th, 1000th, faster is faster. So that's just kind of what we all kind of push to do, is just try to go faster than the guy ahead, whether it's by, like I said, 1000th or 100th, 10th, just anything we can to try to get that edge. Especially since we still have about 3 hours, I believe we're coming up to, or what are we coming up to, 4-hour mark now? Yeah, so we're coming up to the 4-hour even mark in about 17 minutes. And we have, I believe, it's a lap separating us and P6. So that is definitely, especially with this rain, lap time wise, we are faster in the rain than P6 on an average. Yeah, this is perfect. This is actually gonna line up with this perfectly. Yeah, the rain's starting to hit now, so when you come out, the track should be fully wet. So just watch that pit entry.
Yeah, it's almost seems perfectly timed for y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got yeah. Yeah.
See,
It's
and
not
if
gonna be
I
very
wouldn't
spotty.
have crashed in the Porsche curves, we wouldn't have lost 2 minutes, and then we wouldn't have been right on cue with the rain. See,
No,
everything
glass
happens
half
for a
full.
reason.
I love that. Glass half
He's been
full.
he's been doing this all race. All right, but it is gonna be dark green rain pretty much the whole time. So and then it kind of
I'm still
goes
in the car.
to.
I'm just gonna turn down my gamma.
Oh, I know you're still in
in
the car.
night. Yeah.
If
I
you
increased
ain't
my
getting out. You just got 6
gamma
hours of
over the
sleep.
night.
You should be in for like
Yeah.
6 hours. I'm just kidding. No. But no. So
Nothing
it's
been-
light blue right now, and then it's going to go to dark green, and then back to like a light blue, back to dark green, and then I can't see the end of it. But so it's gonna be pretty thick. Not like super heavy, not as heavy as we've seen, but on a bit of the heavy-ish side. So track's already lightly wet. So just expect that grease though on that first lap, especially with how dry it started to get.
Yeah. Is P2 making a scheduled stop?
I will take a look. He did switch over, so he's gonna have to stop, which is gonna lose some time. Yeah, he stopped right now. Actually, as we speak, he's in the pit lane.
Yeah, scheduled. I
He's
guess
switching
just for
tires.
Okay.
I'm car's up still, so I have no clue. Safety car.
Oh, safety car.
All right. BRT's in Porsche curves. The BRT pitter ready for wets. I can't tell. I think BRT's on slick, so they're gonna be pitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go, no, you're not gonna make it in time. I was just say, if you go, I would
Where
wonder
they
if
at?
you could over. They're entering the pit lane right
They're
now,
into it,
BRT.
yeah.
But you two, yeah. If you were closer, I wonder if you could overtake them in the pit lane when they're pitting and do another lap and gain a lap back until they come out.
Yeah.
But if I'm not wrong, doesn't. No, yeah, you would get that lap back, I believe. This just set us up to get that next position. But so basically, the way it works, Brandon, you could pass slow cars till you catch the queue, and then when you're in the queue, you just have to sit behind whoever, and then they'll do wave arounds of all the cars in between the GTPs in order of LMP2s to GTDs to kind of get everybody in their proper classes. So,
Yeah.
because I did a safety car earlier, so that's our fourth safety car of the race. So we have potentially one more, unless that's only 4. I don't remember. Like I said, I know different splits have a certain amount, and it only goes with like split 4, and then the other ones don't have safety cars. But I can't remember if we pop in announcements and see. 3 to 5 safety cars is what we'll get. So we will get 3 to 5 safety cars for split 1 and 2 max. So there's still potentially one more that we can get. So actually, we low key, if the guy ahead of us, let me see where satellite is. If they pit this lap, nope, they're behind Ollie already. Or whoever's in the car, they're already behind BRT. P5 is in the pit lane. But you're not gonna get him, he's already leaving. But yeah, Ollie, or who even is in the car? Yeah, no, it is Ollie. Ollie's, they're going into Tetra Rouge, so just an FYI. Nice one. So yeah, so the guy ahead of us is currently P2 and Q. So, but I don't know how they are in the rain. They're in the Cadillac, so the tires are going to be, if he doesn't keep them up to temp, he could potentially make a big mistake because the Cadillac is not good on cold tires.
So while you guys catch up to the queue and get everything situated, I'm going to step away for a quick minute. I will be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. There's P5.
Yeah, he exited the pit lane briefly. I want to take a look at the pack. I want to see the full pack because I want to see how many people are actually here.
So Tyler, you're not gonna sleep?
Honestly, dude, I'm wide awake now.
Oh my gosh.
I can watch and be here for moral support, but I don't think I have the capacity to drive. Dude, I've been waiting for him to show up. Like, I thought he was going to be here sooner. I didn't realize we were going to go to sleep, but I love being interviewed, dude. I can sit here all day and talk and answer questions.
Maybe you should be a commentator.
Nah, I like the race, so I wouldn't be able to miss racing to commentate.
Yeah.
I mean, if they pay me, that's different, but if I'm doing it on my own time, then no, I maybe leagues and stuff that I don't participate in, but, or maybe, dude, maybe I start a new form of commentation, in-car cockpit commentation.
Yeah, people already do that. They're called YouTubers, like basic ops.
Okay. I didn't think about that, you know, I thought I had a good idea going, and then just ruin it, you know? Yeah, real funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, you know, I didn't even think about that till just now. Yeah, you are right. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. Well, this is good for the tires, because now you don't have to worry about doing that dry lap.
Hmm.
I mean, we pitted, couldn't have been more perfect.
Oh, yeah,
As soon as we pitted, safety car. I knew it was coming. I had mentioned, I mean, I was talking about it. I knew it had to be coming soon. I mean, we
Yeah.
got 4 hours left, and they do 3:25. They were, I mean, they already did 3, and they have a max of 5. I wouldn't doubt they try to get the 5th one in before the final hour, maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But this definitely does not benefit the BRT car, because that Duncan dude's car, he's pretty fast in the wet, depending on who they put in.
Are we, what are we looking like to the LMP2s? Oh, we're still 2 laps down
Yeah.
from the leader. Okay. Hopefully we can get back ahead of them.
We should. We got 4 hours.
Probably 3.5 after the safety car.
Maybe.
So what does this all mean for you guys as far as like strategy call, like, or what to do from here? I've been a part of a couple safety cars, but I haven't heard it from a driver's aspect. What's the thought process here as soon as you guys get regrouped up? Just pretty much start laying down consistent laps, or what's gonna be the call from here?
Yeah, I'd say just for now, just putting down clean, consistent laps. We did pit a lap before, so I think I have a lap less of fuel than some of the other cars. And I think that's fine for right now. Yeah, just for right now, just running fast, clean, consistent laps to get back ahead of the 2 LMP2 cars that are in front of us. That's my goal this stint.
Makes sense, just to regroup yourself with the GTPs up to further up, like position wise to overall.
Yeah, so it helps that we're actually in a safety car queue right now. If there are the P2 leaders in front of me, I can get a lap back pretty quickly. But
They're most likely
I
gonna
know
get
like
waved around if
the
they're ahead of
IMSA
you.
series, I can average. We usually lap the LMP2s per stint, so I got 2 more stints, so hopefully I can get 2 laps back.
It's going pretty quick, so. One, two, three, Brandon. Not you, Brandon, in here. Somebody in the live stream chat said sleep deprived on 3, 1, 2, 3, clap.
Well, I think I'll be able to get a lap back on the guys ahead pretty quickly. Since we're right at the front of the queue.
Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty strong in the wet, especially you, so you should be able to.
We shouldn't need to do a class split anymore. I don't think. Oh, there's still GT3s.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Yeah. Now let me get in this guy's slipstream. Save fuel.
Yeah, 2 mile an hour, because you're definitely getting slow.
Motorway tactics.
Yeah.
Saving fuel. He's saving fuel.
Yeah.
What you should do is just do it and go turn around and just reverse during the formation.
I guess technically the way the wings work, I would be getting lift,
Yeah.
so less drag.
Or fuel efficiency.
Yeah.
I do hope though that with all the new LMDH and cars coming out, that iRacing does make more.
Oh yeah.
Especially the Genesis, McLaren, Ford is now coming out in 2027.
Mhm. An accurate hybrid system would be a great start too.
Yeah, I think they should start there and then slowly
Yeah.
make the new ones.
Yeah.
The only tricky part is what do they do with the Ferrari, man? Because like the Ferrari is not the same classification as the other ones because it's an LMH, not an LMDH or a GTP. So it's a bit tricky there. Like, you know, at that point you might as well make the Toyota and the
Yeah.
you know, Peugeot and the freaking Alpine.
I mean, it's still like the hybrid still functions the same, but it recovers the
different.
energy on the front axle.
No, it already
So the
does in
rear
game,
axle.
but the way it does 200 kilowatt output and 200 kilowatt regen after 200 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, yeah,
something
like
like
it gets up
that.
to a certain speed.
Yeah. Whereas the car you're in now only exports 50 kilowatt and imports 170 and exports 50 every time you give it throttle. And it runs purely off the battery in the pit lane.
Yeah.
It's a
So if
lot
you
of
go into the
effort.
pit,
You know, yeah, I just saw a video of the Ferrari in real life, and they left on electric power.
it sounds like
So
it,
I
but
don't know if they
it's not.
updated the electronics on it.
No, because like I said, the battery system doesn't deploy on those till a certain speed. So they're in the pit lane. They're using
I thought
So
I was about
about-
to get rear-ended right there for a second.
yeah. Man, dude, I'm still thinking about that LMP2 from last night. The one who came out of the pit lane, left, right, left, right, left, right, and then
Oh,
just almost. Oof. To be honest, if you look at the stint sheet, my name is pretty much along the whole thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I must have made Daniel mad because he just threw me in. It was like, yeah, no, 4 a.m., 2 a.m. Let's do 8 a.m. the first day, 10. No, I'm just kidding. I was supposed to be asleep between when I got out at 5 to 10, but, you know, family wanted to go eat dinner all of a sudden, so
Yeah.
had to go do that. But
Ain't nothing wrong
nothing
with
you can
going
do
to
about
eat.
it. No, ain't nothing wrong to do with that. I will not lie though, a lot of the VCs have begun to get empty, so you can definitely tell some people's races just haven't been going their way.
Yeah.
Noticed that a couple hours ago, I just happened to pop out, and I was like, dang dude, it's getting empty in here. Yeah. Look where we are now, Brandon. Brandon was the first one who wanted to give up. Brandon was the first one to say it. I wasn't even thinking about it. He goes, "You want to just call it?" Like, bro, what? And now we're in P8.
It's coming from the guy that was talking about how this ran beautifully because of everything that happened, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's been doing a great job of keeping me optimistic.
Well, I'd say he's doing a good job because you guys are still out here trudging along.
At P8 or 7 now, actually.
And the rain's coming back, so could mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, you could potentially get some positions. Everybody potentially misses their breaking point. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
We potentially get a back-to-back safety car. I'm just kidding. That would be crazy though if they did that shit. All right, green. Up, safety car.
Immediately, 10 minutes
yeah.
afterwards.
Yeah, the
You know,
rain is
safety
gonna
cars
stay.
breed safety cars.
So the rain is still sticking around for at least another half hour, so not really spotty either, so it's gonna be pretty much
Yeah.
rain.
Yeah.
So
I think we're going green at the end of this lap.
yeah, most likely. They usually do as long as it gets moving pretty quick. They're just splitting it up, and then they're gonna have you guys do 80% of race pace, and then LMP2s, then GTDs, and then slow back down to 80, and then cross the line into green.
So got
No
another
way! I
8
just heard you
minutes.
yawn.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This guy just got 6 hours of beauty sleep.
Well, while I got the chance, I want to say thank you to everybody that's watching out there. I appreciate y'all letting us chill in here. I don't know exactly where Andrew went. I think he might have had an early morning family emergency, so we're gonna stick in here for just a little while
Ah,
longer.
dude,
but-
we got nothing else to do. You could stay here till the end of the race, and we don't care.
Well,
we got
appreciate-
nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to shout out everybody in chat. I know we're kind of sticking with this. Andrew has control over overall cameras, so I have no control. So we, like I said, we just
Yeah.
gonna stick in here for a little bit.
Yeah, I paid Andrew $20 to just leave his computer for a little bit.
Well, I don't hate on a family emergency. Especially an early morning one. That's probably the least favorable time. So.
Honestly, I think our car would be the best to watch right now, because we're kind of right behind all the guys ahead of us, and the leaders behind the P2. The battle to watch is behind us, so we're kind of in between. So I'd be curious to see. So I think his POV actually wouldn't be bad for this beginning of safety car, anyways.
No, I completely agree. I was just letting everybody in chat know this is kind of where we're at right now. So we're just kind of vibing. We're just kind of chilling here.
Oh!
Oh, and that's the position, by the way. It's P6.
Yeah. Can't
Don't
get that back
think
under safety car.
Yeah, I don't believe he gets that back, so that's our lap. So I believe we still have to go one more lap, but that's our lap unlapped there, so now we're on the same lap.
Yeah, I think we got one of your bosses out in chat saying we don't mind watching these legends. Hey, wait, it's been a fun time in here. You guys got a good group here in the red group, so.
Oh, for sure.
Brandon, who owns the Aerokinetic YouTube? Is that Daniel who runs that, or is that
Yeah,
Bruce?
Daniel Dennison.
Okay, that's the owner right there. That's Daniel.
Well, owner
Oh.
Daniel, we appreciate
right,
these
lock in.
guys allowing to stick along. Yeah, boss is watching, boys.
No, I've been keeping him updated. So you chat away. It's great communication in Aerokinetic. I love it. We're all chatting away in chat. Everybody's updating everybody on what's going on. So keep everybody informed. So well,
He says they're
I mean, I
giving off
guess-
some big love, boys. So you guys are getting high praises from the boss man right now.
yeah. Yeah, we're doing the best we can, so that's all Daniel asks at everybody. Just give it the best you can and don't quit. So you can definitely see that's worked out in our favor.
1000%, 1000%. Especially with you guys, like you said, still in a decent position. Battle, sure, the next one is a couple laps
sure.
up the road, but again,
Yeah.
anything could happen, especially in the rain here.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a comeback. I mean, like I said, we were 6-8 laps down, and we made our way back up from P20th. Slowly clawed our way up. I think we made it up to like P12, P10, and then that kind of carnage hit, and then we kind of got into P8 with some luck of carnage and things like that. I think we still would have been P8 regardless. Brandon, I swear to God, if you crash because you're swerving way too hard.
Nah, dude.
Dude, I'm looking at it from the far chase cam. Your rear's just all over the place.
That's how you drive in the rain anyway. You just drift through the corners.
Nah, it ain't a lie. Yeah. Brandon's like the complete opposite.
Taylor out in
Give me a
chat,
minute.
any chance of watching the leaders on the restart? So, unfortunately, I have no control over the cameras. That is Andrew, and like I said, he might have stepped away to deal with a early morning family emergency. So,
The leader is in the lead, so
we-
I mean, not much to watch.
we will have to see it from Brandon's cockpit here, but I think with them two right in front, I think this might be a optimal position, but like I said, I'm working on getting word from Andrew right now, but as of right now, I have no control over the cameras, so I would not be able to switch up.
Tyler, can you definitely?
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna deafen you. Good luck. If you need anything, let me know. There we go. So, Ollie's gonna be 2 cars ahead of us, and the Duncan dudes is gonna be right behind us, so we're kind of in between. Here we go. Back under green. It's gonna be Luke Rangi in the Duncan dude's car right now. So we'll see how he does. But pretty close right now. Ollie's still maintaining that lead. Gonna have the Ferrari in P2. Ooh, very close. Oh, we got the... Now, chat, looking on board here, you can see absolutely nothing. Oh, it's behind. Wait, is it behind? No. So, in this situation, you pretty much just pray. Oh, he got him. Alright, well, now we're up 1. So, we are currently in between P1 and 2. Probably the worst position to be in. But, content-wise, probably the best, because now you get to see, everything.
And I guess this is a good time to bring up just how much the rain kicks up right in front. You legitimately have no visual.
Zero. Especially if there's 2 guys side by side. Nothing.
Yeah. Especially, like you said, car side by side, or even 2 cars in a line, they're kicking up even that much more. So you really have no visual. So I guess this is a really good representation of what drivers are seeing here.
Like, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, especially when it hits that puddle. Ooh-wee. Yeah, puddles are definitely bad, especially some of these big ones. Like, when you hit that, the splash from the spray is just huge. It just covers, like, the whole road. You can't see a thing. This is probably the trickiest part about traffic in the rain, really. It's just being able to see. Especially when you're coming up on 2 different class cars, and you have to try to remember. Or if you're coming up on, like, an LMP2 and a GTD, but you never got to see who was on what side, so now you have to try to guess who you're going to follow, because you have to make sure you follow the LP2 so that you don't go rear-ending a GTD through the mist.
I mean, what kind of, I guess, what's the lookout here as far as catching those cars? I mean, obviously, you know, at some point now you're going to be catching a full-fledged car. What's the... like the full-fledged of slower cars?
Yeah, that's the tricky part about the safety car. I think I mentioned earlier. It's just catching that pack of the whole GTD field pretty much in a row. It's really just patience, honestly. I mean, you can't do much about it. I mean, some of them are fighting, some of them are not. But you don't want to kill yourself early on. But good battle for the lead going on here that you can't see because of the mist. But as you can see, a perfect example I was talking about earlier. Side by side, not a thing. So you have no clue who's on what side. But it is going to be Duncan Dudes around the outside, Ollie on the inside, and Duncan Dudes is going to come out with the lead right now. So Duncan Dudes has reclaimed the lead, I believe, as they had gained that lap back earlier on BRT. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they are currently on the lead lap. Yep, so
Yes.
BRT is now P2, Duncan Dudes has claimed the lead around the outside. It does kind of suck now that you couldn't see that, but now you get to see us battle with Ollie. It being in our predicament, the hard part is not making friends, because, you know, with our pace in the rain, we are faster than some cars who are ahead of us. So I don't know how they feel about that. But we tend to pass them and treat them like, you know, they're not really a lap down. I mean, if they come up behind us and they go for a move, we don't block it. We'll let them have it, but we don't kind of go out of our way to lose 5 seconds on a lap to give them the position if we can help it. I mean, if we're impeding them bad, that's different. But from what I've seen, usually we're able to do fine because we're not really a lapped car at pace, unfortunately. We should be on the lead lap. We should be battling for P2 right now, but you know, just the way things fell out, we aren't. So now we have to push, which means unfortunately we do have to try to get around these guys when we can, especially with this mist. You do not want to be behind them because you do end up inevitably going slower just because you can't see as good. I mean, looking at Brandon's stream when he's in that mist, oh my god, not a single thing.
And I think this is when it becomes the scariest too, because with these cars being so aero dependent as they are, being behind somebody and sucking up to them when really you have no idea of how much time and speed you're gaining on them.
Yeah, that's the tricky part about the GTD traffic. You can kind of see their headlights when you get close.
Well, I
But,
couldn't see anything behind him.
yeah,
I was scared.
that's exactly what we're talking about right now. But yeah, I actually had an incident during free practice in a range server where I came up on an LMP2 in the Porsche curbs, and he said he was doing it too. I didn't mind, it was practice, but he went way slow. But it's hard to tell his actual pace because the spray is so big I couldn't see he was slowing down at all, and he just lift coasted, he didn't brake. So I ended up coming through the mist, scared the crap out of me. I just went right into the back of him, and it happened so quick. There's nothing you can really do. I mean, it's such a quick, I mean, with how fast these cars go, I mean, especially on a straight coming into a corner, if somebody brakes early but like they don't really brake, they just lift and they're coasting and you're still full throttle, I mean, you're on their rear in like a second maybe. But now with that mist you can't see, so now by the time you can't see, you have maybe half a second, not even, to actually react and dodge the car while going full throttle, which is not going to happen, especially the way.
All right, well, I'm going to step away very quickly one more time, but I should be back here in the next second. So enjoy the sights and the sounds. I'll be right back, boys.
Strategy-wise, right now, Brandon is opted in to do this stint, one more, and that should put us at 2 hours, where either Diago's gonna do one, I'll do one, or Diago will finish 2, as he just had a bunch of coffee, and it is a lot earlier for him. It is currently 5:21 a.m. As soon as Diago confirms, whenever he comes back or whenever he's free, that he can do the last 2, I'll probably head off and go to bed. So you guys
I can
will
do the
for sure
next
miss me.
ones. Sorry, I was mute. I can
No,
do the
there's
next
no
one
rush.
if you want.
I mean, we still have, yeah, if you're able to. I can stay up and do a single if you want me to, if you don't want to do a double, but he's doing this one, one more, so that will give us about 2 hours, maybe. I think 3 actually, so it might, yeah, now I might have to stay up because it might end up turning into a triple. I mean, unless you feel good now that you just drank a bunch of coffee, so.
Yeah, I'm completely awake now.
Okay, then yeah, I guess you could just finish with the triple. He's looking good, so we're definitely good on pace. So we could possibly get this P6 is possible. If we keep this pace up, it's definitely possible. I think, are we on the same lap as them now? P6? I can't tell. No, we're still 2 laps down. Yeah, we're still 2 laps down on B6, by the way. Because they're lap 288 and they're going into the first chicane. We're lap 286 going into the second. So we still have 2 laps to make up, which is maybe possible, but we'll see, because I don't know how slow those guys are in the rain. So if we're, I mean, last time we were 16 seconds faster, if that's how it stays, then yeah, it's almost guaranteed that we might make up another lap. Somebody just got black flag, that sucks. But I'm sure they did something. Stewards are great. Well, Diogo, you should actually get some TV time, because you're the only one who hasn't been in the car on live stream.
Well, guys, we have been with you for a significant amount of time at this point.
Yeah, I think Zach was waiting for you to get back.
Yes, sir. Well, I think we might circle back, depending, because we lost a couple of teams, of course, in the overnight. So,
yeah, a lot happened last night.
If we run out of teams to cycle through, we might come back and visit you one more time. But
yeah, like I told Zach, you guys are free to chill in here, and I mean, we could care less if you stay now until the end, or if you come back with the last 20 minutes. Whatever you guys want to do, we're here, so.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for the time for the last however long. It's been a while, so.
Yeah.
We
Me and
appreciate
Zach have been chatting away, so.
Yeah. Appreciate the time, and best of luck the rest of the way. Hopefully you get caught up and get a couple more spots.
Yeah, thank you. So hopefully I see you guys again, and if not, thank you so much for the broadcast, and I'll see you guys maybe next race.
Sounds good. So that has been Team Aerokinetics Red. We'll leave Brandon to it and pump back up to our own broadcast booth. And along with that, we can bring in the other big member of our broadcast team. You know, we talked about the shift change yesterday, a couple of hours into our original kind of broadcast stint, and we haven't really had much of a shift change since then, because we had the Zach and Zach show, Zach Murtis and Zach Shucker. Well, now we can have a bit of a shift addition or change, if you will, as we'll be able to bring in Emerson Arden. Emerson, it's been a long time since we've had you on some Major Series racing, but here we are, Majors 24, 2025, and we have the Majors 24 once again. Duncan Dudes is retaking the lead, but 11 seconds between the top two teams right now. Hypercar is still pretty wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. From that safety car, we were watching along with Aerokinetics, but the battle happened right in front amidst the spray. Duncan Dudes, as so eloquently stated by the drivers, Duncan Dudes around the outside, BRT heading into the Porsche curves, taking the lead back of this race as a result of the safety car restart. And glad to be back, Andrew, for some Majors 24 coverage. It is 4:30 in the morning for myself, but hey, we're gonna be riding it out here to the end. I'm awake, I'm ready to go. And yeah, we got some fantastic racing. Rain has been the name of the game today. So at this point, rain is almost the normal conditions with how often we've had it. But the conditions haven't been ever so changing that these drivers have to consistently be, teams have to be consistently on their toes to continue to adapt and work through all the different challenges that the Majors 24 can throw at you. And with rain coming only in the most recent couple years on iRacing as well, it's a newer challenge. Now these drivers have had plenty of practice. I know they've had rain sessions and all that jazz, and rain has now been a part of sim for a little bit now, but it's still newer for those long time iRacers. Challenge that they have to overcome when it comes to running these endurance races. And today, man, the rain has been giving them fits.
Yeah, the rain has been, I don't know, I always enjoy rain and endurance racing, whether it's real, virtual, or otherwise. I've appreciated the amount of rain in this event. I know a lot of drivers maybe haven't, but after all, it is Zeus's revenge. It's part of it, I feel like. But anyways, it's definitely shaken things up and has changed this race quite a bit. We're taking a look here at Duncan Dudes as they lead in Hypercar and, of course, overall. Oliver Furnell, a basic ollie, has slipped back into the second spot. I was away admittedly for a little bit there, but getting my bearings about myself now and kind of checking back in. It's interesting to see now this swap between these two teams for the lead, because even I guess remove the safety car and it felt like BRT had a little more pace. The Duncan Dudes clearly, though, able to take advantage of the situation and get out ahead. So it's interesting to see now this 12-13 second gap between the two. Delta V Racing sitting in the third spot, but a lap down. Hello Twitch still up top of LMP2, but of course it has tightened things up. And then GT3 is its own animal. We have gaps of less than a lap from first all the way down through 23rd. Now, a couple of those teams are a lap down, but the physical gap in between cars is less than a lap across the board from what would be, I guess, 16th through 23rd overall, first through like 7th or 8th. So a pretty tight race right now in GT3, all things considered, especially with the 19 cars that are still running. Emerson, obviously, you covered a decent bit of this event last year. Obviously, this is a much different animal with the rain, but how does this contrast and compare?
Well, certainly, right. We had the safety cars last year, and that's kind of where my stint at least left on off on was coming to a safety car restart. So kind of picking up from a safety car restart and the field rebunch, kind of seeing the other end of that as well. So it is something, and we've heard in the team communications with Aerokinetics Red that the difficulties of approaching these GT cars now that they're going to be all in a pack is going to be something that these hypercars and these LMP2s will have to deal with. That is unlike typical iRacing 24-hour race running without safety cars, where the field does spread out at this point, under 4 hours remaining in the event, or 3.5 hours at this point in the event. But these GT cars are really going at it as well. As you mentioned, the gaps all throughout the GT field is eliciting the most out of these drivers, even though there's still 3.5 hours left. When you're about a lap or so within your competitors, anything can happen. If you are on it, the opportunities can come to you. And in that regard, it's going to be a blast to the end here. As we have more GT cars just kind of working their way around. They are all over one another. You mentioned the calamity that the hypercar class has experienced today. Many of hypercar have experienced sim racing fatalities today, and they are just trying to pick up the pieces with what we got left. And so here's what we've got going on here with 3.5 hours, and there they are. Some of the hypercars that have seen better days here at Le Mans. And there's another one, the 190 team, working their way here through the. This is the front end of the lap. Yeah, it is. This is heading to Tetra Rouge, and Corey Price out of the Netherlands. Still trugging along, you know. Opportunities to pick up any pieces from any teams that might fall out a little later in the running is always an opportunity for these teams to pick up pieces, and fun. At this point, you know, just go at it for fun. You know, how often do you get to run in a event of 24 hours of duration with your friends, or if you don't see them as colleagues, and you know, work with them to complete a feat that, you know, well, that is quite the excursion there. Corey.
Yeah, Corey Price, they had a pretty big off. They were in the pit lane for 13 and a half, nearly 14 minutes. So Aztec Racing, who once controlled this LMP2 class, now has had a large situation. Smethatan Racing also was in the pit lane for about 20 minutes. They've just hit the racetrack. There they are. They at one point also led this LMP2 category. Now 7th place out of the 7 remaining cars in this race. So they are playing catch up and are not likely to gain many spots back, if any, in this category. But those 2 cars went back on the racetrack. We saw that replay with Thiago Rodriguez and Focus Racing down from Indianapolis briefly before this, and that has shaped their race quite significantly. Thiago now in the pit lane. That's about it as far as cars in the pits currently. Everybody else seems to be rolling okay with the weather condition as is. So I will say impressive that we can keep 30 some odd cars rolling around in these sorts of conditions, because this is treacherous. This is, I'm working on getting the radar back up, but this is definitely inconvenient to the drivers, if you will. This is a challenge in more ways than one.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have those puddles that just go across the track, which we've been seeing develop in these chicanes as well, right? As we come out of the Daytona chicane right now, huge puddles there in corner exit, which is right where the cars want to gravitate towards. So when you're thinking on the dry racing line, and you want to, you know, use the maximum of the racetrack, you're gonna typically go towards that. And you see the radar there on the right hand side. We got some green as it's gonna lighten blue a little bit, but for right now, not a whole lot behind it. So the rain is looking like it's clearing out. We're about halfway through that cell as it works its way across the virtual Circuit de la Sarthe here in virtual Le Mans, France, and we're right on board with the 023 GT car. As you can see, the water continue to work its way up. The conditions are just so treacherous visually and physically, and it's a lot for these drivers to work with. You know, you think of a little bit of a dance with the pedals when you race cars, without traction control. Well, it feels like that when you're running through rain puddles like that. Just an egg underneath the gas pedal that you're trying not to crack as you try to squeeze the maximum power out of these machines from these from these traction zones, these low speed corners, and then all the while you have hypercars blowing right through your battle as well to just add to the difficulty of this. And so I don't envy the scenarios of these drivers, though it does look quite fun as a sim racing fan.
Yeah, no, I do and I don't envy these guys, because I do enjoy, I don't really often have the time to do this, but when I have the opportunity to do so, I enjoy taking a car out in the rain on iRacing and throwing out deluge conditions, heavier than this even, at several racetracks across the sim, and just going and having fun, seeing if I can handle it, seeing how many times I spin per lap, just testing those limits. And that's fun to me in that moment, because there is nothing on the line for me. I'm having fun. I'm testing around, These guys are racing in the Majors 24, high stakes for them. Obviously, some bragging rights certainly to be had, and they want to do best. They have their teams counting on them. Their teammates specifically that are in the car have entrusted them to get through these conditions. That is high stakes enough, and they have that in mind. We're currently watching Arctic Simsport by Drop. This is Luke Reimer behind the wheel in the number 6th spot. In their McLaren, they're chasing Orbit Drop, Bear Saturn, and Connor Nixon. That's the little tracker you see on the bottom right of your screen, as you also see the radar there on the right side. We're nearly through this rain, and I think this might be the last precipitation we see this race, as this could be an incident. This is getting hairy.
Oh, baby. Miscommunication, lack of visibility, all of those factors come to play here. It's nearly calamity there as GT and Hypercars nearly come to blows there as they come out of Tetra Rouge and their way down to the Le Mans chicane.
That was nearly a very big accident, and it's not entirely over. As you see that BMW slotting in line, that is Basic Ollie himself trying to work through this group of race car, and you can see Luke Reimer as a result of all that has lost a few more tenths to mix it up ahead. So he hasn't necessarily lost touch with that car ahead, but definitely has made that task a little bit more difficult as this battle goes on. So calming down a little bit, but this is one of those gaps I was talking about. Less than a lap between cars through the top 7 or 8 GT3 machines, and there goes Reimer sliding off into the grass. Gravel, I suppose, out there on the outside of the Michelin chicane. Just gets that car back righted, and unfortunately, that close battle we had within a second has turned into 4 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate mistake there, but as we see the rain clear up, if they are better equipped or maybe looking forward to just the dry weather running, which will come after a while because the circuit starts to dry as well. Even if the rain stops, it's not mean it's them to throw on slicks right away. But they will have still 3.5 hours or thereabouts, I guess, under 3.5 hours to keep their eyes forward and still find some opportunity to work their way around Orbit Drop Bear and the other competitors that may come their way. And so here we are looking at one of the LMP2s working their way down the straight. Very different scenario when you're the only car on the straightaway. No other spray to work around, no other cars to dodge if they are spinning and crashing out. This is our second place runner here in the LMP2 category. They're about 7.5 seconds back of Team Hello Twitch in the 911 LMP2. And yeah, clear conditions so the driver can focus, and if they have a driver that's more skilled at the rain running, they can use that to their advantage as the rain works its way towards the end of it. Now it's lightened up, so visibility will clear up a little bit. But look at that, oh my goodness, the puddling there through the Daytona chicane is absolutely mental right there. These drivers are fighting through, they're just skating along through all that heavy water puddling there in the chicane. You almost can't put the gas down.
And as you see on the radar graphic on the right-hand side of the screen, we're nearly out of the precipitation. And this is the last expected rainfall for this 2025 Majors 24. We don't expect any more rain, and it looks like these have still got to be wets for sure. The tires almost look slick, but yeah, okay, these are wets. So now can kind of begin that drying process that we talked about a couple hours ago earlier. After those initial morning rains kind of moved through, 45 minutes or so. And with fewer cars on track now, it could take 50 or even 60 minutes potentially to dry this track out enough to be able to run slicks on it again. Now, the ambient weather conditions are going to help a little bit, being that it's not as cold and moist and sticky as it was overnight. But even looking here at the weather conditions, we move the radar out of the way as well. Humidity still 90%. Track temp has come up. Ambient temp isn't that crazy, and we're still mostly cloudy. So until that sun really comes out, it's not going to bake the water off of the racing surface. It is going to take a while to actually build that racing line with just 33, 34 cars on the racetrack. So this could be a wet race still for some time. We actually could see, in some cases, in Hypercar and maybe even GT3, maybe even LMP2, we could see drivers getting in for their final shift in the wet and driving the rest of the way, having to make that shift, that final transition from wet to dry, and then continue on to the end of the race. I think there will be a couple of scenarios like that. As Satellite Racing Galaxy comes in, they have boxed in just ahead of Hello Twitch. Granted, so they must have had something hold them up, because they have lost a significant amount of time. This particular box in isn't necessarily hurting them too much, but they have lost a lot of time to the LMP2 class, and Hello Twitch is able now to pass them, along with Composite Performance. That promotes those two LMP2 teams to 6th and 7th now overall, and is really just the top 5 Hypercar teams holding down the actual top 5 in this overall kind of setting. So interesting how things continue to evolve over the course of this race. While we have a moment and things have kind of died down for the time being, I don't see any super close battles for position. I do want to take a look at what's upcoming for us here at Pitstop TV in the next couple of weeks. Of course, this coverage continues on the rest of this morning that we came on air about 3 a.m. for, but then Thursday we head out to Italy for the Mugello circuit with the North American Racing League presented by Maradness, and of course they also present our driver, or in this case team of the day vote, that we'll talk about in a couple more hours. But that's June 26th. Later this week they'll kick off their 8th season of GT3 racing. Hard to believe we're getting closer and closer to 10 total seasons of that league, but they have been going for some time now here on the channel, and we appreciate every season that we're able to bring to you. A couple of weeks later on, as one car goes through the paint there, we have the Sim Auto Racing Association Impel Motorsports National Tour heading out to Slinger Speedway on July 10th for the Cody Williams Design Slinger Nationals, and that'll be a lot of fun as well, as it looks like Aztec Racing will box in here and come in and get service. Of course, you can check all these broadcasts and more out on all of our social media platforms across the wide scope of the internet: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and X. Across the board, you can join Pitstop TV and catch all of these wonderful, exciting broadcasts. With Zach Lindgren taking a little bit of a break for the time being, myself and Emerson Arden taking you through the coverage at the moment. The top 3 remains unchanged at the top end of Hypercar and this field. Luke Grange behind the wheel for Duncan Dudes Racing, and of course they controlled the overwhelming opening portion of this race. Something happened in between our 2 coverage periods to put them behind the 8 ball. BRT took over. That obviously has changed. BRT now falling back to 2nd, about 24 seconds back. And Delta Racing in 3rd has just boxed in this lap, so they come in for service, and they'll likely spend their entire next stint on wets as well. Is there a team? I mean, it's hard to ask this now because we're so late, but I want to try and think about this a little bit, Emerson. Is there a team maybe that you have your eyes on, maybe to still come alive later in this run? I know you've kind of just been relegated to watching a bit of our coverage and that way, I guess, until you've jumped on board of this now. But is there a team that you feel like might still surprise us?
Well, I definitely keep looking, and my eyes continue to gravitate towards the GT3 category, and I can only just look at and remember that I believe it was Orbit Drop Bear that won our split last year, and so that's a team that I keep looking forward to. It's a name that continues to Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, I believe it was as well that team um, delegation. So, I looked at them right now in the fourth position, only one lap behind, so plenty of time for them to make that up. Um, they could totally insert themselves back into the running for the GT3 category, and why not? As the conditions will continue to change, and these conditions with the rain drying now, it's going to be something where drivers will start to push the limit a little bit more, and maybe some may overstep that line as the track starts to grip up, maybe overestimate some of the grip at these corners. And Orbit Drop Bear Saturn with Connor Nixon right now in that McLaren could be right there to pick up pieces and pick up a position or two. Orbit Drop Bear Saturn with Connor Nixon right now in that McLaren could pick up pieces
And of course, Arctic a couple of laps ago, then they had that moment. Oh dear. This is something we've battled a little bit. Normally these little freezes and crashes have been brought on by a camera change. Yeah, I think iRacing is dipping out on us, heading out. Yep, there it goes. So we will. This is the unfortunate bit of the shift change here. Emerson doesn't actively have iRacing, and won't be able to take us kind of radio style through the next few moments. But we've been battling these iRacing gremlins where iRacing will just freeze inexplicably. We had the very explainable issues last year with this race, just overloading what we had going on. We had a decently explainable crash early in our coverage yesterday, but these little crashes have been relatively inexplainable so far. Since we came back on here, because we had a nearly 6-hour portion of broadcasting yesterday, once we came back, that went perfectly smooth, perfectly fine. There were rains, there were dry spells. We even had a deluge at one point. It's like it got pretty heavy out there. But since we've come back on today, we've been battling these freezes, and it seems like we're not the only ones. It's inexplicable to me right now of exactly what is happening. We'll keep battling it. I can say that much. We will keep moving on as best as we can, but it seems to just kind of reset us. And I don't know if my voice actually came through right when the freeze was happening, but the previous freezes all happened right when I took a different camera, changed cameras in the back end at ATVO. That one, my hand was far away from the mouse. I made no clicks. It just decided to hit a roadblock. So, I'm not sure. iRacing Gremlins will do what they will. But tell you what, in this time, and we'll see if Zach Lindgren can play ball with us a little bit for just a little bit longer now. If we can drop down with a team, we can at least listen in while we load back in. That way it's not entirely lost time at this point in time. So let's search. And I think we've got 3 to choose from now. We had about 6 or so yesterday, but we've got 3 options. Antic Motorsports seems to be the best. So let's drop down and chat with them maybe. Let's give it a shot. Hey guys, broadcaster checking in. We just had another kind of screen free, so I wanted to see if we could jump in with you guys and get your team comms here for a few, and then come back and chat with you some more.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Don't mind us for the time being. We are loading back in as we have been this morning. Once we get back in, we'll ask you a few questions, of course, chat with you a little bit, and see how your race has been.
Sure. Thanks.
Come on, guys, you can go faster than this. Should we try it again, round 2?
Yep.
Off in the puddles.
He's holding you up, right? So may as well.
Yeah, if I can find like an actual decent opportunity. Don't mind me, sir. Just... Thank you.
That was quite close.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of brave. I felt like Max Verstappen at Nürburgring then.
I mean, Franz Herman.
Whole France.
Are you gonna hop in first, Jeremy, or am I gonna?
Well, I'll get it. I'll get it to
All this
wet. I'll get it to dry first. So when there's like a decent dry line.
So we're drawing up half fuel the car.
Yeah, I was thinking putting like 70 litres in. But we'll see how dry it looks just before he pits.
Where's the sun? Like what last dry stint was nice.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be foggy for like half an hour.
Oh yeah, 145.
Slippery boy. Whoa! Come in 2 laps.
Yep.
Um,
I'll put in... Yeah, put in like 70 or so for now. And you want to keep these tyres, I'm guessing?
yeah. I feel kind of pacey.
Happy with the wing?
Yeah, it's good. I can't exactly do much there. Except just ride the wave out. Holy. The McLaren that could, we're still on for a podium here.
If they run it for 24 days.
It'd still probably end up 19th.
I know, we have not moved.
Been 19 for what, like 8 hours?
I think I think we were 19th when I came back, and it was like 13
We
hours
were
to go.
pretty much 19th when I got on, which was like 14 hours left. We've been chilling.
I
Well,
think
the
the
car
OPR,
behind
yeah.
was like 150 odd laps behind.
Yeah, when you would have built that gap on.
We're too busy pissing off the non-lapped cars.
As long as you don't kill them.
No, I'll just kill myself.
Well, like fucking.
Oh my lord, oh Jesus.
Like that.
Still a bit wet out of that exit, boys.
I think it's a bit early for slicks.
Definitely. Can confirm. We're the guinea pigs for everyone.
What's my current state?
Definitely too early. Oh, testing brake pressure.
We also only got 3 incident points left, so don't go too crazy.
The drive-through that would ruin our comeback.
Exactly.
Oh, the leaders have just crashed. Oh my god. Wow.
Whoa.
Sorry, I hope it didn't scare anybody. That was just raw reaction. Your GT3 leader just binned it, so I guess this begs the question for you guys. While you've been racing and just trying to claw back in, what have you noticed that has happened while we've been away for a handful of hours overnight?
That it is slippery when wet.
Fair enough.
It is quite treacherous out here at times. It got the last time it was wet, it got really wet, and it was very dangerous. But no, the GT3s have been pretty stable. Like we've been 19th for a long time, and no one's DNFing. So we're definitely hanging on, unlike the other two classes where they're down to just a handful of cars.
Yeah, that was one thing we noticed when we came back was, you know, the hypercars were kind of decimated, cut in half, even less than half, even. A lot of cars retiring there from hypercar, a few LMP2s retiring as well, but GT3 runs on strong, which obviously is maybe a little bit to your guys' chagrin because it's harder for you to catch up, but I think also gives you that much more incentive to keep pushing just in case one of these teams ahead does drop out. Do you think you can catch anybody? I know it's a very tall order right now, 5 laps, but do you think you can try to make any inroads there, even 1 or 2 laps?
Yeah, I mean, we've been pretty much on the pace. Like, we haven't lost a lap for several hours now, so we're feeling pretty good about our pace, but we've made a few unforced errors, so we'll need the same from some other teams, I think, if we're going to make any progress from here. But no, we're learning and trying out a few things with the wing levels and the anti-roll bars and stuff to see if we can improve our pace, and no, it's a good experience.
So while you guys are, watching the leaders kind of take off, do their thing, you guys are able to do some experimentation with the car, try some different things, as you mentioned there with the wing. What all is available to you guys, both team as far as pit stops and driver as far as in the car, in-car setups while you're driving? What is available, what isn't available for somebody who might not know?
So at the stops we can change the front and rear anti-roll bars and the rear wing level. It adds a bit of time to the pit stop, but it can be covered by the fuel most of the time, so that's not too much of a drama. When you're in the car, you can obviously change the brake bias, the brake pressure. The ABS and traction control settings are something you're pretty often changing as the weather changes. And then you've also got your throttle map, which you can change to make it a little bit less touchy out of the slow speed.
Now, who did the heavy lifting overnight? Which one of you guys did the most driving overnight?
Overnight, I think it was Danny Poulton, one of our drivers, who put in most of the laps. Did okay. We had a couple of incidents that have obviously put us a bit behind. Besides that, myself, Jeremy, has done, I think, the most laps, but Reese and Patrick have been chipping in all along as well.
Fair enough. I think that answers my questions for now. We'll sit back and continue kind of listening in for a few. Don't mind us. Maybe Emerson will pop up with a question if he has one, but for right now, we'll kind of sit back and enjoy the team communications review.
Alright, cheers guys.
I switched the tyres to dry.
You think it's ready?
Yeah. I mean, if it's not, it's going to be in a couple laps, so...
Alright, do you want to change the wing back as well then?
Yeah.
Or do you want to set it to like 7.5 halfway?
Maybe go halfway, yeah, go 7.5. And then put the anti-roller back.
Alright, put the ARB back to 5 and 7.5 on the wing.
I feel like Cool Runnings at the moment. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Get on up, it's bobsled time.
It's probably slippery enough for bobsled. I put the fuel back up to 110 as well.
Hey. Get in there.
We are definitely going to be the guinea pig. I don't think anyone else will be on dries just yet. The Evolution just pitted on.
Yeah, because I crashed.
Couple others.
They didn't fully repair the damage.
Yeah, they're going to be... Because they weren't that far ahead of P2.
Well, they might be on slicks. They're having a rough time through karting.
Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah. I guess have to think about your traction control and ABS.
Yeah, it's already set. It's set to...
on exit of the pits.
It's set to grouphack.exe.
Now's the time.
Yeah. Y'all ready to see a comeback?
Come back to the pits.
Careful here on pit exit. You got no traffic behind.
And also no traction. My grouphack.exe may have failed to install.
You gotta run it as administrator.
Copy.
You make sure it wasn't a negative 100.
How much,
I got ice lights on.
How much regret you got right at the moment?
Oh no, that wasn't too bad. I was just more understeer than steer. I turned left and the car wanted to go right.
Turn right to go left.
It's taking a shortcut, don't mind me.
That's the overall leader, by the way, behind you.
Go on, get there. Slipstream, thank you.
And if there was ever a time you're going to lose control in a straight line, that would have been it.
I mean, there's still time. You know how much of the straight we have left?
Yeah. Alright, you got 14 seconds back to the next car, and it's GT3, so should be pretty much on your own for a while.
Just trying to warm the front. Ooh. Hello, wheel spin. Just trying to warm up the front tyres. This is more greasy than KFC on a Thursday.
Well, the fog's meant to lift in the next sort of 15-25 minutes, so it's definitely going to dry out real quick.
I love that. Nice dry line through there. Getting dry through there. Nice. This one, I'm scared. You know what I should have done? I should have ran the whole 24 on full force.
Yeah. I would have got a lot of gifts out of that. How are your tyre temps looking?
In the 60s. Rear's 50. Porsche curves is getting a dry line. Don't die. Mission success.
I mean, it's sketchy, but you're not really losing much time to anyone around you in our class. You're gaining time, if anything, I think it's good.
Sorry to whoever's behind me, I'm on slicks.
This is our full speed.
I have not reached my full potential!
Alright, you get another 6 seconds back to an LMP2.
Turn 1 is very leisurely.
I think that LMP2 just came out on slicks in front of you.
Alright chat, you ready to see the miracle that is a GT3 that's quicker than an LMP? Oh.
He's going to be so slow here.
Dragline race, go.
I think you win that.
I mean, I could have. I'm giving him a chance. I'm giving him a chance to have a gap.
Wow, he lifted.
See? Now I'm back on him again.
So Reese, you've had about a lap and a third maybe to get these tires, I don't want to say up to temperature because it's still pretty wet and cold out there, but build a little bit of temp in the tires. How does it feel? How does it compare to earlier when you would have made any transitions and thrown slicks on a little bit early?
It feels relatively the same, really. We were we had this earlier in our sense. I think we came onto the slicks a little too late earlier. So there was already a pretty decent dry line on the road. But first lap of the slicks in a not so much dry line, yeah, it was like driving on an ice hockey rink.
Well, guys, I know it hasn't been necessarily the best of races with the way things worked out. What do you reckon put you guys behind the 8-ball to begin with, to put you in this 19th place purgatory for so many hours?
It's definitely the crashing. Yeah, we just made a few too many unforced errors, unfortunately, but it's a good learning experience. We'll move on. We've been pretty happy with our pace, so we know what to focus on and improve. But yeah, it's definitely just a few too many mistakes.
Now, do we see any of you guys take part in any other majors events, maybe the rest of 2025? I know there's the major series, of course. I think there's a majors endurance event scheduled for September that more details are being released about soon. Do we see you guys pop up at all the rest of the year?
It's definitely possible. We were going to be doing some of the official iRacing Euros, but yeah, if majors have got more events on, I think we've had a pretty good experience here, so we'll take what we've learned and try and hopefully join some more in future.
Fair enough. It's been fun sitting with you guys, listening in for a few. Might still circle back around one more time before this is over. Best of luck. Hopefully you catch back up and get another spot or two.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
So we'll move back up to our broadcast booth here in just a moment. And let's see. I will drag up my colleagues. And I do say colleagues at this point that I'm bringing back up to the broadcast booth, because I do have more than just Emerson Arden with me now at this point in time. We've been joined now by Richard Wolsifer. So, Richard, welcome to the 2025 Majors 24. I know it's just about over, and we're introducing you, and you're brand new to this this race, but 3 hours to go. A lot has happened. A lot of rain has fallen, and now we're trying to drive this track back out to go to the end. Up front, a 42-second lead right now for Duncan Dudes, who has dominated this race. They fell behind, have resurged back to first position. I reckon they're likely on their way to win, but Basic Ollie's going to try and give them their best. How has your experience been watching and keeping up to this point and kind of getting used to things?
Good morning, Andrew. And yeah, it's a different view up here from the booth, watching a race that I was hoping to be a part of this year, but unable to find a ride. But now this is it's typical of Ma with the rain. It's very challenging for these drivers, and right now very foggy as well. But the leader, like you said, 45-second lead. That is an impressive lead for him, but he's still got 3 hours of the race. There's anything that can happen. I mean, you still got to be perfect for these next 3 hours if you want to maintain and walk away with this win. Yeah, and you mentioned the fog. We pull up the weather conditions here, bottom right of your screen, and you can see the humidity is still pegged at near full humidity, and throw on some fog on top of that. It is a little bit treacherous still. Wet conditions. The track temp is rising, thankfully. That's going to help cook some of the water off the pavement, but still relatively cool, I'd say, in terms of what it was earlier in this race. And the winds aren't necessarily high, so water is still kind of sitting, ponding around the racetrack. We don't expect any more rain unless Zeus really has some revenge in these last 3 hours. So it should be dry to the end as far as the skies go, just foggy at this point, which is not been the status quo, if you will. But as we take a look at your overall race leader, Basic Ollie sits 41 seconds back in the second spot, and that's really the only battle within Hypercar, as we talked earlier about this class being somewhat decimated over the overnight hours from
17 or so cars when we signed off last night, down to 8 when we came back in. The field cut kind of in half, so certainly a treacherous overnight run for them. I'll bounce back over to you, Emerson Arden. LMP2 seems relatively calm, although Hello Twitch has lost the lead, and I wonder, since I had to get back into the sim, it looks like they have not pitted since before that screen freeze. Neither Composite Performance nor Hello Twitch, so I wonder if Hello Twitch maybe had an off or something, but circling back around to them, they are now 11 seconds back of Composite. I say that, and Composite's going to come in a bit, and I wonder, do we see slicks go on?
Yeah, we're at that time, right, where the track's drying out, but there's still a lot of puddles, and the pit stops are going to come, right, because fuel is just evidently going to run low, and we're going to get to the point where these teams have some rough decisions to make. Do you want to throw on slicks right now, although the track is very slick still, or it's very slippery still?
These are slicks.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to throw them on. We're going to let it rip. But I think we're seeing more and more drivers go with that, and I don't know about success, but they're maintaining for sure. I mean, we saw a little bit there while we were riding on board with the with Antic Motorsports, excuse me, that they were a little faster through the curves than an LMP2 car with the slick tires. So obviously on the straightaway, the LMP2 pulled away, but it might be drying enough to give it a go, and I mean that's what our team now in the 55 Machine Composite Racing LMP2 is gonna go with. So here we go. The wiper's still on, getting some of that rain off the windshield, the windscreen, and Mo is gonna give it a go.
Yeah, Mo is on behind the wheel. This is a really tricky task. Everything is gray out there. I mean, you can hardly tell that the track is drying, but there is a dry line starting to form a little bit faster than I expected, honestly. But there is a slight dry line, and Mo is finding it currently. I think he's having to let somebody go by. Yeah. There's a car behind him, I think. And yes, he just went by Aerokinetics green, it seems. So he'll be able to get back on the racing line now, and of course, the racing line, Richard, a little bit different when it's wet, and you build that dry line kind of in that wet racing line. So it's going to be a little bit offline for these guys, what they would usually run, but it's very fine. It is a very fine line, especially with these. I mean, this is just kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It's mucky, humid. I mean, it's gross out there right now. Like it's not pleasant for these guys to try and find grip out on the racetrack at all. It's a very challenging condition. So that fine line is that much finer. Have you done any bit of this kind of racing in the rain before?
Actually, yes, I have. Me and one of my other teammates that I do endurance racing with, we actually ran the Watkins Glen 6-hour last year. And we had to make a huge decision on when we wanted to put slicks on. And on the last pit stop, it was still a very, very wet track. But we were sitting, I think, second or third at the time. And I told my teammate, I was like, you know what? Just throw the slicks on. We're going to try this because we're here to win this race, not to really do anything else. So it's definitely a very sketchy moment when the track is still a bit wet. You do have a dry line to run. But when you put those slick tires on, there's not a lot of passing you can do because you got to make the passes very safe, because once you get out of that dry line, then you're running back on wet surface. And, slick tires, they're not the best thing on a wet surface. So these drivers, the ones that are switching over to slick tires right now, it's a very sketchy time for them for a little bit until this track starts to dry off a little bit more. But I feel that the line's going to be a little bit bigger, especially with as much racing we got left. So, yeah, these slick tires might be the way to go for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, I feel like this might be the most crucial changeover of the race for these teams. Honestly, the ones that have made it through to this point and are still in a competitive position, because this is the one that, if you get right, will make a large difference here directly into the end of the race. Obviously, everything to this point has played into getting them here, but from here to the end, this is a very important switch. And we've seen, I think, the hypercars be a little conservative with their relegated car count. The leaders all seem to still be on wets, but you can tell the LMP2 teams are wanting to switch over and get back onto slicks as quick as they can, as Hello Twitch stays on wets. Composite Performance has pitted, and I say that, and Hello Twitch has actually just come into the pit lane. So they're going to come in, box in, and take slick tires, I'd imagine, given the circumstances, and it's just going to continue building this way, where more and more teams are going to keep boxing in, getting these tires on. And this is affecting, particularly, I'd say in GT3, this is affecting how far these guys can go and how they're going to time out their runs to the end. Traditionally, Emerson, the rule of thumb has been about an hour in GT3, but with the higher downforce laden on these cars because of the rains, they've been running a little bit short, a couple of laps shy of an hour, so 54-ish minutes of racing, 53, 52 even sometimes. So this, if you pit now, it can fit in for a pit strategy for a GT3 team. If you've already come in, you might be a little bit too early. And if you haven't come in yet, maybe you think about coming in, because this could time out well to get you to exactly the end of the race.
Yeah, I'd love to, know what it was that brought Hello Twitch in. If it wasn't, directly part of their strategy, to come in for fuel or change the tires at this point of the race. And if it was maybe more of a response to the lap time, or to get the time maybe gained, because maybe I don't believe the 55 is completely elapsed since they threw on the slick tires. But to see maybe the time difference that maybe the 911 was going to lose if they continue to stay out there, definitely could have persuaded them to come in and throw on those slick tires. And we see more and more takers working their way down the pit lane, as we see one of the GT3 entries, that the Aerokinetics entry there, McLaren, yes, working its way out the pit lane. And 2 hours, 40 minutes left. You've done 21 hours, 20 minutes of racing, and at this point, you still have an IMSA-style sprint race to the end. Plenty of racing to go. But as far as rain, being called the great equalizer in motorsport, this is the last of it, right? This changeover period, the last of the, differing mistakes that these drivers can make, as opposed to maybe just pushing a little too hard in the drives or mistiming. So we have here one of the Mercedes GT3 machines, the 919, here in the GT3 category. That is the Walk Racing Federation GT3, Jimmy Edwards behind the wheel from the UK. And we're going to wait into the Porsche curves is the this machine here.
And this is the final car in GT3 on wets per iRacing and ATVO telemetry. I would expect them to box in really any time. Clearly, they've got a bunch of front-end damage, no front-end on that race car currently. They've obviously met a wall or a barrier or another car at some point. And yes, here they come straight to the box. We'll see if they are able to throw a bumper back on that car. But something has happened to Walk Racing Federation. They were higher up this GT3 order just, an hour or two ago. And worth watching in this GT3 category. Now, things have completely changed. They're a minute and a half back of Arctic Sim Sport Academy, and likely going to fall closer to Impact Sim Sport Blue, which is the one team we've not yet visited this morning, and will be visiting here shortly. But Edwards coming into the box. I would fully expect this to be the final changeover for a GT3 car to switch over to slicks. And Richard, we talked about it a little bit in the opening portion of this coverage yesterday. These GT3 cars can make the switch a little bit earlier because they have the body weight to force the tires down, the contact patch into the asphalt, and have a little more grip, so they can make this change slightly sooner than the hypercars and the LMP2 cars. That said, our race leader just switched over. Matthew Bassett now climbing aboard the Duncan Dudes number 74. They've just boxed in. They've just taken slicks, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they're on slicks here. So race leader is making a big strategy call to move over to the dry tires and try to run this out to the end from here.
Yeah, the GT3s are definitely got the body weight to keep those tires planted on the asphalt and not on the top and hydroplaning over the water. But also their speed helps them as well not have to worry about the high speeds that these hypercars or these LMPs generally have. So, but the leader kind of sort of being forced his hand to switch over to the slicks. He's wanting to extend that lead. Not really try to do anything crazy, but now with the slicks, you've got to stay out of those puddles. What you normally, like we were talking about earlier, those lines, like you're going to see a lot of puddles on your rumble strips right there on the apex of the turns. So you're not going to be able to hit the apex of the turns like you normally will. So their speeds or their times are not going to be like if it was a dry track still. But yeah, the decision to go over to the slicks, especially with the new tire update, these tires are going to be really cool. He's not probably going to be as fast as those LMP2s, at least for probably a lap or two. So he's got to get heat into those tires. And with a track that has been wet, the track's going to be a little cooler, so it's going to take a little bit longer for those tires to get some grip and get some heat in them.
So on board we go with Matthew Bassett, and this is going to force BRT's hands, because now puts BRT on wets. They're only 3 seconds up the road, and frankly, Duncan Dudes is reeling them in a hurry. I think the slicks are the right call right now. I think this is, for lack of a better term, I think this is catching BRT with their pants down a little bit. Duncan Dudes, I think this is a fantastic call to box in when they did, and BRT, I think they've got a little conservative, which might kind of just relegate them to second place in this race unless they can do something, pull something out of the bag. Basic Ollie is a fantastic driver, but it seems like Duncan Dudes might have just a little bit more for Ollie here today, as you see Team Fury and that Ferrari get a little loose out of Indianapolis. And it looks like, do we have sun poking back out here, Emerson?
We sure do. Look at that. The track was drying. You see the virtual spectators all happy and celebrating, basking in the sun that has taken oh so long to show its head here in virtual Le Mans France. And with Duncan Dudes and BRT, right? BRT definitely was the team that should have taken the risk when it came to going to the slick tires. You see the weather now, 98 degrees track, so that's really gonna get some of that water off the track, drying it up. Humidity's gone down a little bit. Wind staying steady, but most importantly, 2V drivers for visibility to the track, for clearing up water, and for us to show us that we are closer to the end with the daylight.
And there's the pass.
The sun is out. Yep, right there. Before they even got to the pit lane, my goodness, that is a major time difference, because when Duncan Dudes came off the pit lane, they were well over 5 seconds back. So at least 5 seconds the difference in slicks and dries right now, and probably more over the course of a lap. So Duncan Dudes already had a 40 to 45 second lead since the safety car restart, from second place, overtaking Duncan Dudes and bringing up that lead. It's going to go well over that now, and potentially into the range of about a minute, that they might have a potential advantage over Team BRT. And they're going to perform, looks like a driver change as well. That's Josh Benson stepping into the machine here from the UK. And Team BRT will go with a fresh driver to take the car here with 2.5 hours remaining.
So Josh Benson will climb aboard the Basic Ollie Team BRT BMW, likely to the end at this point. I don't think there would be another driver change performed at this point in time. That this should be their final change. It looks like Fury Simsport will do the same, putting William Foyle aboard their Ferrari to the end. They run 5th, and they're kind of in their own world at the moment. We'll see if they're able to catch up to anybody. They would be trying to catch up to North Sim Racing GTP Yellow, but for Josh Benson and company at Team BRT, it is a bleak look. They are 58, call it 59 seconds back once they warm those tires up and get them up to temperature. It's a bleak picture right now for their team as far as the win goes. Obviously, second is nothing to shake your head at, but as far as the win goes, I think that's more or less out of the question. Now, we are following a little bit of LMP2 drama right now. It has been brought up, and this is, take this all with a grain of salt. This is just going off of the Majors 24 general chat in the Majors Discord, but there was some question about a drive-through penalty that was slated to be issued to your LMP2 leader, Hello Twitch, and there's a website tracker and everything for these protests and these penalties. It's hard to say exactly if the penalty has been issued, but there's question now about whether or not the penalty was issued in game, in sim. But it says reportedly, allegedly, that a penalty was due to be issued out and has not yet been issued out to this team. So this could still change this picture. Of course, we saw a composite come in a little bit earlier than Hello Twitch. Hello Twitch responded, was able to get back on the racetrack a little bit sooner, actually. They have taken the race lead back in this situation with Alexei Stolk. I'll skip the pronunciation there, but Alexei back on board that 911 car. They took a much shorter pit stop. Graphic up now. 27.5 seconds for Alexei to get back in the car on slicks, whereas Mo Islam took about 40.07 seconds. So, Richard, that tells me, while it was certainly a tire change to move over to the slick tires for the Hello Twitch machine, they likely forewent a bit of fuel. I wonder how that's going to set them up for fuel stints to the end. So we watch Alexei work around the Porsche curves. And I'll keep an eye out on this possible penalty situation. This is, I don't want to say hearsay, but it is a reported situation by one driver from one team. It's a rumbling at most, Emerson, but it's still something to pay attention to, because this could very well swing who wins a whole class, depending on whether or not that penalty has been issued.
Absolutely, and that is a good 30-35 seconds of pit lane time, and with the drivers at this point in visual, sight distance of one another, that is a huge wrench to throw into things. Now, still plenty of time, of course, to overcome that, the 2.5 hours, but of course, it's going to be huge. And of course, right now, for the for 55 for composite performance, chasing down that lead LMP2 of Hello Twitch, they have that thing to go after. They have that goal to go after, which could be pushing Mo right now and increasing their pace. And the more that the 55 continues to take chunks out of the 911, is how long or more deficit that Hello Twitch is going to have to make up on composite performance once the alleged penalty is given and served to the 911 team as they work their way. 2.5 hours left, still trying to overcome that, and of course mistakes still aplenty in 2.5 hours of racing out there for the whole field to take in. But composite performance, grabbing a little bit of curb there, you see it threw the car off a little bit. Curbs are still wet, that painted curbing still wet, but for the most part the rest of the circuit nearly dry at this point. From that heavy rain shower and safety car at about the 4-hour remaining mark.
So on board with Mo Islam, headed down the Mulsanne Straight. They do have a couple of hypercars behind them that may try and get a little aggressive, flying back through if they're able to catch up, but right now Aerokinetics does sit one lap back of composite performance, so I don't think it's going to be much of a worry yet. Maybe in the closing minutes, something like that, because that's a lot of time to make up, even for a faster class on slicks on a drying racetrack. It's a tall order for Aerokinetics to catch back up in that regard, but riding with Mo Islam currently. And searching timing and scoring, there's not a whole lot going on. What we can do is drop down to Orbit Drop Bear Saturn They are, as you can see, about 1.5 seconds out of 4th place, Julian Plumet and Undercut Racing Team Red. So, Richard, we might have ourselves a P4 battle in GT3 yet as we try and finalize these racing orders, and we could still be in. I doubt we get another safety car. I think we've had now 4 in this split, with the few that happened while we were away overnight and one since we came back. Look at that spin! That is everything. Orbit drop bear needed. Undercut Racing Team around. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, wild spin there and great reaction from the driver behind. So able to keep that car, got into the wall a little bit, but able to keep it straight for the most part and back going. Car doesn't seem too terribly bad. We'll have to see here on the replay what exactly happened with Julian Plummet here. Just kind of going down the Mulsanne straights, and looks like just a factor of maybe a little bit of wet surface.
Right there, yeah, curbing and ponding.
Yeah, that's the downside of the curbing. Still, you still got a lot of puddles on those curbs throughout the entire track, and that's the result of not giving respect to the water on the curbs, I guess. So unfortunate for him, but he kept it off the wall for the most part. Got a little bit of tag there, and you can see the water spray, just massive amounts of water there still on those curbs and the Mulsanne chicanes.
Real cool drift shot there for a moment. But yeah, this McLaren just a little too far over, and I want to go to one more onboard look with them and roll through the chicane and maybe slow it down once we get there. Because Julian is obviously trying to maximize everything he's got. 5th placer behind him at the time, trying to hang on to 4th. He's able to use that curbing on entry. That's dried out. And even the apex there in the middle of the corner is dried out. But then right here, he's carried so much speed, he's bound to go straight through the water. And that obviously was not dried out. Certainly not enough for him to be able to run on. And that broke traction. He literally just aquaplaned or hydroplaned and lost complete control. And around went Julian Plumet. Honestly, I have to say a great job of minimizing what that could have been, because it could have been so much worse than just a quick spin sideways and correction. So decent job there by Julian to continue moving without too much trouble, but they did just lose that position by about 5 to 6 seconds. So that was the closest battle on the racetrack. That might even still be the closest. Well, no. LMP2 lead starting to tighten up once again. Composite performance 2.5 seconds back, Emerson. I know it's still a far cry, but it's something we have to look at.
Well, it was Mo's position for taking for a little bit. He was easily using that 911 on the front end of the lap. But coming back to the 911 Hello Twitch team, it's holding station in terms of that gap. Now, the alleged penalty is still potentially to come. It would definitely throw a wrench into this. But you see here, and that's a great point of the track being 8.5 miles, and some corners or some areas of the track could be more suited for the driver or the setup style that these drivers elect, and some may not, and that's where this balance of gap can be. Although the track is 8.5 miles, 33 some odd corners, and we come to this point here as they head their way down into Indianapolis. The visual distance of the driver being out in front, I mean, that's got to be huge with 2.5 hours or under 2.5 hours at this point to still have that leader in your sights. It's got to be a huge boost of momentum for composite racing, but equally, Hello Twitch has got to be feeling the heat on the rear end, heat on the back of their neck, and keeping the momentum up on their end. And so we are seeing these drivers, even though we are still deep in the weeds of an endurance race, these drivers pretty much, I would say probably not 100%, but probably close to 90-95% with their machines at this point, where maybe if you're in an endurance race a little more spread out or the gap is not as evident, maybe you're more at 80 to 85% to nurse the machinery home.
And I gotta say, I'll eat my words from earlier. I thought this track would take much longer to dry out. It has dried out very quickly compared to earlier in this race when temps were cooling down and clouds stayed overhead. Once that kind of fog burned off and the sky went clear, boy, things have changed quickly. The track temp has skyrocketed 108 degrees, much like it was at the start of this race initially. And the ambient temp isn't even that high, but the sun has finally come out and it's midday. I mean, it is that point in time where the track would take temperature, and that has really aided these guys in burning that water off and drying the track out. Of course, their tires and their aerodynamics are somewhat designed to dissipate that water as well, but I'm surprised. This track dried out very quickly, and again, I go back to this maybe being the most important changeover of the race, and those teams that got it right when they did, like Dunkin' Dudes, that's going to be all the difference, because BRT could have beat Dunkin' Dudes to these slick tires and made inroads on that lead, at least tightened things up, but they played it a little too conservative, I feel like, and gave Dunkin' Dudes that advantage. If they had come in a lap later and BRT a lap earlier, we might be in a little bit of a different story, a little bit tighter of a race, but as things stand, pretty spread apart at the top of Hypercar and the top of this race. A minute and 7 seconds between first and second. We do have this narrow battle in LMP2 that we'll continue to chronicle, but we do eventually want to get down with Impact SimSport Blue, because they are the final team for us to cycle back around to that we have not hit yet this morning, of the 3 teams that are left with us for this Team Stream initiative led by the Major Series. So we'll visit them soon. Once this lead battle either separates or comes to a head or what. I mean, we went down to visit the Antic guys at Emerson, and right when we did so, the GT3 lead got hot. We were listening into Antic, but watching that lead GT3 fight, and we saw the spin, and I called it out. Like, that was obviously relatively impactful to them, considering it was their class, but it was just a genuine reaction. Just, oh my gosh, they crashed. We saw it happen live, so we didn't take a replay, but those two leaders, Orion Race Team 444, I believe, and Evolution Racing Team made contact heading into the Porsche curves. Evolution Racing Team got the worst of it. They had to come in for service, while Orion Race Team has actually taken the race lead away, and I would imagine that's probably been protested. I wouldn't doubt that probably has a protest lodged, so we could still see a change in GT3, Emerson.
Absolutely. We'll see what the results of that is, and it should have been and penalties. At this point, I think it would be on the list, and a penalty should it be needed would be on the way soon. But here, 19 seconds, the gap here in GT3, and 2 hours 19 minutes remaining. Clock watching, maintaining. You saw it there, the Mercedes, as opposed to others. They are very much in control at the moment of their category, and don't need to be even near the edge. Just need to be continuing their racing pace. I would say they're more at 85%, just by the way they took the Daytona chicane, not attacking the curbs as much as we saw the oh goodness, the battle for fourth, the orbit drop there, Saturn make that overtake for fourth while the spin was happening. You can see it's more about keeping their bearings, and of course still waiting should any action be taken from race admins to that would potentially alter their race. And so at the moment, kind of waiting in limbo with a 20-second gap, which of course is always fantastic. Any gap is fantastic, but 20 seconds still not anything to be sure about, with well over 2 hours of racing to go for this Mercedes and Orion Race Team.
So checking in with the protest portal, a protest was just reviewed that was lodged by Evolution Racing Team, but it was not against this Orion race team for their incident heading into the Porsche curves. So either Evolution Racing Team feels like it's not worthy of a protest, or maybe, possibly, they're still gathering evidence to support their claim if they plan to make one. It's hard to say. I mean, typically, when an incident happens like that for the lead, I would expect a protest, but that's not always the case. They might feel like, it's not worth it, or it doesn't deserve one. Maybe they feel like they made a mistake. I don't know. So we'll keep our eyes on that protest portal, but for now, it doesn't look like there will be one, as here we go for the LMP2 lead, Richard. It is tightening up. We have ourselves a battle for the win yet with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, this is definitely something that it's getting down to the last bit of racing, and these guys, they've brought these cars even close enough to each other where an attack can happen at any moment. So the 911 team of Hello Twitch, they've got to pay attention behind them now, because that lead can easily be lost in these next coming turns, as Composite Performance and Mo Islam has performed phenomenally after switching over to these slick tires on this track, and he has caught this leader. They are now within striking distance of taking this lead here in this 24-hour race.
And it typically does always come down to these last few hours. They become so crucial. Even if you've got some kind of massive lead, it becomes so crucial to nail these last few hours, because you'll see guys come out with their alien speed right at the end and try to make time up or whatever. So these last couple of hours always end up being crucial. But let's just focus on what's at hand. We've got ourselves a little battle here between these two LMP2 cars, and I feel like we had a somewhat similar scenario last year where we came down to an LMP2 battle. While this sparks up, we also have two GT3 teams going at it. Undercut has caught back up to orbit, dropped their Saturn, and made a pass. They now set off. Julian Plumet is still behind the wheel, so two really good battles happening at once, but back up to these LMP2 cars. Emerson nose to tail through the Porsche curves.
Through the Porsche curves we go. We ride on board the 55 Composite Performance machine. You still see some puddles there on the inside curbing, so D-Sharp is not able to take the optimal racing line through the exit, but a little bit of a offline excursion out of the Porsche curves. Now it sets up Mo Islam. Big run here heading into the Ford chicane. He will file back in line and look for their opportunity a little later on into the next lap, but oh so close. The LMP2 top two contenders are, and right there, Mo Islam has worked very hard to get to this point, and now looking to set up that opportunity, peeking the nose to the right side, is heading to turn number 1. Here we go, and on the brakes a little later, there's a 911. Here we go, side by side, and Hello Twitch hangs on for now as they head their way under the Dunlap Bridge.
Fury Simsport Red trying to make their way by. That's William Foyle in that Ferrari hypercar. I think wisely sticking behind these couple of LMP2 cars through the S's and now Tetra Rouge, because that is a pesky place to try and stick your nose. Really difficult, fine line. So that was very smart of William Foyle to wait in line for the time being, as there they go down the Mulsanne straightaway. Composite Performance, I think Mo's got him where he wants him, Richard. Pretty much toying with his food, right? He's got him where he wants him, able to start setting up a pass as they go by a McLaren there on the backstretch. But with 2 hours to go, how aggressive do you get?
You still have 2 hours of racing to go. It's not a great time to be overly aggressive. Yeah, you can make your move now. You can get back up to the lead, but right now, sitting right behind that other LMP2, there's a lot of things you can do. It's going to keep your awareness of the cars in front. You're going to see how he's driving and find out where his weaknesses are to make that pass. But it's also going to help you save fuel, and saving fuel can help you out with being on pit road a little less, not as much. So that can really change the game on who's going to win this race. But Mo Islam staying behind him right now, keeping him in that striking distance. This is where the racing starts in a 24-hour endurance race. These last couple of hours, if you can keep your team alive and on track still, keep that car in shape and keep those leaders or that car in front of you within striking distance, this is when the race is going to start, and we're seeing it now between these two teams. of Hello Twitch and Composite Performance. So Mo Islam has done a fantastic job after his pit stop put slicks on, has caught this leader, and he's just waiting for his time and biding the moments he can to make that pass to get that lead from this 911 team.
A brief update. I've been aware and watching this situation with Dunkin' Dudes. All I'm gonna say is there have been multiple complaints lodged about them. I won't go into too much detail. Basically, if you know, you know, kind of thing. If you paid attention last night in that opening portion of coverage, it's a touchy subject. So we'll just say that it's going to be looked at and may need to follow up with the major series after this. I don't want to go too far into it, but kind of if you know, you know kind of thing. It's something to watch for the top end of this split, particularly in that hypercar battle. But for now, we can focus on this amazing fight between Mo Islam and Alexi on board for Hello Twitch. This is a great moment. Coming down to 2 hours to go. They pitted a lap apart. Mo Islam a lap later, I believe. No, actually, lap earlier. Kind of forced the hand of Hello Twitch. Hello Twitch, I think, took less fuel, and it might come to a head right here. There's a big block.
Wow, the defense there from the 911 LMP2, and now through the fourth chicane we go. Mo Islam right on the rear end of the 911 LMP2. Mo all over, trying to find that way by. Had a great run out of the Porsche curves, and I think right there, the Porsche curves, that LMP2 doing wonders that through there for Mo. Not as close enough to make another lunge into turn one like you saw last time through, but Mo now with another hypercar coming on through just as they did last lap. Mo big run out of the first chicane and heading their way now. Ooh, baby, coming close there.
Very close between these two leaders. This again for the win in LMP2 as things stand. I mean, a lot can still happen, but these are your two leaders with 2 hours to go. Look at that squeeze!
We're seeing his way through down to the inside. Mo Islam trying to get clear as the hypercar blows on through. Now that puts Hello Twitch right on the rear end. They're going to have to slipstream and the opportunity to take the lead back into the first chicane.
On board, down to the first chicane now. Composite Performance ahead, and they will dive deep into this first chicane. Will that pay off? Will that work out? Really tough to try and track out and avoid these puddles, but Composite Performance and Mo Islam will take over at the race lead at the helm of LMP2. That aggressive run out of Tetra Rouge set it all up. That was impressive workmanship from driver 55, Mo Islam. That was really well done, Richard, to have that run through Tetra Rouge, a really key momentum corner, carry that down that short sprint to the first chicane and be able to really have that pass done under braking into that chicane. That was really impressive to watch.
Yeah, impressive work from that team there. It was a great side-by-side racing for both of the teams. And great pass coming in from Mo Islam in the Composite Performance machine, and able to defend it going into the first chicanes of the Mulsanne Straits. It kind of looked like it was going to be a really sketchy moment for those two drivers, especially with that hypercar kind of right there between them as well. So the Hello Twitch team did decide to back off out of that chicane. They're going to file in behind, but this race isn't over between them two. He's got the slipstream now, so he's going to be able to keep up with them, or should be able to keep up with them. We'll see what they can do the rest of this race, but this is for basically the win of the LMP2 class, and a huge straight wreck.
Wow! Both of them hard into the barrier. Composite Performance is destroyed. Hello Twitch will be able to drive away, but Composite is junk. That's going to require a tow.
Oh, a massive wreck between the leaders of LMP2, and he's going to park it. That will be a tow for the Composite Performance team. But Hello Twitch, it looked like he got way wide in that turn of going into Indianapolis.
Look at the wheel.
Oh, man, massive damage also for the Hello Twitch team. But going into Indianapolis turns there, it looked like he got wide and got into a puddle And he's on slicks, you get into the puddle, there's no stopping that car. So, unfortunate for the leaders of the LMP2 class.
Now, next up in LMP2 is Three Oceans Racing, but they are 3 laps back. Let's go back and get a replay as to what just happened into Indianapolis between Hello Twitch and Composite Performance. This is out of Mulsanne corner, so a little bit of time to set this up. This is going to be one that plays heavily into who wins LMP2. I don't know now. We could see these teams be in the pit lane for more than 3 laps. This could hand the race right over to Three Oceans. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely, especially for Bateau for composite racing. That will take at least a little bit, and then a lot of repair time. It's going to be well over 10 to 12 minutes, which I believe would be about the gap in time. Just so much momentum coming through that curve right before Indianapolis. Just carried a little wide for 911, and it's hard to. I know it's 2 hours, remaining in the race, but it's hard to think about that when the lead is right there. It is heads up racing, and it was just a misjudgment from the 911 LMP2, and also coming through there, getting around that GP3 a little late. Kind of had to readjust the entry into that corner, and just a little much. Fortunately, there, the top 2 in LMP2 coming to blows, and it blows the class right open.
Yeah, this is a really spectacular situation for all the wrong reasons. Watch this again as Alexi behind the wheel of that 911 just ran wide, and you can say here there's a little bit of aero wash. Maybe that's the reason he runs wide, but I think he just got overzealous, ran out to the left side right into that puddle and the paint, heading in on slicks. And this is going to wipe out car 55. Mo Islam behind the wheel at the time. Andrew Parker currently in the car awaiting repairs. I doubt the tow is even complete yet, as, you can see this is a ton of damage to the rear of that car, maybe even some right front damage. Hello Twitch able to drive back to the pit lane. Composite Performance, not at all. They've got, it looks like they have rear steer in that LMP2 car, and I guarantee you that is not the intention. They have one drive wheel at least still connected at the time, but that is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, just a massive hit for both drivers, and you hate to see it, especially 2 hours to go. And, like you're saying, it was probably a little bit of aero wash, pushed that car out, got a little tight going into that turn, and just unfortunate getting out into those puddles of water just out there on the paint, on, not necessarily the part of the track. Could have been a little overzealous with the braking, maybe trying to outbrake the Composite Performance team there, but both teams, massive damage for both of them. We'll have to see how much, how long that's going to be to get those cars repaired, get back out on track. But it's possible that this Three Oceans Racing might be able to take the lead for the LMP2 class here in just a couple of laps.
I think it's decently likely. I don't foresee Hello Twitch getting back on the racetrack before Three Oceans can cycle around. This is... I've never seen anything quite like this, honestly. 2 leaders in a crash like this, 2 hours to go to flip flip the class on its head. There we go. It's early. It's been a long day, long couple of days. Yeah, this is unbelievable. I don't really have many more words for it. This is... I would anticipate that to be a protest. We've been talking about protests to this point. I would anticipate to see that one hit the portal within the next 5 or so minutes, maybe 10, depending on how long it takes to gather that replay footage. But that's going to hit hard, and I think especially in Hello Twitch's case, not what they need when there's already conversation of them maybe still needing to serve a penalty as it is. To have had that incident, that is not at all what they needed for so many reasons. But now, all eyes shifting to Three Oceans Racing in the 3rd spot. Jordan Burroughs out of the United Kingdom aboard that machine. They are 2 laps behind Hello Twitch, and of course gaining as Hello Twitch continues to sit in the pit lane. So we'll keep monitoring this as the situation develops. The next closest battle anywhere on the racetrack is going to be at the top end of GT3. Alex Rogers, Hyperion Racing, they sit in second, and if we show the gap ahead, 17 seconds up to Leonardo Dragota and Orion Race Team 444. So while things spread out for the time being, this is a great opportunity actually for us to go check in with our remaining team here in split number 2. That would be Impact SimSport Blue. Richard, what we've been doing is basically sending one person down to go check with the team. So if you could go check with Impact SimSport, I think you've got permissions, right?
I can definitely check.
Yeah, if you're able to connect down there. Otherwise, I can just drop down here in a second.
I am not.
All right, that's fine. We'll do this on the fly, and then I'll drag you guys in here. Stand by.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Hey guys, just checking back in for broadcast sake. Do you have some time for us to sit in with you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I will bring my colleagues down. While I do so, how was the overnight stint? How'd that go? Any troubles? Any good things happening?
Yeah, it was tough. Yeah, tough conditions. Really bad spray. And we got a penalty as well, which kind of took us out of the running. But yeah, we were in the lead for a bit actually.
Wow, if you told me that going into the overnight portion, I don't think I would have believed you just because of how things look. But that's obviously a really good thing. What happened then to I guess give you guys that penalty and drag you back out of it?
Sorry, what was that? We're really close to a pit change over, mate, so I'm kind of trying to focus on that as well. Sorry, we've got a lap until I'm going to jump in the car.
Sure, in that case, I will shut up and let you guys do your thing, and we'll talk to you after the driver change.
Thanks, man. So the car's okay then, yeah?
Yeah, just a little bit of real damage should be fine enough for the stop, I guess. I mean, it's fine fine as well right now, so... Just the wheel is not quite straight. One more.
Yep. I'm good.
While we listen in,
Good pace still, really good pace.
I'll stay muted to Impact SimSport, but to give an update on LMP2 to all of you watching, Hello Twitch has been released from the pit lane. They will hang on to the lead for now. Three Oceans Racing is about to pass Composite Performance in the pit lane, and they will stay one lap down to Hello Twitch. So once we visited with Impact SimSport Blue after their driver change, we'll come back and circle back around to LMP2, but that's the update for now.
I reckon by the end of this lap we'll be within 30 seconds of P8, just based on your pace.
Yeah. Yeah, they must have like big damage.
Yeah, it only looked like a small bit on the front, but yeah, don't know.
Maybe it's like we had in the beginning with like just 16 seconds of damage and I lost 4 seconds down the straights each lap.
Yeah, yeah.
The first stint.
That's wild. I like kissed the wall during the night and gave it like 10 seconds of damage and there was nothing wrong with the car whatsoever. It was completely fine.
I mean, with my spin as well now. Just losing no time at all.
stints are lining up good.
Yeah.
Great job, man. When you're talking to the dudes, could you deafen me on Discord, please?
Can I do that? I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you right-click on my name.
Yeah.
Very clean, mate. Very clean. Well done. Yeah, it's that one. If you cut, that's where you get the penalty.
No, but Dan got it like because he ran
Check
right in the first
Check
chicane.
that LMP2. Look.
Yeah.
Painful from the leads.
Hello.
Right, mate. I'm just doing a driver swap. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, can.
Cool.
What? Check the auto fuel. If it's checking again.
No, it's not.
Okay. I don't know why it's like turned on sometimes.
Yeah. It was only like, I think it wasn't much optional repairs. Like, we've got 90 seconds left. But I won't take it. Don't worry. Right, could you deafen me? I think you like right click and deafen or something.
Yeah. I'll try.
Oh, it did happen. It's happened again.
Yeah.
Even though auto fuel was off there, that's weird.
I don't know, that didn't happen before.
It's annoying, man.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll try muting you and good luck. Oh yeah, I can do it, okay. Alright.
Well then, Tom, how was your portion of that race? How long were you just in the car?
So I went to sleep at like 10 hours into the race, I think. And then came back like in the morning for me. Like at 6 AM for me. And did a triple stint for the first rain in the morning and now this one stint after the rain. So yeah.
And so you're a few laps behind the leaders now. What kind of put you guys in this position? I know the penalty was mentioned, but what led up to that?
Well, the penalty cost us a lap, and then we just lost 2 laps through the safety cars because we didn't get waved by. That's about it. Paces are quite fine, I'd say. Didn't have any really big damage. It's just these things, just safety car and penalty.
So bad luck more than anything?
Yeah. Unlucky.
There's 6 seconds back of Team Red X, so I think 9th is still certainly within question, 8th even a little ways up the road. So these last 2 hours, like what's the game plan? Obviously Gareth is likely in the car now to the end, right? So how do you coach him the rest of the way? Do you think he can get up there and get those couple of spots?
I think P9 still have to pitch, so we're gonna get that back, and P8 still has some damage, we think, because they were running a bit slow the last 2 laps. So maybe we can catch back up to them as well. They were like 30 seconds up the road. But if they have much damage to repair, we can maybe catch that up. So P8 is maybe still up for laps, but that's about it. And maybe we're gonna swap drivers again for the last stint. Let's see how it goes.
And as far as your team, I mean, what brings you guys together? I saw your claimed flag on iRacing is Germany. For Gareth, it's the UK. So, some geo differences, I suppose. What brings you guys together? How'd you guys find each other? What creates Impact SimSport Blue?
Well, I'm quite new as well into the team, so maybe Richie can say more about this. But I got introduced to a friend who's also from Germany who got to know these guys quite some time ago.
Well, I've been with Impact for about 6 months now only as well, but they just look out for guys from race sessions and from Discord, and if they find that's got potential, they then drive with them. But as far as like the regions, this time it has been a bit tough because me and Gareth are from the UK, so time differences. We've only got one guy from the US, which is Daniel, and my sleep schedule is messed up. But I went to bed at like 6 a.m. my time, so me and Daniel kind of just did our stints in the night while these guys slept, and now they've been carrying us. I've just joined, so looks good so far, considering what we had in the race prior to this.
And have you guys run the Majors 24 in the past?
I haven't, no.
I haven't as well. So, first time for me as well.
Fair enough. Richard, Emerson, any questions for these guys? I'll take that as a resounding no, so we'll sit back and just listen to your guys' team comms for a little bit. Might ask another question or two, but otherwise, best of luck. We'll be listening in.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be right back.
All right. Tom's there.
it back. I forgot we could unmute him as well again. It would be a good idea. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you talked shit about the penalty.
No. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I wasn't there, so I can't really say much about it. From what I heard, it was a very harsh penalty. So
Very harsh, yeah.
that's what it is. The 2 safety cars as well.
Yeah, the wave around stuff, that's a weird thing. Seems like during the night as well, they had a weird thing when everyone was waved past.
So is in the pits now. Let's see if they have any damage. Seems like they did. look back at the incident between the LMP2s.
It's a proper T-bone, isn't it?
Yeah. The Leaders didn't actually have too much damage. The other team got completely destroyed.
They got so destroyed, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, guys, checking back in. Gareth, how's the car and track feel?
Really good. We're carrying a small bit of damage, but it's all good. It's all good. Just, I think we knocked a bit of toe out of one of the wheels. Track conditions are good. It's still a bit slippy. Your eyes are lying to you. It looks really, really grippy. But yeah, it's still a bit green just now. The end of it should be nice. Nice fast running for the end.
Yeah, I think by the end we should be rid of the puddles, I'd imagine, and some rubber will be taken back to the racetrack. So, do we think you can get back up to Walk Racing Federation? 27 seconds looks like between you.
That's the plan.
All right, well, best of luck. Hopefully we're seeing you guys move up a spot or two by the end of this race, and hopefully we'll see you again in one of these events very soon.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
We'll jump back up to our broadcast booth, and I'll drag my colleagues up. And boy, we have had some things going on while we took that quick break for us as far as commentary and just listened in with everything going on for Impact Sim Sport. I will actually hand over to my colleague Richard as far as the big update in LMP2.
Yeah, a huge update in the LMP2 class with that incident we saw between Hello Twitch and the composite performance machine as well. Apparently there was the Hello Twitch machine was given a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact for that wreck, but what was being protested also is that earlier in the race they were given a one-lap hold penalty that was never served, which put the composite performance machine in the position they were in around the Hello Twitch. So this is an incident that actually should never have even been assessed at all. So Hello Twitch is currently in pit road serving that one-lap hold, but due to this penalty not being assessed earlier, just an unfortunate situation that was originally just looked like hard racing, but it's a position that should never have been in the first place. So unfortunate for composite racing or composite performance, because that could have easily been a fight for the win, where now they're going to be fighting for the third position, the final podium position for the LMP2 class. So huge drama in the class right there, but Hello Twitch still the leader of the LMP2 class, but is currently serving on pit road for their one-lap hold.
It's going to be interesting to see where things line up after this, because I mean, to be frank, I think both teams would have benefited from this penalty being served long ago, right? You know, they would not have been in this position to meet in Indianapolis like that had they served this penalty, I don't know, an hour ago. And that's nobody's fault, really. There's a lot going on. It's difficult for race control to keep up with every single thing, and props to the teams for noticing and bringing it to race control's attention within a timely manner and making sure it happened within the race still. So that said, it has happened, right? So we don't want to talk too much on the hypothetics. It has happened. It maybe would have been nice for it to not be this way, but now we get to let the pieces fall, see where the pieces fall, and go from there. This has advanced as Tokbulatov will work off the pit lane now for Hello Twitch. This has advanced DG Racing and Aerokinetics Red back up to the back end of their hypercar counterparts, and this has also brought Hello Twitch down to about 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of Three Oceans Racing. Now, in this time that we've been following this situation, this developing story, I haven't noticed much groundbreaking speed out of Hello Twitch. I don't know if they're maybe working with a little more downforce because of the rains, or if they're just a little off pace, or maybe their strongest driver isn't in currently, or maybe they're nursing a little bit of damage. I don't know. This is their opportunity, right, Emerson, to get up on the wheel. If ever there was a time for them to put down qualifying laps for 90 minutes, it's now.
Absolutely, Andrew. 90 minutes you mentioned, less than that now, 88 minutes. It is a sprint race. You feel the wear, you feel the, emotional, the mental, the physical pain of just being up for that long, or, being in the car for several stints. But at this point, it's a new race. They now have their new goal. They have their target. They have 88 minutes to clamp down and figure it out. It is a brand new race, just with 22 and a half hours of wear on the car and on these drivers. And so Jordan Burroughs out of the UK for Team Ocean 3 is gonna have the task at hand, and I imagine is the last driver to seek this out to the end. 3 Oceans race, excuse me. So we'll see what he's able to do, but at 99 seconds and slightly dropping, it is ticking in his favor.
Now, it's still tracking for some reason to Kungin, but I can assure you that the delta that it's showing right now of 1 minute 29, nearly 1 minute 30, that is accurate. The name is inaccurate. I don't know why it hasn't ticked over, but Jordan Burroughs from 3 Oceans Racing doing his best now to put his team in a winning position. It's the onus is entirely on Jordan, and to see what he can do. The track is pretty well dry. We talked about it briefly there with Impact Sim Sport. It's just about bone dry on the racing line. There's a little bit of moisture still being kicked up by these tires, but everybody's on slicks and has been for some time. There's still a few puddles in certain spots of the racetrack that are drying up quickly. Weather conditions, track temp is soaring, 121 degrees. Humidity has dropped significantly. The wind is staying relatively constant, and clear skies. Like we have broken through. Zeus Revenge has been issued, administered, noticed, and is passed. It's a dry race from here, sunny skies, a perfect afternoon to go sim racing in this case, as there goes 3 Oceans Racing to the driver's left of Orbit Drop Bear Saturn. And Orbit Drop Bear Saturn sits in 5th. They actually have Arctic Sim Sport some 1 second back. That is the closest battle anywhere on the racetrack right now. This is worth tuning into for GT3 currently, guys. I mean, 1 second, small margin. This is the battle as far as anything goes on the racetrack right now. Nobody is closer than these two. 1 second separating them here, Richard. Hard to say if we're going to see more of a fight. Obviously, it's difficult at this stage in the race, but this is what we got.
Close battle between the position 5 and 6 teams of Orbit Drop and Arctic Sim Sport. These closing in. It's great to see, when you got these endurance races, when you see a car in front of you, that's for a position, it makes the racing feel a little bit worth it, because majority of the race, you're just kind of out there driving, put down as fast laps as you can while also trying to be safe. So finally being able to see a car in front of you that you can pass and gain a position this late in the race is always a breath of fresh air, as he is still trying to close that gap and make his move. He's under a second now. He's just got to be a little bit calm and a little bit patient and wait for the right opportunity to get around him, and he can easily take this 5th place position.
And just checking in on some more of the conversation regarding that penalty that kind of slipped through the cracks for car 911. That stuff happens. Like it's very difficult to facilitate these safety cars, as race control has done, and still keep up with every single penalty that has to be issued. And that's where it seems like the discrepancy was the penalty was around the same time as the last safety car, and with everything happening all at once, it was difficult to keep track of everything, and that's that's why, you know, race admins kind of rely on the drivers sometimes, rely on the teams to call these sorts of things out, because it's very difficult for one person in that case to manage all of that. So props to the drivers for bringing it to race control's attention, race control for acting relatively swiftly and making sure they took the time to review properly and handle that properly. So I think everything is where it should be now, and we've got a nice little fight here for 5th in GT3. Luke Reimer from Arctic Sim Sport has pulled right up on Orbit Drop Bear Saturn and Jackson Dial. Could be a fun little fight. Let's jump on board with the Dane. And we do intend to visit one more team for one more short stint. Aerokinetics Red, they had the kind of early portion of this stint of coverage, if you will. We sat in with them for a while and listened in. They've been very gracious, but here we go. Battle now for 5th in GT3. Luke Reimer has caught and is drafting right on by Orbit Drop Bear, and that is a very quick and clean pass. Oh, and Fury's off. So things ever changing, ever shifting here at Le Mans. Let's check in. So Aerokinetics is currently 7th in class, 7th in this race, and they finally put Diogo back in the car, and it looks like, yes, they're within range, I guess, within a lap of Satellite Racing Galaxy. Ryan Walker is currently in that car. What do you say, guys? You want to go check in with Aerokinetics one more time?
Yeah, let's go check in on another team.
Let's drop down. They've been very gracious with us so far, I'm sure. Well, it's actually just Diogo down there, so... Well, one car on the wall, hang on. That is Andre Guerra from Portugal. Core Motorsports. So I'll tell you what, if Aerokinetics still had their teammates connected, we'd go and talk to him. I don't want to bother Diogo while he's on his own. Just, God forbid, something happens from that. So we'll hold off on that for now. If their teammates connect, we might still chat with them before the end of this race. But we'll leave that be for now, as there you see Core Motorsports blending back in. Andre Guerra in the 17th spot, kind of on his own. But guys, this battle in GT3, I don't think it's done.
Definitely not done. I mean, they are right on each other's tails there, but it does seem like the Arctic Sports machine does have a little bit more speed than the Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, but getting that little slipstream right there down these long straightaways helps him get back up, but then Arctic Sim Sport just able to get into these turns a lot quicker, last a little bit longer, you can carry that speed through. So it looks like Arctic Sim Sport does have the better car overall when the slipstream's not in full effect.
Yeah, it seems Arctic Sim Sport are going to drive away. I think through those downforce corners, the Porsche curves, of course, and the Corvette corners, pretty well separated these two teams at this point. Still some puddling there on the exit of the Ford chicanes, but Emerson, I see a very dry racetrack right now.
Yeah, very dry racetrack. These conditions getting closer and closer to optimal racing conditions and track temp, as you mentioned earlier. Very much approaching, as actually pretty much come to and past optimal racing track temp. We on board with Jordan Burroughs as he tries to clip anything out of that advantage that Hello Twitch has on Three Oceans, but right now it is staying stagnant at a 99-second deficit that Jordan Burroughs and Three Oceans Racing is at to Hello Twitch. So we're now 79 minutes remaining in the race. Jordan Burroughs has his work cut out for him. Has still plenty of racing to go to see where the cards may lie. But this is the battle left in LMP2 after the very dramatic chain of events that happened towards the front of the grid. And so now no, it's segment 3 as well. So we are, bumping around 98, 99 seconds for Jordan Burroughs, but a nice trip down to Mulsanne, and then the way down to Mulsanne Corner. And I think you're right. I don't know if there's maybe another driver in reserve that might have the qualifying pace for my laps to put in here towards the end, or if Jordan is in it for the rest of the long haul. And I don't know if I believe Hello Twitch would have already put in their last driver, just from the looks of it. And we're just kind of waiting and seeing. We still for sure have one stop. I imagine probably 2 stops prior to the conclusion of this race. That could also play a factor. Now, with all the penalties, I'm not sure where Hello Twitch last received service on their machine, because they had the 1 lap, and then they had the pass through. It was prior to the 1 lap and the pass through, so it's on the incident itself, which at this point was like 45-ish minutes ago. So we're coming up to one more stop, and I don't know if that'll be to the end. I'd imagine they would need I don't recall MV2 going an hour. I thought it was like 45 minutes per.
It's about 40. Especially with the downforce they have, of course, higher wind resistance, more work the engine has to do to go the same speed in a straight line. So about 40 minutes to a tank, give or take, which still turns up to about 10, 11 laps. One car pitting there in the background, so yeah, 2 stops for sure for both teams, I think, at this point, and the rest of LMP2 as well. Composite Performance actually is about to pit again. They're just within range of a lap here of Three Oceans Racing. You can see they're just inside of 3 minutes back, but 1 lap down to LMP2 race leader Hello Twitch. And I know they're not happy with the way this has gone. They felt like they had a really good shot at the win. I don't disagree. That's racing, though, sometimes, Richard. It happens to the best of us. Put yourself in position with a couple of hours to go and something goes awry. I mean, I think it's fair to say, while we can be critical of the mistake for Hello Twitch, it seemed to be just an honest mistake. Just racing hard at the end of the race. 22 hours in, 2 hours to go. You have the win in front of you. You're gonna stay in the throttle an extra moment and try to get all you can out of the car.
Yeah, that's exactly all that situation was. It was just an honest mistake. It was unfortunate because, we had probably one of the best races on the track at the moment between those two, and they were fighting tooth and nail to try to get that lead, and that's all Hello Twitch was doing, was using every bit of that track that they possibly could, and just drove that car out a little too far, got into the puddle like we had said earlier during the wreck. So, that's just what racers are going to do. They're going to try to push that car to its very limit, especially when the lead is in your sights and in your grasp. So, unfortunate for Composite, they got the bad end of the deal with the massive amount of damage they got, but they're back out on track, and they're going to sit here and try and maintain this podium position for themselves. So, but at the same time, there's still an hour and 14 minutes left that mistakes can be made. You don't want to make a mistake. These drivers are not here to make mistakes, but it's still a possibility. So he's still out there. They're going to try and salvage what they can, trying to maintain this podium position, and hope for some kind of mistake from the drivers in front of them.
Meanwhile, it's been some time since we've checked in on the overall race leaders, and there is Duncan Dudes. They've just been so dang good. from the drop of the green flag, it was very apparent who the top team was, and the top driver as well. Christopher Spada now behind the wheel of the number 74 BMW. They have led the vast majority of this race. I don't know what the number comes out to right now, and this is only laps since we've reconnected to the sim, so 29 since we've reconnected. The full number is much larger, much more vast, but Duncan Dudes doing a fantastic job of putting themselves in position to win this race. And again, there's been some conversation of sandbagging. I subscribe to, and I'll keep this short, but I subscribe to the idea that I think it'd be much more difficult for them to put themselves in that very perfect position to be the very top end of Split 2. I think it's the way it goes. You know, maybe 23 really good teams turned up, and only 21 could make top split, and that's just what happens. I think that's the fairest way to put it and look at it. It's unfortunate, you know, that's the way splits go, right? Unfortunately, you will sometimes have that one or two alien teams that runs away, but they're just doing their honest best. From what I can tell, they've been lights out. So good, Emerson. I can see why. I can see why, you know, teams might raise some question, but I do think this has been just an honest, good performance out of Duncan Dudes to this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, you know, very good drivers. This is Split 2. There's no slouches here, and yeah, this might be just a little bit more than maybe some of the drivers who typically are in this split were expecting, and I think you're right. There's nothing that's alarming, right? You know, the Split 2, you know, it's nothing to, you know, just, you know, blow over. So absolutely, I imagine they were trying to make Split 1, you know, the top split. That's the split that, you know, gets all the glory, if you will. But you know, to intentionally sandbag for the opportunity at a class win, and who knows, you know, it could very much happen in Split 1 as well. But you still have to run 24 hours. You still have to, you know, do everything. You have to go through the rain and all the strategy and every single slower class vehicle on the track multiple times. And there's no guarantee at that. So to, you know, intentionally, you know, lower your class by qualifying effort for the chance of a 24 hours, it's the, I guess I just don't see the trade-off, and there's nothing that's alarming to me. But you know, of course, if it's, you know, serious, they'll the admins will, you know, do their due diligence, I'm sure. We'll see from there. But with 70 minutes remaining, wow, those that's the reason those pylons have been staying up. They can get driven through. So there we are. But 70 minutes remaining in the race, and Duncan Dudes has absolutely been on it ever since the safety car restart at the 4-hour remaining mark. It has been lights out. That 74 pink and white hypercar working their way around this beautiful Circuit de la Sarthe here in virtual Le Mans, France, over a minute back to BRT. And you know, despite the 4 full course cautions, the track being so big, it is kind of alarming. Not alarming, but it kind of surprising with how few cars we were able to keep on the lead lap. But the war of attrition these drivers went through, as we mentioned in every endurance race, that they are wars of attrition. Today, this race, it's certainly been felt in all the classes. But with hypercar only having so few cars left on the track, there's definitely felt in the top class of this field.
It's interesting how we've ended up in this position. It sounds like there were a couple of crashes for Dunkin' Dudes even in the overnight, and that's why they ended up behind Basic Ollie and Team BRT for some period of time. But that is just endurance racing, I feel like. 8 cars left in Hypercar. They've continued on. They wanted to soldier through it, and they've done exactly that. Dunkin' Dudes, BRT, Delta V Racing, North Sim Racing GTP Yellow, Fury Simsport, Satellite Racing Galaxy, Aerokinetics Red, and DG Racing continuing on within Hypercar. A pit stop, it seems, for Three Oceans. They actually... So Hello Twitch has recently boxed for the penultimate time. I guess... Hang on, no, I'm so sleep deprived and I'm questioning penultimate. I don't think I used that word right there. The next to final time, we'll say. Hello Twitch, one more stop to go. Three Oceans has just made that stop as well. And looks like Composite Performance has also just boxed out. So all 3 of those teams at the top of LMP2 pitting around the same time. We expect the rest of LMP2 to also still make 2 stops, depending on when they came in last. In GT3, I think everybody's trying to get down past the 1 hour mark here, Richard, and in Hypercar, it's kind of... everybody's got to pit here again, so they've still got 2 stops in Hypercar as well. So a lot of pit lane action still to go, and pit lane takes the longest to dry out. We could still see a mistake as here come our leaders.
Yeah, a mistake can definitely still happen, but Dunkin' Dudes coming in for their service. This should be their second to last stop, like you were mentioning, just like the LMP2s. There's only so far they can go, and it's just under that hour mark, and we are just over that hour mark. So it's a really tough time to decide on when to pit, because you hate having to pit just a few minutes over that time of pit that your car allows you to go. So because you're going to go back out there, with an hour left to the go of the race, and you'll be like, we still have to make one more pit. So it's all about strategy. It's all about how they plan their stints, how they plan on coming down and getting their fuel. But Dunkin' Dudes on pit road, getting the service they need. They will probably more than likely have to be down pit road one more time before the end of this race. And we'll see if anybody can make another mistake in this race, because it's getting down to the end here, and anything can definitely happen.
Yeah, they'll certainly pit one more time. The fuel range in Hypercar is sitting somewhere around 45 minutes, give or take a little bit, depending on if you can complete one more lap or one fewer lap. So Dunkin' Dudes headed back out on the racetrack. They've got one more stop to make. We'll see if they keep Christopher in the car or if they make a driver change. Team BRT now down the pit lane, and it seems like they are committed to Josh Benson taking them to the end. So Basic Ollie seems to have completed his drive share for this race. Seems like he's taking the back seat for the rest of this. Federico De Souza has jumped aboard the number 111 Porsche for Delta V Racing. And a pit stop now from Fury Simsport. Their Ferrari hitting the pit lane. Tim Spronson coming in for service with an hour and 5 minutes to go. Ryan Walker is in the car for Satellite. They've got a stop to make here on another lap or 2. And there we go. Matthias Tim will jump on board the Ferrari for Fury Simsport. We expect Diogo El Saad to take Aerokinetics to the end of this race at this point. They had 3 drivers. They meant to have 4. One driver had to back out. They talked a lot about that over the course of our time with them, and Diogo didn't really want to do any more running in the rain. He pretty much said, no, I'm done with that. I'll drive once it dries back out. So their American drivers had to do the heavy lifting overnight, which considering this race started at 9 a.m. Eastern yesterday and 6 a.m. Eastern, or sorry, 6 a.m. Pacific. Here we are at 8 a.m. Eastern the next day. I mean, that's a lot of struggling through the night for those American drivers to have done. So they've done a great job of keeping that car on the racetrack, keeping moving forward here, Emerson, and continuing on. One more car to go in Hypercar for this kind of 1 hour to go update. Philip Kungen for DG Racing in that highlighter green-yellow Ferrari. Philip out of Germany, the final car in Hypercar still running. And then hello Twitch to move down to the top end of LMP2, Emerson, hanging on to a healthy lead.
Yeah, we're still working, in the minute and a half range. A couple seconds drop down, but still 97 seconds, very healthy. 63 minutes remaining for Anton and the Hello Twitch team. Let's look at it from their POV. They have survived multiple penalties, multiple stoppages in their race, an accident, and potentially more, and have overcome all of the rain. In their eyes, it has been quite the event, and to still make it, to this point, 23 hours into this race, it says a lot about them from their point of view as well. So they will continue to chug along and get in these 19-ish, maybe 20 laps left in this race for this team, and they will head down into the Porsche curves, and it is smooth sailing for the time being as the track dries out, or is basically dried out at this point, with the exception of maybe some painted curbing in the pit lane. You see some puddles still there on the inside of the curbing. Avoiding the hypercars that come up from behind, avoiding the GT3s, you catch them in front. Smooth sailing for the time being. Do not force any unnecessary scenarios that could, put yourself in a bad spot, as Three Oceans will take another second out of the lead, but gain only a second a minute when there's 61 minutes left and you're 86 seconds behind is not gonna quite do it. But a steady but slow drop of the rate, which will now dip into 85 seconds for Three Oceans, could be what they need. It's just to see the time come down on their end to keep themselves locked in and engaged through to the checkers here. Quite the journey to this point, but into the final hour, it's a lot of waiting and ensuring you've ran your race. Your race is, to this point, basically set. There's still a lot of racing in this final hour, but with minimal pit stops and a lot less traffic than there was 23 hours ago, the race is, wouldn't want to say any easier, but the race is more set.
Yeah, it's a long road to hoe for Three Oceans, right? It's a minute and a half on the racetrack. That's a significant chunk of time, but it's not impossible. If they were able to start running the right lap times, they could still make it up. As here goes Anton Bulatov right on by these couple of GT3s, these couple of McLarens down the Mulsanne straight. It'll be difficult, but not necessarily impossible for Three Oceans to get up there and race up to the win. There's Three Oceans just going across the start-finish line into Dunlop now. Hello Twitch somewhere around the chicanes of the backstretch, and oh, that's not going to be it. Want to try and avoid those anti-cuts there on the inside of the corner, but as they come up over the hill, Daniel Stringer doing his best to try and position his team for a win. At the very least, he's done a great job putting themselves in the right position to try, at least, and take advantage of what happened. It was so close to going their way. So close, Richard. One more bit of damage, maybe. I hate to look at it that way, but maybe if one wheel had disconnected on the Hello Twitch machine, it'd be a different story for Three Oceans.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very impressive feat at that. You know, one to survive to this point is huge. You know, for any team, it is so difficult to get to this point of the race and still be in competitive nature. You still be on the same lap as the leader. But for Daniel Stringer and Three Oceans Racing, you know, they will still look. You know, they should take the positives from it at this point, and not to say that it's over, by the way, but to this point, you know, that they are, you know, within an hour of the checkers, they are on the same lap as the leader. They have the leader on, you know, half a lap ahead of them, and you're right. You know, another thing or two breaks their way, and you know, they could be the ones sitting in the top spot right now in LMP2. Unfortunately, in racing, there's a very little that you can control. All you can control is your own car at that. But you know, to play the game to this point and be in this position is nothing to blow off. This is a great run from Three Oceans Racing.
So watching Three Oceans round the circuit, they work around the back end, and I mean, it's like every couple of corners they gain some time, every couple of corners they lose some time, but we'll keep touching base with Daniel Stringer and Three Oceans Racing as time goes on. I want to flip back up to Hypercar, where Josh Benson has actually just lapped quicker than Christopher Spada by about a half second. Again, it's, you know, too little too late, I think, to just be picking up a half second here, half second there, but it's at least worth noting in case it turns into something larger, or in case a mistake is made, potentially. And I don't think we're technically clear of safety cars just yet, Richard. I think technically we could have one, but I highly doubt it. I don't think we're going to get to this point and still have a safety car to go. I'm not sure what the cutoff really is, but I think we're pretty well clear of it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that from this point on, there's really not going to be a safety car. But I mean, anything can happen. You know, I've seen wilder things. So I mean, this race can completely turn on its head with a single safety car implementation. So, but these drivers, I mean, they're getting down. They're under 20 or under an hour. They've been on this track for 23 hours. These guys have endured a lot. This track is not an easy track for these guys to be racing, especially during the nighttime. There's no lights on this track, so you're relying on the cars in front of you and the headlights, and they've endured that. So the drivers you were seeing still on the track are the ones that have continued on and are enduring this lovely 24-hour race here at Le Mans. But these drivers are doing a fantastic job today, and you know, BRT Racing here at Josh Benson, as we're riding along, he's doing everything he can to try to catch up, with a 1:04 difference from him and the leader. So it's still a long gap to try to catch, but it, like you said, might be a little too late for him to try and get that win.
And a look back at our Cody Williams design weather report. The ambient temp has climbed up to nearly 87 degrees Fahrenheit, sitting at 121 degrees track temp. Clear skies, very few clouds, if any, in sight. The wind has picked up slightly from the periods of rain overnight, and that humidity has dropped significantly. So there are very few puddles left, still a few, and still a little bit of spray here and there, but not really anything making it onto the windshields of these race cars at this point, as BRT will go on by Hello Twitch. And, you know, I gotta say, I don't know what's prompted it, but BRT is down inside of a minute. You know, technically from here, if they made up exactly 1 second per minute, they could catch up to Duncan Dudes. It's no longer quite as bleak as it once looked. 54 seconds, 54 minutes to go. I mean, it's... Do I think they get there? Probably not without some kind of outside intervention. I think it's just too little too late, too tall of a mountain to climb, but Josh needs to keep putting these laps in, keep trying to qualify, because All it takes is one slip up, and Duncan Dudes could be on there from bumper.
Yeah, one slip up can really change the race there. But also, I've got a wild thought here. What if Duncan Dudes has reduced their pace? Because that is a 3-second difference on their last laps that they ran. I wonder if Duncan Dudes is playing a fuel-saving strategy of try to just reduce the pace, keep the fuel in the car, and maybe try and stretch this out so they don't have to pit again. I don't see that being an actual strategy for them being this far in the lead, but that is a massive 3-second fall-off of lap time between these two drivers. So it's interesting to see. I'd be curious if they just had just an overall bad lap, but that is a massive gap gained in one lap from BRT and Josh Benson.
That gap has come back up slightly. I will tell you that they can't make it from when they pit last. They could try and save a lap, maybe to try and extend until, you know, their finishing driver can jump in the car, if that's their plan. Just in case they want to run some qualifying laps there in the final 45 minutes or so, or half hour, you know, whatever ends up being to the end. We do have one team on the pit lane. Ben Valentine for Australia-wide Racing Blue has just come in and taken service, and this is changing things in GT3. Also, Team Red X has just pitted, and this actually vaults Impact SimSport Blue one position further, as Impact will now move over up into the 9th spot. So they've passed Red X back, and now look to Walk Racing Federation. So all is working out for that team that we were most recently with. And Team Unknown seems to have just made a driver change as well. They were much higher up the order for a large portion of this race, leading a decent portion as well, but Sergey Mironov will now jump in out of Spain and likely take this team to the end. And yeah, this will be the final stop for all these GT3 teams that are coming in now. Most of the GT3 field is pitted. It looks like one, maybe two cars left to pit. And that final domino is going to fall here in just a moment, actually, in GT3, because Igor Koss, I believe, has to come in this time or the next. And that will push him. He should hold on to the spot over Impact SimSport Blue and Tom Ploger, but we have to wait and see exactly where Impact cycles out here. We sat in with them for a little while, most recently, and it will be nice to see them gain one more spot here if possible.
Yeah, it'd be great to see them gain an extra spot, but I mean, that is almost an entire lap difference. Or no, it's about a minute and 40 seconds. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. But we'll have to see what the pit in or their time on pit road is for Igor Koss and the 919 there for Walk Racing Federation. But even coming out of the pit, they should have a really close race between the two, as well as he will take that right-hand turn down into pit road. So they're coming in for their
that's going to be a penalty.
And they're fine. Oh, that's definitely going to be a penalty for them. But this is the last service of their race, and we'll have to see what that penalty is going to be. I do believe it's just going to be a unsafe pit entry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that should be unsafe pit entry. That's going to be an extra 40 seconds tacked on. This actually could switch positions. I know this is down the order in GT3, but it's still, you know, thrilling to have one of these last-minute kind of passes within this final hour. We're not seeing many of those right now. The field is very spread out. We lost probably 40% of the field, I'd say. 30 to 40% of the field overnight. So to have a possible last-second pass here, Impact SimSport potentially moving on by Walk Federation, this is somewhat exciting. They're about a minute back, and we'll see exactly how much longer this 919 has to stay in the pit lane. At the very least, Impact is going to be much closer and potentially in striking distance.
Yeah, they'll definitely be within striking distance.
No penalty.
Like they will be pulling out, no penalty, so they got lucky there. But they're going to pull out of pit road, and I don't think Impact is going to be close enough to make a move. I mean, that time is catching up close, but they're going to be about a half a minute back, 35-second gap currently. but I think Walk Racing Federation is going to come out a little bit lucky here and not get that penalty for getting in the sand pit a little bit, trying to come into the pit road. So unfortunate for Impact Sim Sport Blue, but Walk Federation looks like they're going to maintain that 8th place position after their pit service.
I really thought for sure that would have been a penalty, but clearly not. I guess that was just within the bounds of what's acceptable by iRacing standards. So no penalty there. The only developing story that I see is actually at the top end of GT3 now. Sekyun Ho is actually gaining on Orion Race Team and Mike Dam behind the wheel. Hyperion has come out of nowhere to be within about 8 seconds, 9 seconds of that GT3 leader. And last lap was actually an out lap for Hyperion, so this will be the moment of truth to see if Hyperion is truly going to be able to start gaining, or if they might again have too little too late.
Yeah, it's definitely time to see what they can do. Fast laps need to be thrown out here. There's no holding back. It's not a survival. I mean, it's still a survival race, but you have a gap you need to catch, and they're 8 seconds back. That's still a lot of time to catch. But if you could throw down quicker laps than the person in front of you, like by a hefty amount, then you can easily catch and make that gap up. But they drop now. They're down to 9 seconds, still gaining a little bit of time. But Hyperion has got their sights set on taking the GT3 class win, and they've got a long road ahead of them, but they still can catch them.
Definitely a long ways to go, but this is the most tangible of any of our gaps to win the race. We have 3, right? And up top in Hypercar, it's 53 seconds. Down in LMP2, it's 1 minute and 29. But here in GT3, it's 8.5 seconds right now. So Sekyun Ho, last lap, was 0.2 faster. 0.2 is not going to do it. But if you can start turning that into a half second here, a second there, maybe it's just enough. This is the one. I feel like this is the one margin that if Sekyun Ho is able to put in the right amount of work, it's close.
It is very close, but he's got to put in a lot of work. He's got to throw laps down that are faster than he's probably ever ran before. Because I mean he's lost that time also. He's now up to 9.2 seconds, little over 9 second gap. So they lost time somewhere. He's got to figure out where he can gain that time back as he's going through the first chicane here in the Mulsanne Straights. And this is where a lot of the top speed happens. But if they've got to set that car up for better turning, he probably won't have that top speed like that of Mike Dam and the Orion Race Team 4x4 in the front. But still losing time. He is bleeding time somewhere as he is now 9.5 seconds back from the leader.
It seems like maybe this 43 car is better through the corners and maybe a little bit slower down the straightaways. Maybe has a little more downforce on that machine as looks like a final pit stop potentially from NGC by Margem. Marcos da Silva jumping on board the 52 car to the end of this race, and here comes the BRT machine to go on by Sekyun Ho. Now, what I've learned in my time using ACVO, and particularly this set of graphics, is using this graphic, the delta between two drivers, either the gap ahead or the gap behind. In high-speed situations, it tends to inflate by a couple of tenths. In low speed, it tends to deflate by a couple of tenths. So that variation could just be the difference in speed, because as you go faster, the gap technically changes. As you go slower, it constricts. So that could be part of it. I genuinely think this 43 car Hyperion is making small gains, and again, I don't know that it's going to be enough, but we have to pay attention to this.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Andrew. I mean, all software, like you said, the graphic settings, because my ATV also, I think I see the exact same thing you're talking about with the different speeds. The gap kind of changes and fluctuates a little differently than what we normally see. So we'll have to check to see what their lap times are each lap that they swing by to get a better accurate description of what they're doing. But I mean, again, it's still a lot of racing left. We're just under 45 minutes left of this race. And I mean, it's still a slight possibility he can catch up, but he's got to, like you said, got to throw down some even faster laps and not make any mistakes. He's got to be almost perfect the last stint of this race for these GT3 cars.
I think the most accurate way to monitor how much he's gaining is literally just to check in at the same point each lap. And all I can tell you, he's gained about a second in this last lap. And Ryan Race Team did pit about 5 laps ago. That's 5 times 4. That's 20 minutes ago. So Ryan Race Team actually may have to pit again. They could be in a fuel saving situation. That's roughly. I mean, they're on the edge. That's because they're on lap 5. They haven't completed lap 5, so it's 16 to 20 minutes ago. They actually could be in a fuel-saving situation as Sekinho is about a second closer than a lap prior. The last lap would support that. Last lap for Orion Race Team, a 3:59.447. Last lap for Hyperion, a 3:58.152. So a difference of 1.3 seconds. We may have a race.
Yeah, this definitely could turn into a fuel strategy thing for Orion Race Team, but we'll have to, keep an eye on that for sure, because they might be on that edge of, if they'll make it on fuel, and like you said, it could be them reducing their pace to try to save a little bit of fuel. It'd be nice if they could get a car in front of them and they could draft off, reduce the drag on the car, allows that motor to kind of not work as hard when you're behind someone in the slipstream. But right now he's got completely clean air out in front of him for Mike Dam, and that's not something you want to see when you're trying to save fuel. As you can see just off in the distance in the background there, the Hyperion Racing of Sekienho, and he is catching him as he's down to a 7-second gap now about, and just impressive work from Hyperion being able to close that gap in. But this is going to come down to who can make that fuel last and who's got to pit one last time to be able to finish this race.
And just to be blunt, this would be an upset win, I feel like, in GT3 should Mike Dam go to victory lane, because this is a Mercedes. Everybody, the meta has been well publicized. It's been the McLaren. It has been the best all-around car. The McLaren has been the way to go in GT3. So for a Mercedes to be in winning position right now, that is a huge upset. That is, I talk about kind of a formula to building a car. And by formula, I mean front engine, mid-engine, rear engine. There is a difference between the three. Where do you place the engine in the car? The Corvette recently changed their, quote, formula to building their car. And I'm a firm believer that it was to go endurance racing on the world stage as they've done and be more competitive against other mid-engine cars, and I think that's been proven by Corvette's performance uptick since changing over to their mid-engine platform in the real world. They came out of the gates with that new car, the C8, very impressively, and while it hasn't seen too much use here in this Majors 24, at least at these high splits that we've had on broadcast, that formula in general seems to be a little bit stronger. So to have a Mercedes out front right now is kind of like a, for lack of a better term, a screw you to the meta, right? It's like, hey, I see what everybody else is doing. I'm going to do this. Completely different kind of car. And they've put themselves in position potentially to win this race, depending on fuel and if they're able to hang on. 7.5 seconds the gap. It's stagnated. It's about the same as it was a lap ago, although it's coming down a little bit as they work through the Ford chicanes. Mike Dam last lap, a 3:57.901, so he picked up. And Hyperion Racing, a 3:57.647. So that time, 0.3 of a second were gained. It's still gonna keep getting closer.
Yeah, and I mean, like you were saying about the different cars, I mean, the difference between a lot of these cars is just the balance of how these cars handle. When you have the, the engine in the front of the car, you're not going to be able to turn that car. It's not going to be very well balanced in the handling, but typically your front engine cars have a lot more top end speed, because even like the Mustang GT3s in real life, they have been really impressive with their performance, in the real life scene, with how fast they've been, even outperforming the Corvettes like we were talking about. But I mean, yeah, it's coming out here, and this is Mercedes here in iRacing. It's something you don't really see very often in the GT3, a Mercedes that is up there leading a class. You typically have your cars like the McLarens, you have the Porsches, the Ferraris, or even the BMWs. Those are typically your top performing cars here on the iRacing service. So see the Mercedes up there with Orion Race Team leading this race after 23 hours and almost 30 minutes has been impressive to see. But I mean, it's, we were talking about earlier, it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it on fuel. I think this is the big, question of this race right now between these two, is who can make it the rest of the way without having to pit again. But I mean, if your calculations are correct, Andrew, and they usually tend to be on spot, he's either trying to save fuel or he's going to have to come in and take a splash and go.
I think it's close. I'm not saying they're going to run out. I'm not saying they're going to be good. It's going to be on the edge, and we're going to find out, I think, very late in this race exactly what Mike Dam and Orion Race Team have to do. I believe they are trying to save to get one extra lap. The kicker is oftentimes the way these timed races work, you end up getting an extra lap of racing and going beyond the timer by a lap. So if they're already close just to the prescribed distance, I think it's very likely that we end up going beyond that, and by a couple of minutes, and they very well could be in a big time danger zone just because of that. And I also wonder if that means Hyperion might push a little bit less to make sure they've got fuel to go to the end. I wonder what's being thought about, and I guess I wish these teams had opted into the team stream, because we could jump in with one of them if they were, but alas, they are not. So we can't jump into their team communications and hear anything like that. So we're kind of left to our own devices. We'll keep theorizing and keep talking about it, but the GT3 picture is the most compelling right now of any on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I guarantee you that there's a lot more chatter going on with these teams as well in these last coming minutes, trying to figure out, keeping, especially when you're this close to the end and the gap is very small, like we see here in this GT3 class. I mean, you're more than likely having a teammate letting you know what the lap times are between you and the car behind you, the gap, the fuel situation. There's a lot more communication here than you've probably heard for the rest, majority of the race for these teams. But it's crunch time now. This is the end of the race. You got 36 minutes left, and I mean, he's still got a pretty good dominating lead. 7 seconds is not anything to kind of shy away from. Almost 8-second gap now. But he's doing a good job. He's controlling this race really well. I mean, it's in the hands of Hyperion to pick up their pace to try to catch up. And he's doing a pretty good job. They're trying to get the lap times down, but Hyperion a little slower by 1/10 of a second that lap. So Orion not really doing any kind of fuel saving. It seems they are still full throttle and full go trying to maintain this lead.
Oh boy. I'll tell you what, I can feel the effect of, to recap my experience of this Majors 24 so far, late Friday night, we had a broadcast team meeting with the staff that would be on all of yesterday, and from there it was all hands on deck at Broadcast HQ to get all remaining pieces of material ready for the broadcast to start yesterday, and that included a handful of different things. as I heard one car off. I see one car off here. That is going to be Matthias Tem, Fury Simsport. They have had troubles down at that particular chicane a lot in the last couple of hours. I've seen that Fury Simsport Ferrari off the racetrack there multiple times. And that could bring Ryan Walker that much closer. No, that's actually an 8-lap difference. Never mind. No worries there. We'll go back to GT3 then. But anyways, it was a last-minute scramble to get a few things done and make sure we were all tied up and ready to go in a nice little bow for the broadcast yesterday. Then, of course, we had the software malfunction mid-broadcast that extended our coverage a little bit, which is bad in the moment. I think good in that we got to cover a little bit extra racing and go a little bit deeper into this race than was initially prescribed. But then it was, back to family matters for a few hours, try to rest for a little bit of time. Didn't really get to, which I suspect many of these drivers are kind of managing that same balance. Whether you're broadcasting this kind of a race or racing this kind of a race, I think it's very similar because, I talk about once you're done with your stint, I guarantee you there were some family men and women out there that had to go tend to the family and sit in and maybe watch a kid or whatever, take part during the race. It's just the balance you have to work, Richard. It's a lot. It really is. And these sim races, these endurance sim races, I think are just as mentally taxing, if not more, than physically for sure. The mental taxation is up there with, maybe this is naive of me to say, but up there with the real world endurance races, I'd say.
I mean, it is definitely the thought process between real world and this is definitely.
Seemed to have lost Richard for a moment. And, oh boy, he lost power. Oh my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you may be stuck with me alone to the end of this race. As, my colleague Richard Wolfsburg seems to have lost power with 50 minutes to go. Or 30 minutes to go. See, that's how out of tune I am. And it seems my colleague Zach Shucker from the opening portion of the broadcast yesterday, he's done some endurance racing in the real world with HMS Motorsport and some other teams. And he is actually chiming in that the sim is almost worse because you have the screen strain on your eyes versus just being out there in the real world looking out. And you also have the tinted visors and such in a real helmet to help you with the sun. So as we embark on this final half hour of racing, it seems like it may be a solo broadcast from here. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Yep, there we go. Richard just dropped out of the Discord with a power loss. Oh my gosh. Oh, and Hyperion around in the barrier. You can't make this up. That is going to end the bid for the Majors 24 win for Hyperion Racing. Second hole around out of the Daytona chicane or Michelin chicane. I forget which is which. Oh my goodness. Had put in a handful of strong laps to make the gap up, was down to about exactly 7 seconds back and closing. Let's see what happened. Was it a puddle? On board. And I'm happy to report as we watch this replay on board, there was no puddle, unfortunately, for Seki and Ho, which I think is insult to injury, but I'm happy to report that Richard Wolfsfer seems to have gotten power back and is at least back in the broadcast booth for the time being. Do you have power back? Are you working on getting back in the sim?
I do have power. I'm working to try to get back into the sim, but I mean, looks like we got some incident happening there is what I just caught at the end here. But,
yeah, Hyperion Racing.
We're trying to get back.
Hyperion Racing around the end of the second Mulsanne chicane. You'll see it here in slow-mo. Give it one moment. Just hops up over the curbing there, and that's just too far to the left. That car is going to kick out more often than not. And similar to when Undercut Racing went for their spin in the same corner, that's a nice little drift right at that camera. It looks cool until suddenly you're in the barrier.
Yeah, great work to just kind of keep that car planted on the wall there. Hopefully not too much damage for them. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what we saw earlier. The difference was dry versus wet. But there's just a little bump right before the curbs there. And it kind of looks exactly what happened. They hit that bump, it upset the car, sent them sideways. So pushing a little bit too hard, and that's what happens. I mean, you got to push it that hard. You got to push it on the edge, but you got to keep out from going over the edge, and that's exactly what happened there. So an unfortunate run for Hyperion. They were definitely trying to catch that leader to get try for that win, but they might have to settle back here in second place.
Now, hope is not lost, because there is still the possibility of Orion either having to pit for fuel or running out of fuel entirely. I believe the process is more or less that Mike basically runs an RNG and omits, I think, the first hour and the final hour of racing, and basically lets the RNG determine when the cautions will come out. He might have a little bit of influence. I'm not entirely briefed on exactly how that works, but I can tell you that we are beyond the point of no return there. A safety car now would likely take us to the end of the race, so I can guarantee we'll not see one here unless somebody really, really messes something up really big and somehow causes one that way. So we are green to the end, and track temps have continued to soar, by the way, up to 119 degrees. Down a couple of degrees, actually, from when it was highest, but still very warm, making these guys struggle for grip in the final half hour of racing. Everybody's tired. Everybody wants to go to sleep. Maybe you have a driver or two that's well-rested, Richard, but everybody is ready to get this race over with.
Oh yeah, at this point, the drivers they're not necessarily over the racing, because, I mean, every driver likes being in the race car, but this race is long, it's grueling, and especially the drivers that are just kind of out there, wanting to just finish this race, they're definitely ready for this race to be over. And the leaders, they're waiting to see that checkered flag. They want this race to be over so they can claim to be a winner of the Le Mans 24 for the Majors Series. And I mean, it's been long. Like I said, drivers are tired. They have gone through 24 hours of racing almost at this point. And this is a very grueling track, and trying to fight through three classes of cars also. It has been a long and painful night for these guys.
And I would argue this is a 24.5-hour race, because Hyperpole has such an influence on, of course, not only where you start the race, but if you make it through the first lap melee in some corners. Now, we were lucky here in Split 2. We have a very talented set of drivers this year that we got through lap 1 without too crazy of any melee. I don't think anybody had any big incident, any spin or anything on the opening lap. So everybody got through they're okay, but that Hyperpole is very, very high pressure. And that's what put Duncan Dudes on top of the field to start the race, gave them the pole to start out, and that, of course, determines how your first bit of the race, literally how the start of the race is going to go in the first hour or so, is certainly affected, if not more. So I would argue they've been racing now for 24 hours, and this is the extra half hour at the end. But they're just trying to get to the end, just trudge along a little bit further. And here we go. Boxing in now is our overall race leader, Christopher Spada, or Spada, I'm not sure which, will jump on board here. And I wonder, do we see a last-minute driver change? I doubt it. At this point, I think it's more beneficial to short fill on fuel, keep the same driver in. I think a driver change would cost too much time.
I agree with you there. Just fill up what you need to get to the end of this race. I mean, that driver change, if you're not filling up full on fuel, that driver change is going to take too long. I mean, they do have a nice buffer if they really wanted to. But at the current time, I mean, they are switching drivers.
I'm surprised, but Patrick Thompson going to jump back in. This is actually somewhat shocking, somewhat not, because Patrick has done the heavy lifting and put in a bunch of good laps, as BRT is also boxing in here. They are on the pit lane at the same time now as Patrick Thompson. Surely Thompson will hang on to the race lead, but by how much? I mean, he's got the 9 KI rating. He should be well gone by the time, there he goes, exiting now. So he'll be long gone by the time Benson's even in the box. Do we see BRT respond by maybe switching out for Basic Ollie or Tom Griggs or somebody else? And they're actually taking tires as well. I don't know that Duncan Dudes, did they?
Yes, they definitely did.
Okay.
The car was up on the air jack, so they took tires as well, with their top driver getting back in the car on some fresh rubber. But it looks like Josh Benson will be staying in the car. He will get himself some new fresh rubber as well. We'll see what he can do, and maybe try and close that gap. But I mean, I don't think that's going to happen at this point in time now in the race. But we'll have to see what Josh Benson can do as he gets back out on track after pit service. And now it's like a true sprint to the finish with only 21 laps to go. That's less than 21 minutes to go. That'll be less than probably like 8 laps to go to this race.
That'll be probably 6 or 7, depending on the way it all works out at this point. And there you see, they've gained about 10 seconds in the pit lane, and I can substantiate that claim because 25.4 seconds were spent in the box for Josh Benson. There you see it there. For Patrick Thompson, 33.8 for that Duncan Dudes car. So about 10 seconds lost, but clearly Duncan Dudes felt they could afford to lose that time to put Patrick back in the car. Now, I can think of a couple of reasons why. I think ceremoniously you want to put your heavy lifter back in to bring the car across the finish line if you feel like you're going to win. I think that's part of it. I also feel like they might trust his qualifying pace at this point to basically go out there and run 6 or 7 perfect laps and be able to overcome the time they just lost and keep themselves ahead. So I think it's a mix of a couple of things maybe for Duncan Dudes, ceremoniously and strategically putting Patrick Thompson back behind the wheel. They've got 40 seconds, and I doubt they lose it.
Yeah, I mean, 40-second gap. I mean, Josh Benson did a fantastic job closing that gap to the Duncan Dudes, but I mean, this could be like I said, either ceremonious or just out of safety, just put your best driver in the car and just extend that gap back to what it was. But I mean, Josh Benson's still on a tear right now, still trying to catch up to the Duncan Dudes and try and give the BRT a chance at winning this race. But we'll have to see. I mean, Patrick has been impressive every time he's in this car. We'll see what he can do and bring these Duncan Dudes across the checkered flag here in just less than 20 minutes now. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he's got to still run this race perfect, get around all the slower traffic without any issues, and make sure if there's any wet spots still on this track to not hit them. I mean, I know it's pretty much a dry track now, but there are probably still some lingering wet spots on places you wouldn't think. But if you mess up and get out of line just ever so slightly, you can hit maybe that lingering wet spot on the track.
I can think of a couple places where there might be one. Indianapolis comes to mind. Yeah, still some puddling there. And there's actually one. Let's see if my plug-in will work, if I can circle it. It's B-roll. Dang it, Andrew. What are we doing? Final 20 minutes. There we go.
That's 23 hours of broadcasting is what that is.
Yes, it is. There we go. I wanted to draw my pretty circle. That's all I wanted to do. But there you see the circle. That particular wet spot could still catch somebody out because it's unassuming. It's strategically placed by the rain gods, by Zeus himself, I suppose. And we saw Hello Twitch get out, and I'm sure it was probably that exact wet spot that they hit initially to initiate that crash here in Indianapolis so long ago. So I don't think we've seen the last crash necessarily, or at least the last spin of this race. I think we've got one more in us, depending on who decided to push the issue. That said, there really aren't any battles left on the racetrack, and this is something I was thinking about earlier, how I wanted to phrase this, because we get to this point, 20 minutes to go, we don't really have any battles. Sometimes we're blessed, sometimes we're not, right? This is the nature of endurance racing. Sometimes we're blessed with a great battle at the finish. Sometimes it's just not meant to be. We thought we might have had it with GT3 and Hyperion Racing chasing down Orion Race Team. It wasn't meant to be. Every gap for the win and every other position right now is relatively significant. The closest gap is actually for 12th in GT3. It is Australia Wide Racing Blue trying to chase down Echelon Simsport. And there's Echelon at the line now. They've got a car in between them that is Impact Simsport Blue, which is ahead of these two cars. But Australia Wide Racing, let's see, their pace that last lap was about a second faster, 9/10 of a second quicker. They could well still make up this time. Now, of course, we're not going to sit here on a 2-second gap if it comes down to the final couple of minutes, but for right now, 16 minutes to go, it's worth looking at.
Oh yeah, that time can definitely be made up in the last 16 minutes. I mean, like you said, it was almost a full second difference of their lap times last lap. So, I mean, that's literally just 3 laps and they can make the pass. So this is definitely a great race for these guys. Again, this is for the position of 11th. Closest battle, like you were saying, on the track, but either way, close battle is a close battle regardless of the position, and these two are chasing each other, Australia Wide Racing is chasing down Echelon, doing what he can. We'll have to see what the lap times are again, because the relative time is a little not exactly a great thing to look at sometimes, just because of how the programming works. But got a great look of out the windshield here of the 405 machine.
Yeah, on board with Ben Valentine chasing down Spencer Reitzma. Worth checking in, and we'll stay on this onboard while we take a look at some supplementary graphics here momentarily. First up, upcoming broadcast for us here at Pit Stop TV. We'll save you the look after the broadcast and take a look at it now. Of course, the remaining coverage here of the 2025 edition of the Majors 24. Still a little bit ways to go. Then Thursday, we begin a new season of racing with the North American Racing League at the Mugello Circuit out in Italy to begin season number 8 of racing. 8 races, of course, per season in the North American Racing League, a valued partner here at Pit Stop TV as well. Should be a lot of fun as we carry on into season number 8. Then a little bit of time off for us until July 10th. So a little bit of time for us to play a little bit of recon, I suppose, and make sure we're ready to go when it comes time for the Impel Motorsports National Tour in the Sim Auto Racing Association. That's our next oval racing stock car broadcast as we'll be headed out to Slinger Speedway on July 10th. The quarter mile up in Slinger, Wisconsin. I believe 300 laps will be the distance, and that is going to be a very, very fun Cody Williams Designs Slinger Nationals in the National Tour. We opened up this past week, actually this past Thursday, with the Association South Boston 200, and that was a photo finish at the line. 11 1/1000ths of a second separating 2 late model stocks. You got to go watch and find out who, but separating 2 late model stocks after a very clean 200 lap race at a very chaotic racetrack with 30 cars on track. It was very impressive. A very good race to kick off the National Tour here in 2025. So, if looking for more Pit Stop TV, we invite you to follow along everywhere we are to catch these broadcasts and more as we move on in 2025. And of course, there's so much more coming up later in the calendar year. You've just got to follow along to find out exactly what's in store. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and X. And it's also worth mentioning that we still have a lot more majors action to go here in the calendar year. So if you're brand new to the majors, maybe taking part in your very first majors event, particularly this Majors 24, here you go. Join the Major Series. Take part in these upcoming races. This is the Americas region schedule. It is slightly different per region. But for the Americas region, we're next in action on July 20th with the Grand Prix of Miami. We're taking the Dallara IR05. That is the oldest Indy car on the iRacing.com service. And we'll be racing it at the Grand Prix of Miami at Homestead Miami Speedway on the oval for what should be a lights-out affair. We'll then be taking super late models to the World Series of Asphalt at New Smyrna Speedway. Then we have these exact cars and classes back in action at Petit Le Mans in September before we go racing in the Southern 500 with the NASCAR Next Gen cars at Darlington. Finally, the final two rounds, the Bathurst 500 and the Japanese Grand Prix, take us to the eastern edge of the world for Australia and Japan in those final couple of rounds. Gen 3 supercars will make their debut here on Pit Stop TV, followed by Super Formula doing the same. We mentioned before hitting the supplementary notes that we, of course, would continue watching this little battle for Australia-wide racing. They are actually benefiting from the draft here of Impact. Now looks like they'll try to make the pass on Impact, but look at that gap. It has come down significantly, about a half second, 1.4 seconds. And you know as well as I do here, Richard, if they can just get within about a second of that car ahead, they can pull a draft.
Yeah, about a second to about a second and 2/10 is about where you're going to start feeling that draft, especially with these cars. But yeah, especially if you get within that second, that's really going to pull that car along. You're going to get the bit of that slipstream. You're going to be able to catch them on those straightaways. So, I mean, a great work from Australia-wide racing here. Getting 1.2 is about what the gap is currently, according to what we see here. But he should be feeling the draft effect from that car in front of him very shortly, and he should be able to start catching them a lot quicker. But he's been putting down some really good laps and trying to chase down that Echelon SimSport GT3 car and doing a great job at it.
The last lap was about even between Echelon SimSport and Australia-wide racing. This lap, though, clearly some distance has been gained by Ben Valentine, and here we are. He's about in that draft range as we enter Indianapolis, and there you see the gap changes a little bit in the slower speed sections, but then when they get back going, it should even back out as they're this close. It should be about perfect. So this is a relatively non-issue for the rest of GT3. It's down the order in 12th spot, but it's the closest battle on the racetrack and is slated to be the most exciting within these final 10 minutes of action. Before we carry on, let's take one more look at weather conditions and see what these drivers are up against as we sit around 87 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, clear skies, 118 degrees on track. And that wind is nice and calm, sustained around 9 miles per hour, now out of the west. Call your shot here, Richard. Do you think that this Australia-wide racing team can make up the gap?
I do believe that Australian-wide racing will be able to make up that gap and get around, get to Echelon at least. Getting past is a whole different story, but I feel if, I mean, they're under a second now gap, so they're going to get that tow from the slipstream from Echelon going into the Mulsanne Straits here very shortly as they come across the final turn back on the front stretch across the line here. So Australia-wide definitely in position to get that slipstream, catch up to Echelon, but then it's going to be fun to watch to see what he can do when he catches up, because catching up to a driver is one thing, getting around them is a different game. There's different positions or places you could pass. Straightaways are going to be the easiest one because of that draft, but when you get down to the technical parts here at Circuit des Arts at Le Mans, that's where it's going to be a little bit more of brain use. You got to figure out how to take those turns the proper way, or to set up an attack to get them in a couple of turns. So we're going to see. Hopefully, I do see him catching up, but getting around is going to be a different story.
And not to worry here, you have missed nothing for any of the lead fights. Everything is decently spread out, and that's not a bad thing. That's just the way endurance racing goes, of course. But up at the top of the circuit, you've got Duncan Dudes crossing the line and beginning the 357th lap, I believe. Make that 356th lap of racing. That time by the flag stand, so we'll be somewhere around 359 laps of racing when it's all said and done, as Duncan Dudes just needs to nurse a 42-second gap. They have put together a stellar race from the drop of the green flag. 42 seconds back now to Josh Benson. Very little worry, I'd imagine, in Patrick's mind, but you never know. All it takes is one GT3 car to miss a braking zone, or an LMP2 car to strike a bit of water on the racetrack. I mean, anything can technically still happen, and this is what I've talked about just about the entire race. Anything can still happen. You never should quit until you take that checkered flag. That is the only time you should relent, once you've crossed the start-finish line, because anything can happen all the way up to the final corner.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot give up this race until that checkered flag is flying. So, I mean, we've already seen it. We've seen it with Hyperion, who was chasing down Orion Race Team, where they just got a wait a second timeout. Hyperion Racing is in. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry.
You're right. Orion had to pit. We missed it. Orion did have to pit after all. They did have to come in for fuel. They were short.
All right, well, there you go. Orion had to come in and pit. Sorry, I looked over at ATVO to kind of, get an idea of who I was talking to, and I noticed that the places had swapped. So Hyperion is now in the lead of this race, but that's probably, 2 laps left, maybe 3. I wonder if Hyperion can make it also, or if they're going to run out of fuel on the last lap.
It's actually very close. It's closer than I thought it would be for Sekian Ho and Hyperion Racing. They may have to box one more time. Oh boy, there's some drama unfolding in GT3. We thought Orion Race Team might have to pit, and that Hyperion would be good on fuel. It may be that none of these GT3 teams are good to the end, and they all have to pit one more time. I thought they'd be good, but it's looking a little bit less sure now. Let's recap the race leaders, though. Of course, Duncan Dudes out ahead. Patrick Thompson out of Denmark has led most of these laps throughout the course of this 24-hour race, has been rather dominant. Then down in LMP2, it's still Hello Twitch. Despite the drama of the last couple of hours, they have, I think, redeemed themselves by carrying on these last couple of hours, keeping their heads up high and not letting any of it get them down, not letting any of it impact them or getting their heads to the point where they made any mistakes. They have been rock solid. Anton Tokbulatov has been particularly solid this last stint, making sure he maintains that gap to Three Oceans Racing. He's maybe given up a couple of seconds over the course of a couple of hours. So impressive job here by Anton to continue leading in LMP2. And down in Hyperion Racing Zone in GT3, we still don't know what's going to happen or who's going to win at this point, because not only has Orion had to pit, we've also seen Arctic Simsport box in, and a lot of the teams that were at 12 laps complete in their run have boxed. Guess who's on their 12th lap? Hyperion. They're going to be about 1, maybe 2 laps short of the end, I think. I feel like they've got to box in this time, if not next.
Yeah, that was very interesting to watch. We definitely assumed that they could make it on fuel, but clearly they can't. Sekyun Ho, maybe he's figure out something they can do about time or fuel saving, but his lap times have been really, really fast this entire stint. We'll have to see as he's coming out of the Porsche curves now. Looks like he will not take that right hand into the pit. He's going to continue on. We'll see what he can do the rest of this race if he's got enough fuel to last.
Right on. Let's see how this goes for Seki and Ho at Hyperion Racing. They clearly are committing at this point because that may be the point of no return officially to come around and collect the white flag this next time by. Patrick Thompson flies down the Mulsanne. And this is going to work out, I think, nicely for Hello Twitch. They've actually just been lapped one more time, which means they will collect the white flag shortly after Patrick Thompson. That will actually help them from having to go an extra lap or anything like that. So that helps them in their fuel game. They were good already, I believe, but that's going to help them some more. Meanwhile, Hyperion, this is not the white flag for them. That was 2 to go. They may have to pit coming to the white, depending on if they've saved fuel.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if he's saved enough fuel to last one more lap, because he didn't get the white flag. The white flag drops when the hypercar takes it. It's not per class, so when the hypercar takes the white flag, that's the white flag for the entire field. So
and look in the background, Orion is back there. They have caught up 7 seconds back. Seki and Ho is in fuel saving mode big time. Last lap was a 4:06.3.
Oh, that is a massive, massive lap difference. So yeah, Hyperion Racing, Seki and Ho, he is definitely trying to save fuel. He wants to make it to the end of this race without having to make that last pit. But I mean, this could be not the call that he needed to make. I mean, this is a chance to win the race in the GT3 class. So
he's just lifted. He's out of the gas, coasting. I wouldn't have downshifted yet, but coasting all the way. That is a very early lift and coast.
Wow, that is a very long way to just coast that car around. So yeah, he's definitely trying to save as much fuel as he possibly can, but I don't think that's what's going to be the race win decision. I do believe Orion Race Team will be able to catch him and get around him before the end of this race, because, I mean, Orion is just full bore. They don't have to save anymore, and they're only 5.5 seconds back.
So continuing to watch Seki and Ho. Meanwhile, here we go to collect the white flag brought to you by Whiplash Simcams. Patrick Thompson will come around and collect it. That's white flag, 1 to go, though it's not being displayed. I think the sim has some catching up to do. This happens pretty often in these kinds of events, but per the timing, that is, and actually, look in Barney's hand. It's not waving yet, but you can see that flag is white.
Yeah, he's definitely holding the white flag, but he's not flying it yet. I'm curious if this is actually the white flag lap, or they're going to have to go around one more time. This is going to be interesting to see.
In my experience, I'm not saying it's a steadfast rule, but in my experience, once he holds that white flag, it is the white flag lap. It just doesn't wave vigorously until the timer technically runs out. So Seki and Ho will come around here and finally collect that white flag. Question is, will it be on the racetrack or pit lane?
Yeah, we'll have to see how he collects that white flag. He's hoping he doesn't have to come down pit lane, but he's got one more lap to get around and try and get this win. But the fear that's going to be in the back of his head right now is if that car runs out of fuel on that final lap, because that is something you don't want to happen, because that will ruin that win that you were trying so hard to save fuel to get.
And there you saw officially the white flag brought to you by Whiplash Simcams, and there it is. Seki and Ho will have to box in and take fuel. This is going to hand the GT3 win right back over to Orion Race Team and Mike Dam. Uncontested at this point with that pit stop. They will be able to just drive around. Sunday drive for Mike. There you see the number board, the position board in the windshield flip over to 1 as they have made the pass on Hyperion and are setting sail. They've got enough fuel to go to the end. They made that stop 3 laps ago. It looked close for everybody. And Evolution Racing Team might be able to go the distance. It'll be close. but Hyperion Racing was simply not able to. Meanwhile, out of the Mulsanne corner and working down to the Porsche curves, here goes Duncan Dudes. This is going to be into Indianapolis.
A fantastic performance by the Duncan Dudes here as their best driver Patrick Thompson bringing them around through the Indianapolis turns here. Just a great performance by this team, dominating the entire race, and just a few more turns to go for this team before they take the checkered flag and their Majors 24 win today.
It's going to be a commanding victory when they come back around. They have a 42-second lead, and at one point, it was a couple of laps. The overnight stint changed some things. A couple of crashes altered the race results a little bit. But in the end, as they exit Corvette and the Ford chicanes, it's going to be all Patrick Thompson, all Duncan Dudes, powering away to the Majors 24 victory. Wait for it, a couple more apexes to go. But off the final couple of corners, officially, we can call Duncan Dudes and Patrick Thompson the 2025 Majors 24 Split 2 victors. They'll win here in Split number 2 in Hypercar. On back to Hello Twitch through the Ford chicanes. It'll be Anton Tokbulatov. I'm so sorry, Anton. It's a tongue twister for sure. But the Georgian goes to victory lane along with Hello Twitch and that entire team. A great story of perseverance there, despite the drama, the chaos in the final couple of hours. And here we go, Richard. Orion Race Team persevering through some fuel strategy troubles. They were never going to make it to the end, and they, I don't want to say fell backwards into everybody else having to pit, but it certainly helped them.
Yeah, it definitely helped them. They knew they weren't going to make it. I mean, their worry was on how everyone else was going to pan out with their fuel as well, but it worked out overall in their favor. Hyperion not able to make it that final lap on fuel, had to pit, and then basically giving back Orion the race lead and still potentially the race win. He still has quite a few more turns to go. Any mistake can completely change this, but he's basically on cruise control. He doesn't even have to go extremely hard. That 20 plus second gap from him is he's got pretty much a safety net there. So they're doing a great job. Fantastic work from this team to be able to potentially take home this GT3 win here at Le Mans.
Final handful of corners now as Mike Dam works through the Porsche curves. And this is going to be a manufacturer upset in a field laden with McLarens. A Mercedes AMG is going to come around through the Ford chicanes and take home top honors in GT3. Final couple of apexes for Mike Dam and Orion Race Team 444. The Canadian exits the final corner here at Le Mans, and it's a victory for Mike Dam and Orion Race Team. The manufacturer upset. The Mercedes will claim victory here in France.
Yeah, fantastic work by that team. Driving a car that is well known for, almost an incident right there at the exit there. But yeah, fantastic work from them with a car that is, very well known for not being one of the best ones on the service, and taking it through the 24 hours, the grueling race of Le Mans, taking this win. And, great work by them. Three Oceans Racing there doing their donuts. They're on the podium in second place. Great work from them as well. Daniel Stringer keeping that team on pace with the mishap that happened between Hello Twitch and Composite Performance. They were able to strike and take that second place position while Composite was in the pits. But Duncan Dudes right there, your overall winner for the 2025 Split 2 Majors 24.
And what a pleasure it's been to treat ourselves to coverage here of Split number 2 this year. Of course, it was a pleasure and a privilege and an honor to be chosen for Majors America's coverage here in 2025 at Pit Stop TV. Even more so when we were informed that we'd be moving up from split number 4 last year in the Majors 24 to split number 2. I mean, this is the best of the rest, basically. As we talked about with some of the concerns regarding Duncan Dudes, but we'll save you the details there, but this is the best of the rest. Everybody who missed top split by the slimmest of margins, they landed here in split number 2. Some of the top teams across the world that entered this event were on our broadcast and have gone to victory lane in the form of Duncan Dudes, Hello Twitch, and Orion Race Team. What a crazy few hours it's been this morning. But here is Patrick Thompson around to that famous Le Mans paint there in the final corner. Do we see some donuts perhaps? Some celebration? Yes, we will. Well deserved.
Well deserved. Doing the donuts on the Le Mans paint right there. And I mean, it's a great view of there, all the gravel also that the cars can drag on the track as well. But fantastic work for Patrick, for that team. Patrick Thompson taking the Duncan Dudes to victory lane in the last stint of racing. Anton Tokbultov in the Hello Twitch machine taking the LMP2 victory. And of course, Mike Dam in the 444 Mercedes for that team right there of Orion Race Team. So great work to those 3 teams taking home their victory this year.
Some more burnouts, some more tire shredding here from Patrick Thompson. Clearly, elation, celebration, emotion exuding from the celebration here for Patrick Thompson. Doing some Dunkin' Donuts appropriately across the racetrack. I can appreciate that for sure.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I had to set up the dad joke as a dad myself. I can appreciate that one, as Mike Dam, it seems, will opt not to do any burnouts or donuts or anything. He has come to a park here somewhere on the racetrack. This looks like it might be out of Tetra Rouge. Maybe. I'm actually unsure of where this is on the racetrack. Hang on. Yeah, that's Tetra Rouge, isn't it? Sure is. It says La Tetra Rouge there in the background. So, it looks like Mike Dam will come to rest and park it in victory lane, or at least close to it, in split number 2. Let's go through the unofficial race results here in just a moment and kind of recap everything we saw take place yesterday and today. With the race win, of course, as we've well chronicled to this point, it is Duncan Dudes on top of the race in hypercar, and of course overall. Let's take a look here at class number 1. Patrick Thompson with the win. And of course, this will show the driver name, but we will also read out the team name. It's also going to show the overall position there on the left side, and then the gap there on the right side. So bear with us for this. It'll be a little bit of a process, but 258 laps of 359 completed, led by Patrick Thompson and Duncan Dudes. That is domination. Josh Benson and BRT come home second. Federico De Souza and Delta V Racing come home third. In fourth, it's Ricardo Grappi and North Sim Racing GTP Yellow. Down in fifth, Fury Simsport and Matthias Tem. It'll be Ryan Walker in sixth with Satellite Racing Galaxy, Aerokinetics Red, and Diego Elsa there in seventh. Philip Kungen and DG Racing in the eighth spot, and then down in overall 36th, but in class it's 9th. It's Salvatore Cavallaro. I'm not really sure. But Salvatore finishes in the overall 36th position. That is for gentlemen drivers. DPR Racing, Benjamin Roberts, they come home 10th in class. Moving on down through the rest of Hypercar, it's Dylan Canto for the number 80, and that'll be Team DWR. Then it's Orbit, Drop Bear, Mars, and Tyson Broad. They never really got their race going, unfortunately. They suffer a 41st position result. Alessandro Girardin in the number 35 for Vesta Sport Green. They had a decent run going into the night, never really made it out of the night. Marcus Fisher-Nielsen there in the 717 for IFR Esports in their BMW entry. Echelon Simsport Hypercar, they had a GT3 counterpart, but it's Zach Habert there in the 45th position. And on down to 16th in class, Sam Soidcon Esports, a team we're relatively familiar with here at Pitstop TV. They will finish overall 48th in car number 7. Alex Johnson brings Unlucky Luck Racing to a 17th place result in class. Then it's DLR SimLab Orange, Somatic Sensations, Project Valoris, and Fast Repair Motorsport GTP through the remainder of Hypercar. It seems, oh boy, that must have been a DQ for Brian McGough in the 551 Project Valoris. That is most interesting. I wonder if that's a drive share issue or if that's a race control penalty. Regardless, I'll hand things over to you, Richard, with LMP2.
All right, LMP2 here. Hello, Twitch in the 911 machine, driven by Anton Tokbuldotov. Will take home the win for the LMP2 in overall 9th as well. Overall 10th and 2nd place in class will be Three Oceans Racing, driven by Daniel Stinger, and Composite Performance 11, driven by Andrew Parker here in the last stint, will take home the final podium position in 3rd. 4th, it'll be NGC by Marjan Darada, driven by Marcos Marquez da Silva. And 5th will be Dwart Soares driving for Focus Racing in the number 33 machine. And 6th will be Aztec Racing, driven by Conrad Kula in the 190. And in 7th, the 38th, Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing, driven by Luciano Witt-Voet. 8th place will be Matthew P. Johnson, driving the number 78 for Momentum Motorsports. And Beta Frost 888, driven by Christian Satherhog, will be in 9th. 10th place will round out the top 10 will be Fury Sim Sport Blue, driven by Don de Rooster at the end there. And 11th will be Beast Pushrod Racing by Jack Wells. And 12th will be North Sim Racing P217 Gold, driven by Claudio Vesparelli. Then Jeffrey C. Langart will finish out in 13th for the LMP2s for the Toretto S Tuna Tune-Ups.
And perhaps the beefiest of classes, GT3. 23 entries here in split number 2. Finishing in the first position, by class position, of course, will be Orion Race Team in the 16th position overall. That's Mike Dam for Orion Race Team. Then Sekian Ho comes home second for Hyperion Racing. It's Evolution Racing Team 99 in the 3rd spot in class, Matthew Bowler behind the wheel. Then Julian Plummet in the 19th spot. That'll be for, well, see, I keep going back and forth. Undercut Racing Team, 4th in class. 5th in class, Mikkel Sigard. That'll be Arctic Sim Sport. 6th in class, it'll be Bradley Ratu for Orbit Drop Bear Saturn. On down to 7th was Klaus Reimer for Arctic Simsport Academy. Down to 7th in class, Walk Racing Federation. That's Igor Kos. 9th in class, it'll be Team RedX.com Simsport. That's Austin Megna. And rounding out your top 10 in class, Impact Simsport Blue, Tom Ploger. We spoke with them for a little while. They were our final team that we focused on for our team stream portion of this broadcast. On down to 11th in class, it's Sergey Mironov for Team Unknown. Then Ishlon Simsport GT3 Black with Spencer Wrights behind the wheel. Finishing 13th in class, Alexander Strotsenko. That is going to be from Mac Racing. 14th in class, Australia-wide Racing Blue. They will finish 14th ahead of Venari Racing Green and Aerokinetics. Venari Racing Red and Aerokinetics Green. Those are Aval Care and, I don't know, I'm going to say Surges for Aerokinetics Green there on the 222. Absolute Motorsport Asalith will finish 17th in class, Marco Baracco, ahead of Orlando Telhero and Cora Motorsports. Antic Motorsports and Reese Wakefield come home 19th, right where they said they would, albeit on that same lap as Core Motorsports. They nearly got there. One Performance Racing rounds out your GT3 top 20 with Thomas Freeman last in the car some number of hours ago. Your final 3 entries in GT3: Dominic Cram for Instinct Racing, Ignace there for Vulcan Motorsports, and Kamil Uyanik for Bakar Antler Win Arire. We are awaiting some drivers here for interview, and you might have to help me out a slight bit, Richard, as far as identifying which team they're with, because Daniel Harris has connected along with Johan S., and we're going to have to track down exactly which team they belong to. But we will try and get a couple of interviews here before we sign off for the day. It seems they've actually disconnected. Okay. Well, if you're out there watching on Pit Stop TV, we invite you to connect through the Waiting for Interview Split 2 room here in the Major Series Discord. We are not in the Pit Stop TV Discord, if you have a link to that. We are in the Major Series Discord, and we'll conduct a couple of interviews before we go broadcast close here. We do want to thank our partners, of course, the Majors Garage, a valued partner of the Major Series, of course, keeping the setups there in-house. And a thank you as well to our partners with Pit Stop TV, Whiplash Simcams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. While we await potential drivers for an interview here, Richard, now that you've experienced some Majors 24 action, albeit at the very back end, first impressions, first thoughts here moving forward.
I mean, impressive work by these drivers. There was a lot of, even at the end of this race, there was still a lot of drama that happened. I mean, the last 2 hours, there was a lot that really transpired, especially with the lead in the LMP2 class that we saw there, which ended up being some major drama as well, with the penalty not being served, kind of making that situation happen. But overall, fantastic work by these drivers. And you know what? From my viewpoint, I think I'm going to try and look for myself a ride next year.
Well, I can tell you, we do have Mike Dam that is connected to the interview waiting booth, and of course he brought Orion Race Team home with the win down in GT3, so we'll connect and grab a word from the Orion Race Team driver. Mike, we were concerned there for a little while about your fuel strategy, thought maybe you'd have to pit and the others wouldn't, but were you sure the others would have to pit, or was that a surprise?
We were pretty sure. I mean, hi guys, good to be here. I didn't expect this, but yeah, pretty happy with this result. But yeah, we knew we had to pit, and we figured the other guy was going to try, so.
Yeah, Sekian Ho and Hyperion Racing certainly gave it their all, but in the end, it's you guys coming home with the race win. I don't know if any of your teammates are expected in, but I guess describe the team effort here from Orion Race Team and how you ended up with this team to begin with.
Yeah, I joined this team, I don't even know, probably 6 or 7 years ago now. And it's just, we just strive to be, race hard, clean, and professional. It's just, a laid back group of guys who just want to be fast. Yeah, Travis Schwenke and Leo Dragata, we were all up, all 24 hours, so it was a full team effort. We were going over everything. That was crazy.
And of course, the meta in GT3 has been to go with that McLaren, but you guys were stubborn. You went for the Mercedes. Why is that?
I think we just wanted to be different. Sometimes we like to do that. I don't know. It's sometimes it's a McLaren Cup, I don't know. We chose something different just to be different.
I think in the end that might have played into you guys winning, because I think while the McLaren may have had slightly better pace overall, maybe it, that puts you guys in the right spot to take advantage of everybody else's mishaps, because it seemed like it was McLaren after McLaren cycling through the front of the field, through the opening portions into the night. But as we came out into the morning this morning, we reconnected for portion 2 of the broadcast. It's like, where did the Ryan race team come from? They keep sneaking up the order and eventually into the lead. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, the car was really good it was really stable in the rain. I don't think it was the fastest, but you could really control when it got loose. I was watching some of the other McLarens, and they were getting loose, like under braking and just with the throttle off. This thing didn't really do that a whole lot, so it was really manageable in the rain. The thing is, at Hank, we hit the front end a few times, and it just trucks on. So the car was awesome, but yeah, we found ourselves down. We had some connection issues and gotten punted in the back coming out of Portrait Curves, and so we lost our wing, and we actually decided to repair rather than fast repair, and that put us a lap down, and we probably raced for 12 hours right on the edge of that, getting back on the lead lap through 3 safety cars. When we finally got the 4th safety car, and that finally we got back on the lead lap, and we're able to go racing again.
And I'll save you just one more question here. Obviously, the focus coming into this event was the fact that rain was going to be enabled and ensured. What was the preparation like for you guys to make sure you were ready for the rain? Of course, and what were your expectations versus reality here? Because we got a lot of it over the course of this race.
Yeah, we didn't expect this much. We did put in a fair bit of practice, especially in heavy conditions, just so we were ready. Leo is alien fast in the rain. He's really young too, but like he's a prodigy in the rain, man. I enjoy it too. So the two of us together, we did all the rain stints, and we had fun with it. It was good. We didn't have too many mistakes, but yeah, like I said, the car was really good in the rain, and we were able to keep her on track.
Well, Mike, congratulations. Job well done, certainly for you and the rest of the Orion race team. Congratulations. It's a great pleasure to get to talk to you for this little bit of time after 24 hours of pure chaos, it seemed like at times, and excellence at others for you guys. Congratulations, and I guess hopefully our paths cross once again. Hopefully we'll see you in a future majors event.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to be here. Didn't think I would be.
Well, congratulations. Go get some rest, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you very much.
That's Mike Dam from Orion Race Team, and you can tell he's tired.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, it's a very long race, and like I said, they were up for pretty much the entire 24-hour race with each other. So it's definitely a well-deserved rest now after taking home the victory after those 24 hours of racing. So great work by that team. Go get your well-deserved rest. Go get some food. Grab yourself a pillow and blanket, and go. You know what? Go rewatch the broadcast if you want to, and fall asleep to it. So. But great work by those guys, and I mean it's such a gratifying moment when you can, at the end of 24 hours you can come home as the victor. It's such a great moment to feel.
And admittedly, it appears that we may not have any other drivers to speak with at the end of this race. It's been a long 24 hours, some chats with different teams throughout, but it seems like everybody's ready to kind of get out of here and get some rest. We'll stay on for another minute or two just in case somebody connects, but I think we've probably seen all that we're going to see as far as drivers connecting after the fact. So I guess, of course, Richard, you're a driver of the BRB Cup Series that we've covered for the better part of a year now here on Pit Stop TV, minus this little summer stretch. You have these hopes now of going and running the Majors 24 next year. So for you, what's that crossover going to look like potentially? Trying to make sure you have a team to go run? What kind of car might you go for? Of course, you got the three options: Hypercar, LMP2, GT3. I guess while we sit and wait for just another moment or two, what's that look like for you?
Well, I mean, I had a plan for another 24-hour race that happened actually last weekend, which kind of took precedence, but that fell apart. And I didn't have time to put together a team for the majors, so it was kind of a unfortunate chain of events for this year. But it worked out fine. I was up here, hanging out with you, watching from a different perspective. But I mean, next year we're gonna continue doing the Cadillac hypercar that we've always been doing. Me and my teammate Carl Pooler. We'll be looking for, hopefully a few other drivers as well. But, I mean, we're going to try and take Limitless Esports to Le Mans next year for the Majors 24 and see what we can do. I mean, Carl and I have been really good teammates when it comes to endurance racing. We've had a few wins in the iRacing special events. We won the 6-hour Watkins Glen last year, and we even won the Petite Le Mans for the iRacing special events last year. So, I mean, really the next step for us to do is take it to Le Mans itself for the 24 here at the Major Series. And yeah, hopefully we can find ourselves a couple of extra drivers we can mesh with really well and see what we can do and see if we can perform in the top tier class of cars with the hypercars.
Well, it appears that'll be it for us here in split number 2. I see one driver in that channel, but I believe he was from another split that was placed there. So we'll go ahead and sign off of here. It has been a pleasure. Thank you to Mike Willett and the entire Majors team. This has been a fantastic event as always. Great work put in across the board. This is why the Majors 24, I feel like, is the biggest hosted endurance race on iRacing. 620 entries, 12 splits of racing, I believe, might have been 11. Regardless, an expansive, impactful event here in 2025, and a great way to make it happen here on Pit Stop TV. We're, again, so lucky, so grateful to have been chosen for Split 2 coverage, and I'm glad we were able to bring it to you in its proper near entirety. I'd say more than half of the race covered here on the channel, and we can only hope to add more down the road. Any final thoughts you have, Richard, before we sign off?
Oh, no, just congratulations to every single driver that lasted all 24 hours, that stuck it out even after wrecks, through the rain, through the night. Congratulations to every single drivers throughout every single split for the majors, and look to see how big it can be next year and see how many drivers decide to take that challenge of racing at Le Mans.
Once again, thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure. We hope you stick around with more Pit Stop TV coverage coming in the near weeks. Next up, we have that GT3 event with the North American Racing League GT3 Series at Mugello on Thursday. Until then, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you all in the next one here. For myself, Andrew Cardinale IV, for Zach Lindgren, Zach Murtis, Zach Shucker. Hang on, I'll remember everybody. We almost had Scott Shive. Unfortunately, he fell ill right before the broadcast Friday night, so unfortunately we couldn't bring him in. For Richard Wolfsfer, for Emerson Arden, I believe that's everybody. I'm racking my brain. I think that's all that we had on. I know we had Nicholas Geisner yesterday, and I want to give a shout out to him. He volunteered a little bit of time. We appreciate the half hour or so that he spent with us to give us some insight on the Hypercar GTP category. It was appreciated for sure. That will do it for us for the 2025 Majors 24. Once again, thanks so much for being here and spending your Majors 24 with us. We'll catch you all hopefully next year, and hopefully July 20th for the Grand Prix of Miami. We'll see you then.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.